the Mythic Dungeon International stage is set. And today our top 4 Group B teams are going to be stepping into the spotlight as they try to push their keys to the heights of champions. Let's hope their spec ban strategies pay off, and that those favoring off-meta comps have some surprises in store for us. I'm Rookery, your host for the MDI here on Big Mama Day with Nagura's Ironic and Stratnos. Hope you're all celebrating, or if not, just know that we're sending you lots of love regardless. And, here, Groups A and B have already put on a show worthy of the Galatio, but there are still multiple acts to go. So let's go ahead and draw back the curtain and show you what the MDI roadmap has in store for us. Of course, we're here on Group B weekend, but things started a little bit sooner than this. We started out with our time trials, which anybody can sign up for, by the way, and you get a banner and access to the tournament realm, so keep an eye out in the future. But from that, our top 24 teams were divided between our Groups A, B, and C, with our CN region, who will also be participating. The top 2 teams of each of these groups will move on to the global finals, where we'll have a huge 8 teams versus our regular 6, trying to see if they can become champions and land $300,000 worth of prize pool here, which is our biggest one that we've had so far in the War Within. Now, if you're a fan of Mythic Plus, make sure you follow the competition every weekend to see all of our teams compete, because there has been a lot already that's happened and a lot more to come. Speaking of which, yesterday we saw some really good performances from Division 2, Nagura, and I'm wondering, can you give us a little bit of a recap about what we saw from our teams?
Of course, I'd love to. So yeah, yesterday at the start, it was actually really exciting, as all of the teams that were part of Division 2, they did perform incredibly well. We did have Holy Method come in as the number 1 seed, and to no one's surprise, they did end up timing all of their keys, got those 2 chests in at the very start, only depleted one of their priority keys from the lower key levels, and then they moved up to those 18s and also timed 19s across the board. Didn't quite manage to get any of the 20s done. They did deplete one of the rookeries that they attempted at the very end. But I also want to mention that the dungeon pool that they had in their division was the hardest dungeon pool we've seen so far in this MDI. So it's not super surprising that we haven't seen any of those 20 keys timed. Then we had Physical God comp, which were the favorites of everyone, as they were of course playing that the physical damage comp. As you can see here, they did also perform incredibly well, and we'll see what they have in store for us today, as of course the spec roll might come into play for them. We'll see. Modicum of Skill is a team that ended up not making to Sunday, and they were the last seeded team coming into Division 2, but they honestly surprised me so much because they performed incredibly well. They managed to keep up with all of the other teams actually, and only ended up having issues at the very end of the day once they got to those higher key levels, to those 19s and higher, and they just didn't quite manage to get those key levels done and didn't quite manage to get to Sunday. But other than that, they performed incredibly well for the seat that they came into as like the last seed. So yeah, very nicely done. RCG then did play a little bit of an off-meta comp themselves, as they were playing that Devastation Evoker, and they were also playing Asa Rogue in almost all of their keys. They also played this in the time trials, and again, they were also performing really well. Even with that off-meta comp, they had to innovate some of their strategies, making sure that it works for the comp that they are running compared to that meta comp that everyone else was running, and they didn't quite manage to get those 19 key levels done at the very end of the day, and didn't quite manage to get to the top 2, but a valiant effort from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I totally agree with you. I loved seeing everybody run yesterday, the way that they kind of put themselves out there, even if they didn't land it. All the teams were so great. Some of the adaptations are really cool, and some of those off-meta comps really, really had a chance to shine. So, while Group B has been a real class act, giving us incredible competition while showcasing those unique skills, we have to still see if our newer teams can dazzle us when they're up against these established veterans that are here in the finals. So, let's go ahead and talk about who's going to be taking the stage today in our Group B finals, starting with Missed Count. Zyra, you want to tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, 4 really strong teams today. I expect to see lots of Pulse Garums and Blood Trails in the chat today, as our first 2 teams we're talking about today are both those Polish squads that have been popular for the past couple of seasons now in the MDI. Missed Count, ever on the rise, and we really saw them rise to the first really season last season, in Season 1 of The War Within, as one of the favorites. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take down Mandatory, but they were very powerful. They look even stronger still this season. Expect to see them at the top of the leaderboards today, along with Holy Method. Our next team, however, Polish Mountain, has also been a team that's been very strong for several seasons now in the MDI. Can they rise to the occasion and upset some of our top-end teams? I think they have the potential to do it, but I think it's more of an outside shot for them because, like we've talked about, all 4 teams today, very, very strong Dreadnoughts.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got some incredible powerhouses to look out for today. We also have Holy Method. They are a team of raiders in World 3rd Raiding Guild Method, teaming up with Holy here to make an MDI squad that is definitely one to look out for. Along with Mist Count, they are one of the 2 favorites coming into today. They did incredible work yesterday as well, getting all the dungeons timed on the plus 19 keystone level. But we also have Physical God Comp, one of our fan favorite teams, making it through to today as well. They've been playing an off-meta comp all day yesterday. They were playing this Bear Druid, Mistweaver, Hunter, Warrior, Rogue comp that they've also been playing on the live servers. One of just the top few teams on the Raider.io leaderboards pretty consistently for several of the last few seasons. And they've often just said, you know what, the meta, whatever, we're going to keep playing our specs and doing well with it. And so far it's worked out for them, but they are coming into today as underdogs for sure.
I know, but I'm hoping that they can rise to the occasion. I mean, all the teams today, right? Like everybody was saying, it's an incredible bunch. I think all of them have such a really big chance of kind of getting in there, given the fact that we have some of these, established teams. Miscount Holy Method, we've seen them perform so solidly thus far. And Polish Mountain, always there is that kind of usurper that's had some unexpected elements, let alone Physical God Comp with the comps we all love and a lot of the enthusiasm we've seen in chat, which I myself feel too. You know, today's lineup, honestly, I think could make anybody a star, but it's not just the other teams they're going to have to contend with. This is when our finalists have their spec bans go into effect. So let's go ahead and give everybody a refresher on how this affects our teams this season. We have a new spec variety rule. If you're just tuning in, hey, surprise. But it's been really cool to see in play each day, essentially, in the divisions. So day 1, day 2 that we've been witnessing, the teams that play, if they have a successful run that pushes their key higher, or if they're able to go ahead and shorten a time of a run on a dungeon, the specs they played in those are counted. At the end of the day, they're tallied up, and the top 3 most used specs that they have used during those initial days are then banned out for play on the group final day. So that's today, we're here, and the bans are going to be going into effect. Now, we do have some tiebreakers with this, where we have prioritized banning out tanks first, then healers, then DPS, and our teams themselves have a say in the matter. If it gets down to the DPS and there is still a gridlock, they are able to choose which of those DPS they would like to have eliminated. And we've seen some of that ourselves, but because of this rule, we've actually seen a lot of specs played. So Zyro, what have we seen this weekend from Group B with the spread of specs?
I mean, not only this weekend, but also in in week 1, we've seen pretty much the most diverse spread of specs I think we've seen in any MDI so far, and I think there's room still to see more. You can see things like the augmentation of Oak are not there, different rogue specs, different mage specs, different hunter specs still not played just yet. I think the thing that's really hard to quantify with this image is that not only are we seeing all of these different specializations, but we're also seeing different hero talents, right? A lot of different hero talents being played yesterday in particular. We saw both flavors of Marksman Hunter, both the Dark Ranger and the Sentinel being played. We saw Hearthjacks pull out the Frostfire Mage instead of just the Sunfury Mage that we've been seeing all of the time. And it's not just that. We're seeing niche picks take the spotlight in certain areas of the dungeon pool, right? Destruction Lock, fantastic pick for Cinderbrew Meadery. Resto Shaman being saved specifically for today because we have Dark Flame Cleft in the pool. I love just the diversity of comps and ideas that the teams are bringing to the table this season. It's fantastic to see.
It is, honestly, and it's so fun seeing some of these just come out. I know we were excited yesterday and this weekend when a bunch of Paladins popped out, seeing some of the other ones to be showcased, and also just hearing how the teams have kind of pushed themselves to learn some of these specs so they can play strategically has been so impressive. But our teams here went ahead and banned out their specs, so we have everything finalized, and that means that today we have a bit of an idea, perhaps, of what they might be doing. So, Dratnos, what is sort of happening here with the spec bans for today's teams?
Yeah, so Zyro mentioned it a little bit, but all of our teams, except for Polish Mountain, have done a little bit of work that wasn't necessary last weekend to save Resto Shaman for today. and Disc Priest, so that they can play Resto Shaman potentially in that Darkflame Cleft, where it might be a little bit better at healing the Candle King. Going to be interesting to see whether Polish Mountain also decide, what they decide to do against that, whether they're just going to make it work with the Disc Priest, or maybe have another pocket healer ready to come in for Darkflame Cleft. Physical God Comp, another huge question mark as well. They, of course, have been playing that Physical God Comp all of yesterday, but 3 of those 5 specs are banned. The ones they decided to save were Mistweaver by playing Resto Shaman in one dungeon yesterday, and Marksmanship Hunter, which they chose to keep by instead losing the other 2 DPS specs. So what do they have in store for us today? I have absolutely no idea.
I know, right? And we had a little bit of foreshadowing over on X. We had a tweet go out from Physical God Comp's Noxiv saying, "What are we playing for tomorrow? It's a secret." And I mean, honestly, I'm curious. I'm interested. They have my attention. Dratos, what do you think is like the wildest thing that they might pull out today?
I mean, the wildest thing. There's a lot of wild things they could do. I think the most likely thing, just on at face value, would be swapping in the other specs of the DPS classes that they got banned. So they banned out their Outlaw Rogue and their Fury Warrior, but they could play Assassination Rogue and Arms Warrior, for instance, and get to kind of keep the expertise and familiarity that those players have on those classes. I'm curious what their tank's going to do, though, because he's been playing Bear on live servers since time immemorial, so maybe busting out the Vengeance Demon Hunter for the first time on broadcast here, or maybe something else entirely.
I love it. I love it. I think they keep us guessing, and I love seeing how they're able to adapt a lot of their own routes and their own play styles to the dungeons we have. But of course, all of the teams are going to be looking to optimize those routes, those strategies, and to bring it home today. And they'll have to do this in our dungeons, which we have here for our Group B finals. And you know, yesterday we talked a lot about which of these dungeons might favor or pose kind of a problem to certain teams, especially with Physical God Comp. So Nagura, what do you think about this pool sort of for our finalists?
Yeah, I do think this is an interesting dungeon pool for today. First of all, Darkflame Cleft is a dungeon where we might want to see those Resto Shamans, but Polish Mountain, they did end up banning that Resto Shaman for their team. So we'll see if what they're going to be playing, and we also see if the Resto Shaman is even the pick for the other teams as well. And then we have Mechagon Workshop and we have Theater of Pain. Both of these dungeons are a lot more linear than the other dungeons that we have in the overall dungeon pool, which usually means that in an MDI setting, these higher seeded teams, they end up hooking a lot more in those dungeons because you're not able to kind of just win by being more efficient and having like a smarter route. If there's only so much trash you can pull, then you kind of have to innovate as much as possible and try to get an edge over the other teams. So I'm definitely looking forward to both Mechagon Workshop and Theater of Pain, and I want to look out for those like small little details that we might see from some of the teams here.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, looking at the way this dungeon pool is shaken out, I wonder what this spells specifically for Physical God Comp and the choices they have to make about their comp today. Because like we talked about, they did ban out the Guardian Druid, so we kind of have to think about what they're going to be playing. Looking at Darkflame Cleft in particular, like Arcane is so powerful in that key, not only for the first boss, but just for a lot of the pulls in that key where you really want to focus down high HP targets. Do we think we could maybe see something like, you know, the melee equivalent of a funnel class? Maybe like a Havoc Demon Hunter, perhaps? That would be pretty cool.
Okay.
Oh, it's the other flavor.
There it is. You're close. You're close. Well, we're going to be coming in here, and of course, we can talk about what we actually see the teams bringing to the table for the first runs. Oh,
Wow.
It's Wux tanking. Wux is tanking,
Yeah.
and Squish is playing
so wow.
Feral. So they
All
just
right,
switch
all right.
roles.
I love this. I mean, Zyro, we're going to have you step off the desk, at least for the start, but everybody's ironic. We'll be back later. But thanks for hanging with us at the start, at least.
Yeah, it's been fun. One final passing thought from me.
Ooh, yes.
I was looking up at Squishvigon's score on live. I think they actually have just as much score on Feral as they have on Tank, so...
Nice.
They
All right,
played a lot of it.
This could bode well. But we'll see you later, Zyro. And Dratnos, I mean, yeah, we've got some interesting swaps that have happened here. What are you thinking as we head into the finals?
Yeah, this is a very exciting swap around for Physical God Comp. So, and it looks like Noxiv is indeed going to be playing Arms there instead of Fury. And then Squish is on Feral Druid instead of Guardian Druid. And Wax has swapped from Outlaw Rogue to Vengeance Demon Hunter. So They've not only made class swaps, they've made role swaps for today as well. And the comp, I mean, it mostly still works, right? They've lost the Outlaw Rogue and gained the Vengeance Demon Hunter, but that doesn't really change the physical, buffs that they have going on. They still have that Mystic Touch from the Monk. They still do a lot of physical damage from their players. And now they actually are buffing their magic damage a little bit as well with Chaos Brand for the small amounts of magic damage that these specs do in addition to the physical. So this should be very fun to see. It looks like we're going to see them entering the Mechagon Workshop first. Holy Method are instead heading over to Darkflame Cleft. Miscount starting things off with a Theater of Pain, and it looks like Polish Mountain also choosing that Darkflame Cleft. Now, we've talked about today as being a group of death. There is no room for error in today, especially because Darkflame Cleft potentially goes all the way up to plus 21. You need to be so efficient with your time. We are starting the keys off at the plus 17 level instead of the plus 16 like we do on the days 1 and 2, so a little bit more time potentially comes from that, but it's very important still to succeed in these early level keys. Some of these dungeons as well, a 2 chest even in the plus 17 level is possible. Darkflame Cleft is definitely one of those, and that is a big difference as well, whether or not the teams are able to do that.
Yeah, the start of the day, of course, also incredibly important for these teams to see if they manage to get those 2 chests, as you mentioned. I did also want to say that Physical Godcom, first of all, they are having some issues. That we do see some deaths coming through for them, so they might have to reset that key and go again, our first reset, really early on in the dungeon, so not too big of a problem, though. But yeah, the start here, very important. And the DFC, as we talked about, potentially being a Resto Shaman dungeon, we don't see the Resto Shamans just yet. Now, Holy Method would potentially have the spec unbanned, so Thanner can play Resto Shaman, while Polish Mountain, on the other hand, does not have the Resto Shaman available. So we'll see that Holy Method potentially might switch to it later on the higher key levels, once we really need that HPS coming through. And right now, stick to that PI for the damage dealers and the damage from the Disc Priest coming in. And yeah, Physical God comp, it's also possible that maybe they play this comp only for Workshop and do something different in other keys. I don't really think so. They might just do this everywhere. But one of the really good things about Vengeance Demon Hunter on that very first pull in Workshop is that your sigil, your silent sigil, is just so good for that first pull, because it's an individual interrupt on every single explosive cast that these tanks are doing. Well, if you use other interrupts, their recast is much quicker. So getting that silent sigil on that first pull is actually really important for that dungeon in particular.
Yeah, effects like Solar Beam and actually Prot Warrior AoE Taunt Interrupt also work pretty well on this section. This is a dungeon where I wouldn't be surprised if some of our other teams think about the Prot Warrior in here as well. When we saw this dungeon last weekend, we did see some Prot Warriors getting used as well, but we are going to have another death coming out for Physical God Comp at the start of this pull. It's one of those rocket barrages. Taking down Squish there. Sometimes when you're a tank main and then you swap to DPS, you have this unfortunate moment of like, wait, that kills you? When an ability hits you that you can just ignore when you are playing your tank.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Squish is going to have to worry about now playing that Feral Druid. But it looks like they might be able to recover this pull still, even with that death on their Feral. They did use their Battle Rest. Actually, no, they didn't actually use their Battle Rest. They even just had him release. Yeah,
Gamers
we
down.
do have 2 more deaths coming through, though. The buffs are very low. They might be able to finish it off.
Nah,
and
they're just going to reset again.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they're resetting, yeah.
Again, it's not that bad, right? We've lost another 2 minutes here. No big deal. By the end of the day, time is going to start feeling pretty tight. But as it looks right now, yeah, they've still got 5 hours, mostly. They've only lost 3 of those minutes. It's all good. Better to have these issues at the start of a dungeon than the end of the dungeon, right? You could have this happen to you 5 times, and it would still be less bad than 1 wipe at the end of a dungeon.
Yeah, very true. So not too bad for Physical God Comp, as Miscount is in that Theater of Pain, already on that on the mini-boss area here, as they are going to be moving to Staff first. They did use their Bloodlust for the very first boss pull, which I don't think there's going to be any team that does that differently. There's not really much else you want to use that Bloodlust on. I guess we did see it like sometimes in like the speed running type MDI that we did before, where you had a huge pull after the first boss coming up, but usually it's just that first boss plus the blood one that you want to use that Bloodlust on. Polish Mountain in that DFC, as we talked about. playing that first boss. This dungeon, I mean, as you said, on higher key levels it can be really difficult, but I do think on the lower key levels, and when I say lower key levels, it's still a 17, which is incredibly high, but I do definitely assume that we're going to be seeing 2 chests here, and if there's issues, like smaller issues from the teams at the start, I assume that we're even going to see resets, even if they would still be able to time the key, but they do want the 2 chests, and therefore resetting, if they have like an early wipe here or there, would probably be something that we can see.
Yeah, it depends on how tight that 2-chest timer is, because, yeah, if you have a little mistake at 5 minutes or something in, and you can reset and then get the 2-chest back, that sort of saves you 30 minutes, right, of not having to do the dungeon on an extra time later in the day. So I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's something that teams will do if they make, a big enough mistake that it's going to cost them the 2-chest. The thing is, though, like it is really scary to pull the trigger on resetting to try and 2-chest, because then what if something goes a little wrong again, right? And you just start throwing more and more time at it, and you can feel pretty foolish if it doesn't work out. But with the level of competition that we're going to see today, I don't think you can afford to do anything else, because if you look at these teams, right, like you have to beat 2 of the other teams, and all 4 of the teams today are so strong. Again, the rule is our top 2 teams at the end of the day are making it to global finals, and our bottom 2 teams are going home, which means 2 excellent teams are getting eliminated at the end of the day. And if you are any of these 4 teams, you just know that you need a almost perfect day to qualify.
Yeah, you definitely will. As Holy Method is doing those candle pulls and not utilizing... It looked like they were... pulling the candles around an area and positioning themselves where they could line of sight the quenching blast, which is the AoE that those wandering candles cast, which you can avoid by line of sighting. But because they're doing the lower key levels, it looks like they're opting to just take the damage and let Thanner heal it and use mitigation to survive it, rather than line of sighting. On a higher key level, because of the way they're positioned, I assume that they are going to be line of sighting those quenching blasts though, but that's something we'll see on like a 19 upwards. But yeah, I mean, if you don't have to line of sight, and if Thanner doesn't lose a lot of DPS from healing those AoEs, then it does make sense to just not lose that downtime from having to go back and forth. Now we do see Thanner going on a little bit of a walk, as he's going to be pulling in those blazing fiends onto the boss that's going to be spawning in just a second, because of that extra arcane damage funnel that they want to enable here.
Yeah, it's a nice little strategy. It also helps with count. When you're doing these very high-level routes in Darkflame Cleft, you often are skipping the trash right before Candle King, so you do need to pick up some extra count elsewhere in the dungeon. This is a nice way to accomplish 2 objectives at once, right? You get some extra count, and you get some extra targets for your Arcane Mage on a boss that otherwise is just pure single target, and that is really valuable. Going from 1 target to 4 is a huge difference for Arcane Mage. Not only is your Arcane Barrage doing more damage, but you also are just getting way more Arcane charges every time you proc an Arcane Orb, and you're proccing more Arcane Orbs, so it is just great news all around.
Yeah, love that for our Arcane Mages in all the groups that we're seeing, except Physical Godcom, not going to be able to utilize that extra funnel there. They did manage to get past that first pull now, though.
Yeah, Physical God Comp actually have a great option on this boss that they're currently fighting. A nice 2-target boss, really good for actually a lot of their DPS players. Arms Warrior, currently on top of the meters for them because of sweeping strikes, letting you just hit 2 targets for pretty much full damage. Now they're both in execute range as well, so just huge damage for Physical God Comp's Arms Warrior on this fight. But the other DPS players are keeping it pretty close as well. Definitely just a very high DPS pull for the Physical God Comp. Should be exciting to see them in the rest of the dungeon.
I would love to get some more information on Wox to see how much he's actually playing that Vengeance Demon Hunter. I mean, I assume that it's not something he just picked up like right then and there. I assume there's some experience. But yeah, I would love to know a little bit more about that. Either way, they are about to finish up that boss as well. It looks like, okay, so Saronic says that he plays it a lot. So that definitely means that Wox is going to be an experienced Vengeance Demon Hunter coming in here. One thing to note though, of course, is even if you're experienced at the spec, it's still, like, it changed, like, switching roles within, like, a tournament, I do think is still very difficult to do, even if you know how to play that other role. It's just so tough because all of a sudden the communication is different, right? usually a tank is calling certain things, and damage dealers are calling different things. And now you have your tank be a damage dealer, and your damage dealer is a tank, and all of a sudden, whoever is shot calling, whoever is making these calls changes, and that can definitely mess with your synergy quite a lot.
Yeah, it could definitely be tough. It's one of those things as well where shot calling is such a... Even if you have somebody who can do it, if they are then on a role they're less familiar with, maybe they don't have the bandwidth to actually handle good shot calling and playing their spec as well. So it's definitely good that Physical God Comp have as much experience as they do on these off roles. Pretty exciting to see them play this today, and I really hope it works out for them. I've been rooting for them all weekend, so it's tough though. They've landed in a really hard group. Missed Count in particular have looked so strong on their day one, so they are making their way now towards Gorechop in this Theater of Pain. This is a dungeon that, actually, I think Physical God Comp have a great comp for Theater of Pain. Arms Warrior, yeah. I don't know if you remember back in, I believe it was Shadowlands TGP, one of the first TGPs that we did. So the first time we had this key pushing format instead of the speedrunning low keys format was in Shadowlands. And there was a team that played Arms Warrior in Theater of Pain back, it was like Dorky's team, Dorky and Growl, and they beat Echo in a weekend, and I think it involved Arms Warrior in Theater of Pain, so it could be a good throwback to that when Physical God Comp get to this dungeon.
I do also think like TGP and Workshop, both of these dungeons are like they involve a lot of like smaller pulls, which I guess potentially could also work with their comp as well, since they do have more cleave and much less like infinite AoE like some of the other teams have. So it might actually work out for them quite well. We'll see. But yeah, it is very interesting how this new spec rule, it has been working out so well, in my opinion, because we saw so many different specs come in already, and it's so exciting to see how the teams play around it and kind of forces them to practice different stuff and show us different kind of comps and show us different routes with it as well. But unfortunately for Physical God Comp, we would love to see them play their main spec and their main characters, right? So it's unfortunately like that bad timing where they compete with that new spec rule added. But still, hopefully, they can make it work with this one, as we did see a death come through for them. Did manage to recover, though, I believe. They have now 2 deaths on the board, one that happened earlier and one now in this trash pack. But let's hope they can continue. As Miscount still on 0 deaths up to Gorechop. And they're speeding through this 17 TGP, actually.
Yeah, looking very good so far. This is another one of those pulls where Arcane Mages are just so happy, not only on top of the overall here, but going to be on top by a lot on Gorechop damage, right? On damage to the boss itself, thanks to all of that free funnel DPS that the trash onto the boss, and then the boss itself spawning these leftovers constantly is just really helping that Arcane Mage damage. So yeah, Miscount looking great in here. The 2 chest in the plus 17 is very much still on the table for them, which could be really good. I mean, the math of the day is you have 5 hours for the day. You are obligated to take 20 minutes of breaks, but you do get to start another key at the end of the day and finish it. So you kind of have about 3 runs in each dungeon, plus maybe a 4th in one of them. That's sort of the amount of time that you have today, which means if we're starting at 17s and you want to get 20s done in these dungeons, you need to be 2-chesting at least some of these 17s, which is quite a difficult thing to do, especially I think in that workshop is going to be a pretty tight timer.
Yeah, I do agree. Workshop might be the toughest one from all of those dungeons we're seeing, but we're going to get a better look at that once some of these runs are going to be completed. Thankfully, the teams decided to go to all 3 different dungeons, so we're going to get a much better idea of those 2 chest timers once they're finishing those. I did also want to compare Polish Mountain a little bit to Holy Method, since both of those teams did decide to go to the Dark Flame Cleft, which means that we have a little bit of a comparison. Now, Polish Mountain looks like they're a little bit behind on Candle King right now, but looking at the percentage, I think that Polish Mountain is slightly ahead, right? They have that 80% enemy forces, while Holy Method has 78%. So that's not a huge difference. And maybe that starting time was also different as well. I'm going to have to look at the boss splits in just a moment. But as long as they 2-chest, I guess it doesn't really matter if they're like slightly slower. But the 2-chest in that DFC in particular, in my opinion, is pretty important.
Yeah, it's very important. It looks like they're both pretty far ahead of the two-chest timer right now, which is good news. This is a pretty scary pull, though, that you can see Holy Method are setting up here. It's basically the entire dark area of Darkflame Cleft. Andy making sure to grab these extra candles, keeping himself alive, and yeah, tagging basically all of the enemies here without a cart anywhere to be seen, and then doubling back, picking up a few from the other side. Andy's health dropping pretty scarily low here, though, before getting back into that cart area. Needing to keep kiting, though, just to stay alive, it looks like.
I think what they're doing here, so they're waiting for the cart to be in the position where they want the cart to be in. Because if there's no mobs within that circle of the cart will just continue moving to that next spot, right? That's why Andy was gathering outside, did pick up the candle, made sure that the cart kept on moving, and now they're gathering up all of this trash onto that area where the cart inevitably stops. Like, this is the end where you have to actually pick up those candles at the end and move on with that RP. So this is like the last moment where they can go, and now they have all of this trash funneling in, and they're gonna be able to just nuke it all down. This is a really tough pull for the tank, though, because as you said, like, he was already dropping low while they were gathering the whole trash, and now there's just so much damage on him if this doesn't die super quickly.
Yeah, these corridor creepers stacking up that dot on him. Only 3 of them, but that is still a lot of damage, especially if there are corpses near them. Those corridor creepers get even larger, even scarier. Luckily, they do have dispels available. Looks like Andy is through most of the danger here. When these shuffling horrors start dying, he's going to want to make sure to move the corridor creepers away from those corpses. You can see a little bit of pre-positioning to make that possible. And actually, some of these creepers are going to even be dying before the horrors, which is really good. So yeah, Holy Method have made it through this pull successfully. Polish Mountain on the same pull right now with the same gather in the same spot here in the dungeon. That's a large corridor creeper, though. Okay, they moved it off the corpses now. Looks like they will also be, for the most part, safe.
Yeah, that looked incredibly scary there for just a moment. Let's see if they can manage to get the rest of this trash done. We do see that the tank starts to kite a little bit, continuing to use those triangle markers that they put onto the floor whenever they start kiting to indicate which positions they're going to be stepping in to make sure that any kind of AoE that needs to be dropped on the floor can be positioned there. So very nicely done by Polish Mountain, utilizing that marker tech that we've seen Wunderbar do on the first weekend. And now there they are. They just have to finish off those 2 horrors and then they can move on. So really nicely done as well for Polish Mountain, also executing the pull. As Physical Godcomp did have another death come through on their Mistweaver, unfortunately. And they did ramp up a few deaths now, which I think that Physical Godcomp is going to have a really rough time to chesting this workshop, as we talked about it being one of the most difficult dungeons to get the 2 chests in on a 17. So we'll see if they maybe they're just happy to get the time here in the 17.
Yeah, definitely looking a little sketchy on the timer already. We did see the replay here of that anti-personnel squirrel taking out their healer. Very dangerous ability if you stand in that circle. Sometimes it can be hard to avoid if there's other stuff going on as well. So Physical Godcomp on those 3 deaths on the board now. That's minus 45 seconds. That's quite a price to pay, given how close that 2-chest timer in this workshop might be. So we'll see at the end of the run. There are ways you can speed it up, even with an Arms Warrior. You can taunt King Mechagon in Phase 1 and reflect those Phase Blast back at him. So if you do that every 25 seconds, you can get a lot of free DPS on that boss. I'm curious to see if they'll go for that. It is scary.
And that's very interesting. We'll see if they're going to be able to utilize that. Miscount now on Coulter Rock, and they are almost done with their trash. The last of the enemy forces they're probably going to be getting is the triple trash pack right in front of Mordretha. And some teams also opted to leave some of these smaller ads that are in this corridor at the start of this wing that they're in right now. They leave them there, and then they pull them onto Coulter Rock to make sure they get that extra funnel. But it doesn't look like Miscount did leave any of those essences alive. So they're just going to be getting the funnel off of the mirror images that this boss creates.
Yeah, it's interesting positioning. You just want to make sure your mage is standing behind those mobs so that your arcane orbs pass through them. You get all those extra free charges and spam out some extra barrages. It's a really fun experience. If you haven't played Arcane Mage, let me tell you, this is the season to do it. It's really fun, and if you were intimidated by it in previous expansions, there's been a lot of the complexity of the spec has been toned down. I played it a little bit back in Dragonflight, and you had to do I gotta put up my Nether Tempest and do all this work before I can start doing damage, and if I mess that up, it's bad. This time around, it's much simpler. You can basically just you hit Arcane Surge, you hit Touch of the Magi, and you go, and it's so much fun.
Sure it is. One thing I did want to talk about that miscounted really nicely here is that whenever those images do spawn on you, whenever you have that marker on everyone's head, then they will always spawn behind you at the furthest point away, which some people think that they have to move all the way to the edge, but that's actually not true. You can just be wherever, you can be closer to a boss and it will still spawn behind you, directly behind you on the edge. But sometimes if you're too close to the boss, then the angle doesn't quite work out and the edge will spawn a little bit to the side. So what you want to do here, if you're a melee player, just make sure you go max melee range, and then you're going to be sure that your mirror images does spawn directly behind you all the way at the wall, and you can stack them up much nicer.
Yeah, they do have access to Ursul's Vortex, Typhoon, Sigil of Chains, Death Grips if something goes a little wrong with that. But it's really nice to just have them spawn in the correct spot every time. So you can see that was exactly how they're handling that. Holy Method, though, are going to stop the clock in their Darkflame Cleft. Polish Mountain not far behind either. Both teams minutes ahead of the 2-chest timer in this dungeon. So really well played by them. And I'm curious if Holy Method are going to swap to the Resto Shaman as that key level goes up in here, or if they're just going to make it work with the Disc Priest. We talked about Resto Shaman as an option that Holy Method have saved for today, thinking that it would be for the high-level Candle Kings, because that boss is just such an incredible HPS check. But both teams made it look pretty easy, at least at the plus 17 level with their Disc Priests. Maybe they will just keep that going. I mean, Polish Mountain have less of a choice as they have no access to Resto Shaman today, thanks to the spec variety rule. It is banned out for them, but they are going to put this key on the board as well. So 2 teams with a plus 17 on the board, both with a 2-chest, Miscount nearing the end of their Theater of Pain as well, and Physical God Comp in the middle back part of this workshop. They had to reset this dungeon twice. The timer here for the 2-chest, they still have a decent amount of time before it's over, and they will be able to skip some of the trash at the end. Ooh, dangerous cutter beam here. Oh, you can see that dot on Banchers. Turtle's going to come out, as is Life Cocoon. Cocoon is going to be eaten through now, and unfortunately that dot will go through Turtle as well. But somehow, they're going to be able to keep Banchers alive. Physical God Comp avoiding another death in this dungeon where they have 3 already.
Yeah, let's hope they can continue on to have a clean run here at 17 Workshop. There's one thing I did want to mention, that both Holy Method and Polish Mountain were pretty far ahead from the 2-chest timer, right? Which means that it's definitely not going to be the toughest dungeon to get the 2-chest in for the other teams either. But Holy Method was so far ahead from the 2-chest timer, it almost makes me believe that it might be possible to 2-chest in 19, which would be absolutely crazy, but I think they were like 4 minutes. Almost 4 minutes.
I think the possibility is there as well. It's going to be very tight, but Holy Method, I believe, are going to go for it in this Darkflame Cleft. Because, yeah, I mean, the key level goes up by 2. The mobs are gaining 20%-ish more health and damage, but a lot of your time in Darkflame Cleft is spent running from one point to another, so that isn't actually going to take longer on the higher key level. So in some ways, this is a key that doesn't get as much longer with each added key level as some of the other dungeons do.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see if Holy Method can actually execute that. And I think that might potentially also be the reason why we do see Holy Method in Darkflame Cleft first, because one of the things that these teams focus on, usually when it comes to this format here, is they want to make sure that the key that goes to the highest level is the dungeon that they focus on the most because of the tiebreakers, right? The first tiebreaker rule, if you have the same score than another team, then the highest key level counts, right? That makes you win. So if there's a dungeon that goes up higher than the other dungeons, then usually they want to focus on practicing that one the most and want to make sure that they get it to that highest level to not lose out on those tiebreakers. And if they think that DFC can go up to 21, then it would make a lot of sense to start out in that dungeon, make sure you get the 21 done, if it's possible, if they can get the 2 chests here in 19, and then move on. I would love to see that, but yeah, obviously a 21 DFC would be very hard to execute. That would be something that they would maybe leave for the like end of the day. I think 2 chests here in 19 and then moving on would be the best course of action if they can 2 chests, which I would still be very impressed by.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about getting out of today, though, I kind of think you might need that 21 Dark Flame Cleft to actually be one of our top 2 teams at the end of the day. Just looking across the field here, all of these teams are so strong, and if a few of them get that 21 Dark Flame Cleft, that will be the tiebreaker over any teams that don't if they reach the same point total. So I think it might be a worthwhile use of your time. It's just, you know, it's one of those things where if it's early in the day and you don't manage to do it, you lose a lot of time. But if it's late in the day and you don't manage to do it, you're also not going to make it through to the global finals. So I don't know. I mean, this is one of the things with the group being as brutal as it is, with all the 4 teams in our Sunday being as strong as they are. You just have so few options for, there's no room for just not being able to do a key, I don't think.
Yeah, and one more thing to note is that they don't have to care about the spec rule anymore. Of course, they care because they can't play some of the specs, right? But they don't have to worry about what they're playing, what is going to be banned. So that means that they can approach the day a little bit differently as well. Something that we saw a lot of the teams do that played around the spec rule a lot, they made sure to leave the highest keys for the end of the day, because that's the keys they wanted to play the meta comp in. And unfortunately, Physical God comp didn't quite manage to reset it fast enough to get some AoE through, but now did actually manage to get the Shadow Melt in, and the boss is full. They have 3 minutes left here for a 2 chest timer, which I do think that might be a little bit too tight for them, unless we can see some of this spell reflect tech that we've been talking about potentially.
Yeah, I'll be looking out for it. I mean, it's a scary thing to do, taunting a boss, because if you don't time it properly, you do just die. Which is not good. It looks like Reflect's just going to be used for damage reduction against this Mega Zap instead, so it's all good. It's not something you need to do on this fight by any stretch, but I do think that the 3 minutes and 15 seconds here is going to be... I mean, it's a plus 17, so the bosses aren't going to take as long as they will at the higher key levels, but this is a long boss fight. This is a boss fight that takes, 4 or 5 minutes potentially, even at this key level. I mean, they have a lot of single target DPS. Banchers is in that Dark Ranger build instead of the Sentinel build, so that's a little bit more single target DPS. You can see the MM Hunter was already pretty high on those meters, so maybe they can squeeze it out, but I do think they might be playing just for the 1 chest in that dungeon. So, I don't know, it remains to be seen what the other teams are able to do in Workshop. I do think that is the hardest 17 to 2 chest, so something to be looking out for. Miscount have 2 chests at the 17 theater as well, for anybody that was wondering what the state of our other teams were. They've also headed straight back into the same dungeon, so all 3 of our other teams that aren't Physical God Comp successfully 2-chested and then are now in the 19s of the dungeons right now.
And even in the 19, we can see the teams, or at least Holy Method here, not line of sighting, the Quenching Blast, just Thenner making sure he heals through that, using his bubble here to make sure they can survive those back-to-back AoEs coming through from those 3 candles that they had pulled. They did finish off one of them by focusing it down, but still have 2 to deal with. And yeah, there's just a lot of damage coming through on these pulls here. Not utilizing the line of sight definitely is going to increase that by quite a bit. But yeah, as we talked about, the potential of 2-chesting here means that they also want to maximize damage as much as possible. And as long as it's healable, just heal it, Thenner.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing with a Disc Priest as well, they kind of are just healing, already. I guess with Oracle, it's a little bit less true. There's a little bit more, healer globals that they'll have to do here, but a lot of their damage rotation also is just going to heal if they throw in 1 Power Word Radiance, so, just heal. Makes sense. Here's that Radiance you can see comes out, and then the Dark Reprimand basically tops everybody after one of those Quenching Blasts, so a little bit of defensive use from your DPS players as well, and it's pretty much all taken care of.
Yep, and then we'll see Thenner in just a moment moving off to the side, getting those extra trash mobs in that they didn't pull in the previous pull, making sure they get that extra funnel onto the boss. And that will happen once the Quenching Blasts are not going to be too big of a danger anymore. There it is. Then they're going on a little bit of a walk while the rest of the team finishes off that pool. And yeah, Blaziken also a boss that can get more dangerous the higher key level is. But if you play it perfectly, like they will very likely do, it shouldn't be too big of a problem compared to something like the Candle King that we see later on. And yeah, Miscount, we haven't talked about them too much. They're the only team in that TOP, in Theater of Pain. And they two-chested the 17 pretty easily. Didn't look like it was very close for them. And they also do go to this staff area first. So that is something that we saw some teams do last weekend as well and previously. But yeah, still a lot of different routes for TOP. A lot of teams deciding to do different things depending on what they value their bloodlust for the most.
Yeah, that's the main value you're getting out of changing your order here, right? It's just manipulating where you have that bloodlust available. Not an awful lot of other, time save for going one direction over the other, but the Zav first has sort of emerged as the most common way to do this. I like the way that the teams are handling this mini-boss as well, just staying nice and tightly stacked, spawning all those swords on top of each other, rather than all over the place, which is what happens in my runs in this dungeon, becomes a very lethal mechanic.
Yeah, same.
All right, so we can see that Physical God Comp have, unfortunately, they're going to end up being about a minute slower than that 2-chest timer here in the workshop, which means it was possible, right? They have 3 deaths on the board. A perfect run from them would have barely 2-chested in there, but alas, it's just the 1 chest. So they're going to have to decide whether they want to come back in the plus 18 workshop or whether one of the other dungeons is where they want to head next. We know that the other teams have all successfully 2-chested, but those were the other dungeons. I do think Workshop is probably the tightest timer at the plus 17 key level.
Yeah, I think so as well. We'll see where they're going. Looks like they're going back to that Workshop. Well, Miscount here is doing that Captain pull that did skip past the mini-boss by utilizing that roar from their Moonkin, making sure they get that extra speed to not get in combat with the mini-boss while that RP is happening. And they are pulling that Captain pull, which this Captain pull can cause a lot of issues on hierarchies, as first of all, the champion does apply this damage reduction aura, the AoE damage reduction aura, to the rest of the mobs around. And that wouldn't be the biggest issue if you wouldn't have Arbalists in there. And the Arbalists are very scary mobs because they are shooting players, putting bleeds on players left and right, which can just do so much damage on top of the rest of AoE that is happening there on this pack. So usually you want to try and kill those Arbalists as fast as possible, but because of the champion there, you are kind of forced to finish off that champion first because of that damage reduction aura, and then it just takes you quite a while. On hierarchies, sometimes we do see the CC come through on one of the Arbalists, but those teams on a 19 not doing that just yet. And of course, that will slow you down a little bit. Even with the aura on the mobs, you would still, of course, lose some damage on those Arbalists if you hard CC them.
Yeah, it's a dangerous pull for sure. It's one of those spots where you're sort of choosing between how much efficiency you can sacrifice to try and gain a little bit more safety on a pull like that. But at this plus 19 key level, I think there is enough wiggle room in the key that the teams could kind of choose whichever option they want, and it'll probably be okay either way. I am curious to see what they'll decide to do if they come in here on the plus 20, which I think Theater plus 20 probably is another one of those keys that just has to get done if you want to qualify for global finals. Like, look at how well all of our teams are doing. Only 2 spots at the end of the day here. There's no room for weakness in any of these dungeons.
Yeah, definitely not. It's going to be crazy to see how high those keys are going to be going at the end of the day. We do have Holy Method now. Moving on to finish off Blaziken. They did not use their Bloodlust, as it did come up at some point during the boss fight, but they ended up holding on to it. And we can also see Thanner moving ahead already, leaving the group, doing something else. Not sure, maybe just already doing that skip up to the boss, or just setting up some other trash pull that they maybe want to do on top of the Candle King as well to get some funnel in. We'll see what they're going to be doing here. But yeah, it does make sense to save that Bloodlust for the Candle King. We did talk about how difficult it is. And yeah, there we go. Thanner just did move ahead to get the grip on Fragments there on the DK, who has a little bit of a harder time making it up that skip and those stairs compared to the other classes.
All right, here comes the Lust. They have actually not all of their offensive CDs are going to line up with this Lust. We're not going to have the Power Infusion, notably, but pretty much everything else is going to get a use during this Lust. And then that Power Infusion might get used defensively. Oftentimes when we think about Bloodlust, you want to just multiply it with all of your offensive cooldowns. But on a fight like Candle King, where a lot of the difficulty is on your healer, you may actually be looking at Power Infusion as a healer cooldown, and you might want to instead use it when Lust is down, just to try and make sure that you have coverage at a point in the fight where you otherwise don't have much in the way of healer cooldowns and defensive. So this is definitely going to be an interesting fight to watch exactly how Holy Method handle it. It is a very scary fight. You can already see Thanner nearing that 3 million HPS mark, and they're not even deep into the fight, not even at that 50% mark yet. You can see Wexy dropping so low. Not only is the damage intense, there are also huge healing absorbs being placed on these players as well. Now the Power Infusion is ready. It's going to line up with a Dark Transformation, but not with an Unholy Assault, so hopefully mostly going to be getting good healer value out of this as well.
Yeah, there's some small optimizations I see them do here in this boss fight. First of all, they are making sure that they interrupt that paranoia, that fear at the very last second, making sure, of course, well, just as a second.
Except for that time, yeah.
Yeah, but all of the other times. So this time they actually did interrupt it fast for a reason, because they wanted to position the boss for the pickaxe, right? Like, this is actually something that I wanted to mention as the second thing they're optimizing here. They're making sure that the Candle King is positioned in a way that the person that gets fixated by that throw axe that needs to get pointed into one of the mirror images, that one is actually close enough to the boss. So in case it is on like a further away player, or it's on melee, that they can always position it into it without having to worry about it. Without you having to worry about that projectile being thrown through half the room, right? So that's a little bit of a positioning thing they can do here, as well as a tank. And then on top of that, as I said earlier, they are interrupting the cast as late as possible whenever they don't have to reposition the boss, to make sure that the boss doesn't cast any of those other spells that he would usually do if not casting that.
Yeah, it looks like their plan is early kick the Paranoid Mind, move the boss for the pickaxe, and then late kick the next Paranoid Mind. And that seems to be working out pretty well for them right now. Over 3 million HPS out of Thanner so far, as they're nearing the end of this fight. But yeah, this is... I mean, they're doing a good job of making this not look anywhere near as scary as it is. This is such a difficult encounter on your survivability side of things, but with good use of things like Anti-Magic Shell, you can make life so much easier for your healer here. Good use of those other defensives as well. You can see Wildy actually, a bunch of defenses available. The Mass Barrier is going to come out here before that hit, and that's going to go a long way as well. So Holy Method, just a little bit left on the boss. Another Power Infusion comes up. This time it's going on the Arcane Mage on the Surge rather than on the Unholy DK, who doesn't have cooldowns for a little bit here. So a little bit of moving around the Power Infusion. Really nicely planned out strategy for taking care of this boss. Holy Method look really strong right now.
Yeah, they look so incredibly good. We do have Polish Mountain also on that Candle King on their plus 19 run that they're doing currently. They're also up to 0 deaths as well, so also looking really, really good. They are they did start the dungeon a little bit later, so they are still looking good on time as well, as they're down to 37%. And they look like they also are doing that boss very methodically. But some of the statues here have been spawned a little bit further back, and you can see that they're covered in those puddles, which means it's somebody. Okay, there we go. Oh, we do see Wexy go down for Holy Method to one of the creepers here.
Yeah, we see this pull getting gathered, and it always looks so good, but you gotta remember, this is a really hard setup to actually do. A lot of ways for things to potentially go wrong, and one of those happened there. Andy now gonna get a stack of this dot as well. Shouldn't be too lethal at just the one stack, but he needs to be very careful. Running out of charges of that Infernal Strike as he loops around. They sort of do this figure 8 path where comes around the other side and then goes around some of these pillars in the middle and then is going to go back towards the front of the room, rejoining everybody. Ooh, looks like some threat, though, is maybe going on Wexy. I see some mobs running not towards Andy. He's going to throw some glaives, try and make sure to pick those up.
There's also one of these smaller ads, the Skittering Darkness, was actually walking through the card, which meant that the card didn't actually move anymore, which slows them down quite a bit. You can see the trash is now here, but the card isn't yet, because that mob was in that circle for a little while. They managed to move the card up now, and everything should be gathered nice and clean, and they can start AoEing down this pack. But because it took a little bit longer, it means that Andy is also going to have to tank this longer, and hopefully he's going to be able to keep this up, because we talked about this earlier, there's just so much damage on the tank here if this doesn't die quickly.
All right, we have some cool tech from Physical God Comp on the first boss of Mechagon Workshop. So there's a mob you can bring down to join the fight by slamming into the correct spot in the wall. You can see there the moon marker on Deuce Mega Buffer. And Ortimist actually taunts this out from the boss so that it doesn't get hit by the hammer here that's going to slam down, so that it doesn't get stunned and killed off here, which means they're able to preserve 3 targets. Now, 3 targets versus 2 isn't a big deal for most people. It's a huge deal for Marksmanship Hunter. You do no damage on 2 targets unless you talent specifically for it, which you can't in M+, because then you'd be giving up all your AoE. But on 3 targets, you get your trick shots effect, where your multi-shot lets your aim shot and your rapid fire cleave, and that's way more 2-target damage. So a 3rd target really increases Banshers' damage to the second boss here. So really important that they're able to preserve that achievement mob there, Deuce Mega Buffer. Cool tech out of Physical God Comp.
This is very nice. We do also see this be done with their Arcane Mage as well, but I guess it has quite a bit more value for that marksmanship. Well, I don't want to say more value, but overall,
it's way more important, yeah.
Yeah, it's way more important for the Hunter.
Arcane, going from 2 targets to 3 targets is like, oh, nice. But it's, a step up, right? Going from 3 to 4 is also nice. Going from 4 to 5 is even nicer as well. Whereas Marksmanship Hunter, there's like a binary cutoff between 1 or 2 targets and 3 or more targets, where they either get to cleave or they don't. Trick shots either works or it doesn't.
Yeah, very nice to see Physical God Comp optimizing that, and also having the taunt out and making sure it doesn't go down. Really, really nicely done by them. Miscount now. We do have a death here from Verb. Their DK does go down. They have a Battle Rust available, so they can get him back up. Not the end of the world here, but hopefully they can recover, as some of these leftovers are still pretty high HP, and we're gonna get the next set spawning in just a moment. Yeah, Gorchop definitely can be a very deadly boss. These leftovers do quite a bit of damage on each jump, especially on those cloth players, as it is physical damage as well. But Miscount so far played so well that this is the only death that they had so far today, in fact. As soon as we switched the camera to them, they went so unnoticed, right? We talked so much about Darkblade Cleft, we talked about the Physical God Comp, and Miscount was just kind of like doing their thing, and just vibing, and just played perfectly in this dungeon up until we looked at them, and then they stumbled and had this one death come through. But of course, still looking very good in their dungeon here. Yeah,
Hearthjax actually got hooked as well there, but luckily is playing Dwarf, so was able to just stone form off the otherwise lethal bleed that getting hooked leaves behind on you. So Miscount, a couple of hiccups, but still looking solid. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp about to make it here to the boss. Now, they don't have a Mass Dispel or an Imp Dispel for all these extra dog dots. They do have a Revival available, but it's not currently off CD. So these Junkyard Dogs are pretty scary enemies. Each of those jumps doing a lot of damage, putting some nasty dots on their group. Yeah, Revival's going to be up in 10, but we're not going to get there. We're not going to need it either. We're just going into boss. Life Cocoon is going to come out on our Druid, which should mean that the Dispel that we have to do on our tank in a second here hopefully won't just straight up kill our Druid. Yeah, there we go. Bang! Look at the damage off of that Dispel on everybody else. That is so scary.
Yeah, that Dispel, especially in those high key levels, definitely will have to be mitigated. And now we do see them hide behind this box. You can actually, I do think you can still attack through it. You can't cast through it, but I do think some classes can actually still attack through it, right? With the longer melee ranges if you move the boss to the correct spot. So that's actually also pretty nice for the Physical God Comp in comparison to those 2 ranged DPS that the other comp is playing. We do see a skip come out as well by Ventures there on the Hunter, avoiding the 2nd and 3rd leap from the boss, which is something that isn't as consistent anymore as it used to be with Shadow Melt, but that full combat drop still allows you to have the jump be interrupted by Cujo.
Yeah, Feign Death has a different timing than other abilities, but if you're a Hunter main, you'll learn that timing and you can get it consistent. It's just if you're not a Hunter main and you try and press it the same time you'd press Meld, it does not work. Here you can see the Hunter unfortunately not targeted, so those leaps are going to go on the rest of the players. It's not lethal, but it is some extra healing that's going to need to get done, and some damage loss as those melee players had to get out of melee with the boss. But yeah, you can see they're just giving this ability full respect, just hiding behind this crate, not taking any chances with getting hit by a one-shot level of damage from those venting flames. Physical God Comp looking great in this plus 18. A couple of hiccups in the plus 17, but they are on 0 deaths at this key level, so things going much better for them.
Yep, definitely doing much better this time around. And we do see Holy Method now on the last boss on the Darkness. And looking at the 2-chest timer, 1 minute 30 left.
They're going to do it.
10% of the boss. They can totally do this. This is going to be so interesting to see. Polish Mountain also on the Darkness as well on their run. And I think they also have the time to 2-chest. This is still going to be a little bit close for both of the teams. So let's see if they have the damage, as Bloodlust and most of their cooldowns did just run out. So the boss is going to drop a little bit slower here. But I think they can do it.
Yeah, Holy Method looking solid
There we
here.
go.
More than a minute on the clock as well. Polish Mountain also on this boss. Going to be very interesting to watch whether that 2-chest comes true for them as well. They are definitely also looking in range for a 2-chest in this plus 19, which is a big deal. That's going to give these teams access to the plus 21. I'm curious if Holy Method, yep, they're zoning right back in there, so they're going to just fire off this plus 21. Looks like with the Disc Priest as well, not using that Resto Shaman that we thought they maybe would in this dungeon. But yeah, Polish Mountain, 1 minute and 41 seconds left on this 2-chest timer, making short work of the Darkness also in that 2-chest range.
This is amazing seeing these two just burn this down here just within moments of each other. But we're going to have a swap here on the desk as we watch it all unfold. So Dratnos, we'll let you go for now. Stick around though, because we'll have you back later.
All right.
All right.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks. And we'll see Zyro coming in. So Zyro, obviously, we are starting things off. We are getting those initial pushes up on the board as we look at our keys. What do you think in seeing all of this at the start of the day?
I've been dealing with some stuff, so to come back and hear Dratno say, yeah, they're just going to go right back into the 21, must have been things that have been going pretty good for Holy Method and the Dark Flame Cleft. I'm really interested to see how quickly they can get this 21 done, because, I mean, the key levels scale pretty insane once you get to this key level, so tiny little things like just a throw rock cast from a mole herd can instantly one-shot one of their players, like we just saw for Holy Method on this very first pull Thinner went down. So we'll see how consistent they can get in the first section of the key here. Miscount, though, making quick work of this 19 as well. 6 minutes left on the 2-chest timer. I don't think that's going to be possible with 2 bosses left, but still plenty of time on the 1-chest, Nagura.
Yeah, for sure. I do also want to give you a quick rundown since you have been dealing with some things, and I'm sure there's also people in the audience that are watching that did tune in a little bit late. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a TLDR on what happened. Physical God Comp, though, they do have 2 deaths. As they are in that 18 workshop, they might be able to recover this. This is at the end of their pool, so I do think they can just get the out of combat rest up here on their healer and continue. They are doing this event though, which means they're going to be in combat in just a moment. Let's hope they can get that out of combat rest up. The revive is being casted by Squish. Did not manage to get it up. There we go. The battle rest needs to be committed, but they can continue.
Unlucky. So, -1 battle res for Physical God Comp. We'll see if that has any ramifications for them as they get to probably what's going to be the most difficult pull of the dungeon in that Machinist Garden area, coming up pretty soon. Have we seen any interesting routing in the workshop at all, Nagura, or are they doing more of a stock standard route where they just pull just 2 units at the start of the dungeon?
So it definitely seems pretty standard for Physical God Comp. So they did have a few... So they actually had to reset their 17 key twice at the very start, because they ended up wiping on that first trash pull, but not too much issues after that. And then we didn't see anything like super crazy. We did see a little bit of attack where they were pulling that achievement mob onto the first boss, making sure that Ventures does get the third target for its trick shots, which was really cool. And outside of that, I haven't paid attention to what they're skipping. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I remember now. They did skip the last pack plus the 2 mobs that stand in front of the last boss. So the double pack they skipped, which is something that we saw a lot last weekend as well.
I know there's some routing that you can do in this dungeon that's a little bit off meta, but is good if you have like a warlock or people are playing Void Elf in your group, where you can actually skip this particular mob. This is just a large single target mob that takes quite a bit of time, so if you can skip it by pulling something earlier on in the dungeon, like maybe one of those extra units, and just AoE it down with some extra trash, it can be pretty valuable, but I don't think that they have that available to the comp that they're running right now. Maybe that's something we could see from one of our other teams later on today if they opt to go for that. But I would be surprised to see it, especially at the highest level. You know, it is an option, though. Warlock is actually quite powerful in this key, and I think it's a little bit slept on here.
I do think some, or a lot of the teams have gotten their Warlock banned, though, right? Considering that they were playing it on Friday and Saturday.
That's true.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, it's true. Actually, good point. Yeah, Destro has been banned, yeah. I guess they do have the option to play Warlock here. Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Demo is quite powerful in this key.
Yeah. I do also want to focus a little bit... I know we have seen a lot of Dark Flame Cleft already today, but the fact that they went into the 21, both Polish Mountain and Holy Method, I do just want to look at that, because the 21 key is probably going to be the highest key level we will see today. So to see that so early in the day, before even the first hour is over, is incredible. So I definitely want to see if Holy Method and Polish Mountain can do this run here. It's super difficult. It can't be overstated how hard a 21 DFC is, especially those later boss fights like the Candle King, for example. There's going to be so much HPS that Thenner will have to do.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, you know, as much as we talked about the Resto Shaman being something that teams were considering saving for this key in particular, Holy Method, they have it available to them, but they're just sticking with the Disc Priest. Thenner's comfortable healing the Candle King on this character. We've seen it done before. We'll see if they can do it again here. Now, of course, on this key level, every single one of these minecarts is a struggle to get through. Look at that minecart. Only about a second and a half left on that underhanded tactics cast, but they're able to finish it off. Every single one of those is going to be very difficult. Now, that was the Arcane Surge on that particular minecart. Let's see what they have available for the next one. Should be the DK cooldowns that are actually being saved at this point from fragments in order to be able to cleave down that next minecart. And you can see they're doing a good job of making sure they have a set of cooldowns available for every single one of those.
Yeah, they are doing a good job here. We do see the Fix it on Thenner, which is, I guess, nice for the team here, as another charge is coming through in Wexy. In the meantime, as we were looking at this boss here for Holy Method, we did see a death for Physical God Comp. Ooh. As their Feral did go down, did manage to rest him back up, but Holy Method looks like they might be having a full wipe here, as they don't have any battle rushes available in both Thenner, and while they do go down, that means they're going to be resetting. Polish Mountain, on the other hand, didn't quite manage to reach the boss just yet, so we'll see if they are going to be able to surpass Holy Method here if they one-shot this 21.
Yeah, I mean, this first section of the dungeon is extremely volatile, right? If you're not on top of the mole herds, you get a rock tossed at you a couple extra times, you have a flashpoint debuff on you whenever one of the overpowering roars goes out. A lot of things could very easily take out one of your players in the first couple of trash pulls of this dungeon. That's why we see so many teams skip past a lot of this trash. You just don't want to deal with as much of it as possible. And they're also, Polish Mountain, saving the Bloodlust specifically for old Waxbeard here. They really want to make sure they kill this boss off as quickly as possible. They want to deal with as few of these minecarts as possible. Just burst down the boss. Here we're going to see for this very first minecart, they're going to have the Arcane Surge, so a lot of cleave damage going to go out on this cart. We might not even see a single targeted ability on it. They might just be able to cleave it down with the Arcane Mage damage here.
Yeah, I think so as well. We do see the boss dropping quite a bit still while this cart is up, so definitely have been funneling a lot of the damage into the boss. And yeah, this boss in particular, I wanted to say that it's probably one of the easiest ones, but then we just saw Holy Method wipe to it. There are, of course, things that can go wrong if the wrong people get fixated that don't really have much movement available at the moment, or they don't have any kind of CC to deal with those ads. That debuff, that bleed, is ramping up quite fast, and actually does quite a lot of damage as well. So that can be an issue. And then, of course, those ads rocking all over the place, depending on where the minecarts spawn. But so far, Polish Mountain doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, so this fight is actually really interesting. The fixate, as long as it goes on somebody that's not your healer, I think you're pretty okay with it, right? The problem is that Priest doesn't have a bunch of movement tools, and they really don't want to move around. They want to stand still and cast to keep everyone alive as much as possible, so they really need to save all of their CC abilities for when their healer gets fixated. The mage, they can blink around. They have a lot of personal CC through Frost Nova, Supernova, Blast Wave that they can really get those ads off of them with. I think as long as they're saving their major CCs and slows for when the healer gets fixated, they should be fine. You can see, though, sitting on that Arcane Surge for when this minecart spawns, and it should get cleaved down very, very quickly with that Surge, with those cooldowns from the group. They are going to have to focus it a little bit, though. This is no PI, no Lust, but I think they're going to be able to get it down. Yeah, that Touch of the Magi explosion will be finishing off the minecart here, but you can see these mobs stayed alive quite a long time. They have quite a bit of stacks on Raft there. 30 stacks of the dodgy weapon debuff onto Raft there. Does get a reset, though, and it's going to be okay. This is still a scary fight, even though it might be one of the easiest ones in the dungeon. That 21 key level scaling definitely coming into play for our teams.
Definitely does. Miscount about to finish up more Dratha on their plus 19 TOP. Looking very clean. Still only that one death that we saw earlier while we were watching them. So hopefully they don't have another one now that they're in the big screen. But I don't think so, as that boss is about to go down. The Bloodlust is still running as well, as it just came up. And they're going to be nuking this boss in no time. In the meantime, Physical God Comp did have some problems on that third boss in their workshop. They did have Squish go down again, and their Warrior too. And they only had one Battle Res available. The boss was really low though, so they ended up using that Battle Res on their Feral Druid and ended up finishing off the boss. Their timer might be getting potentially a little bit sketchy, but I think they're still fine. They're going to be doing that double skip as I talked about earlier, and then we'll reassess the timer once they reach that last boss. Yeah, we talked about how long King Mechagon can potentially take.
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay on the timer, right? They have the one trash pull that's probably going to take about a minute and a half or 2 minutes. If we can get this skip to the third boss, I think they're going to be okay. Let's see what happened here on Old Waxbeard for
they wiped
Polish
the
Mountain.
cards.
Yeah, this card is not dying. Let's look at the cooldowns they had available. Yeah, there was nothing up for here. No Incarn Charge,
so close.
no Unholy Assault, no Surge. They had to fully focus that one down. That's going to be something we're going to have to keep an eye on for the teams here. Do they have one particular difficult minecart that they have to make sure everyone is hard focusing? Because you kind of, like we were talking about, you kind of had this. You have the CDs staggered throughout the fight to make sure you have some form of big damage, whether it be the Unholy Assault, Dark Transformation, whether it be the Arcane Surge or an Incarn Charge. It looked like for that one in particular, they just didn't have anything available for it.
It was so heartbreaking too, because it looked like they managed to create some damage out of thin air there at the very end, just bursting down that card quite a bit. And it looked like it exploded when it was maybe like 5% or less HP left. So very unfortunate for Polish Mountain, having to reset that dungeon once. But again, this is a 21 key. This is the highest key level, presumably, that we're going to be seeing overall today. So I do think that wiping once on the first boss is definitely excusable, as it also did happen to Holy Method as well previously. They're already back, though, at that boss. And I do want to say one thing here, is that Polish Mountain, even though they pretty much had the same thing happen within DFC, so they two-chested the 17 without resetting the key once, two-chesting the 19 as well, even being 5 seconds faster in the 19 compared to Holy Method, and then both of them wiping in the first boss, but there's still a pretty big time difference between Holy Method and Polish Mountain being later, because it took them quite a while, I guess, between dungeon runs. So Holy Method just really optimizing how fast they go from one dungeon to the next, while Polish Mountain taking some time, which is noticeable now.
Good melt skip there from Walks on the Demon Hunter, like we talked about. He's been playing that quite a bit. Lots of practice, not just something they decided to play on a whim today. 6.5 minutes for King Mechagon on 18. They should be totally fine on the timer, as long as nothing goes wrong for them here. But I do want to check back in with Holy Method here on the 21 Old Waxbeard, and let's see what the plan is for some of these minecarts. That was the DK cooldowns they just used to kill off that one. They have an Incarn Charge available for the next one, and I think the Arcane Surge actually will come back off cooldown with the boss and execute, so the next minecart shouldn't be that big of an issue for their team. But again, it's just about making sure you keep these ads under control. Let's see if Holy Method can get through Old Waxbeard, be the first of our teams to get through the boss today, and make their way through to a good attempt at this 21 Dark Flame Clef. But look at the stacks start to build up. Just 6 stacks on Wildy, and he dropped to half HP. He's going to have to get a little bit of help from Thander there to keep himself topped up. This is the Power Infusion, Arcane Surge, plus Incarn being used. Yeah, this minecart's going to be no issue for the team to blast through, and they might even be able to finish off the boss before the next minecart comes out.
Yeah, I think so as well. They might be able to do that. The boss is down to 7% now. We did see Wildy using those defensives, making sure it doesn't go down to those stacks, to those bleeds, but everyone going up quite high. There we go. The boss does go down. Holy Method, the first team, as you said, to finish this boss off on the 21. So we'll see if Polish Mountain can follow suit in just a moment once they reach that boss. But now, another dangerous pull coming up for Holy Method, as they're going to be pulling 3 candles. At least that's what they did on the previous key levels. It's possible that we see a lower pull here, but yeah, they are positioning themselves to potentially line of sight the Quenching Blast in case they need to, but Fenner trying his best to heal up everyone. And yes, we do have those 3 Wandering Candles in there.
Yeah, it looks like they're just eating the AoE to the face whenever they're topped and have personals up, and then whenever they're low for a Quenching Blast, that's when they opt to line of sight. You can see they've got shields on everyone here, so I'm not going to be worrying about the line of sight here. Will be a little low for this Quenching Blast, but enough HP to live through it. Doesn't need a line of sight just yet. We have a little bit of reprieve until the next set of them start to cascade on the group. So far, Then are doing a good job of keeping the group topped, but you can see now, once the fire on the ground has started to go away, the ranged DPS are starting to position themselves a little bit closer to this nook in the wall so that they can start to line of sight if they need to. And I think this is just a perfect execution of movement around the room from Andy. Something we have to focus on, though. If Thanner starts to line of sight a lot of these AoEs, that means Andy's not going to be getting very many focused heals from Thanner as well. They do have the power word barrier coming down to help live through the next few casts. And, I mean, so far so good, but unfortunately it's the melee player. Fragments on the Unholy DK does go down to a Surging Flame. It's a little unfortunate, but with one of the Wandering Candles down, most of the danger is gone for the team. Just have 2 Quenching Blasts to worry about now.
Yeah, 2 of them should be a lot easier for them to handle, but they're also running out of defensives as well, because they did use a lot on those triple casts earlier. So even the double cast could potentially be an issue if you're completely running out of those defensives. But yeah, again, Andy doing such a good job kiting the candles in an area where it allows the ranged to potentially line of sight if they really have to. Now, the call would probably be made by Thanner if Thanner thinks he cannot heal the next Quenching Blast, and he's going to call for people to line of sight and use defensives, but they didn't have to as they finish it off right now. And Physical Godcom now on Omega Buster on that second phase of the last boss. A little bit less than 3 minutes left on the board. They do have the 100% enemy forces, so I think they're going to be able to do this, as Bloodlust is also available. They're just holding on to it for a little while longer to make sure all of the cooldowns are up. There we go, True Shot is running, and Bloodlust is popped as well.
Well, I like how you can see, and this is not flame at the admins at all, but you can see that they're not prepared for the Hunter Bloodlust. We don't see it active whenever they have, what is it called? What is the Hunter Bloodlust called? Help!
Oof.
Ancient Hysteria, thank you, that's what it's called. We don't have the glow for Ancient Hysteria active. We need to get active. Well, this is the problem! This is the problem! Demon Hunters, you can hunt the boss and fall off the edge. They have no battle res available. This is what I was about to talk about. It's looking so good, but no battle res available. Any mistake is going to be a full wipe for the team, and unfortunately, at the last moment, it's a full wipe for Physical God Comp. And the first problem has arrived for our teams today. That is a 30-minute time loss for a team that is already backs against the wall against the juggernauts of today. All 4 of our teams are so powerful. Losing 30 minutes this early in the day, oh, that's rough.
Oh my god, what a heartbreaker for Physical Godcom. This is just so unfortunate, having that death at the very end. The boss was so low as well. They were so close, and then, of course, not being able to recover with a tank death and no battle rest. What a heartbreak for them. I do hope they can get back into this dungeon and time that key. Now, I do also want to say that obviously for Workshop in particular, we're not going to be seeing any key levels that go up to 21 or anything. So this would already be one of those highest keys. And seeing one wipe there, even if it did cost them quite a lot because it happened at the very end, I do think this is still recoverable for sure for them. But yeah, this is obviously heartbreaking. They were just so close. Miscount, in the meantime, did move on to Workshop as well, as they were finishing off that 19 Theater of Pain as we saw earlier, and decided to not go and do the 20 just yet. We'll see if that even happens later on, but they're just going to that Workshop as well. And we'll see, now we have a little bit of a comparison between Physical God Comp and Miscount when it comes to some of those boss splits.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it's not surprising. Miscount, they got that 19 theater done. We know 20 is like a very difficult stretch goal in that key, so we don't expect to see that until maybe the end of the day. But again, makes sense for them to move on to another key, and they'll start working on this workshop. The question is, so we saw Physical God Comp do their 17 at the beginning of the day. Were they close at all to two-chesting this key on the 17? It seems like it's a key that's very difficult to two-chest. How close were they?
So, I think they were between 30 seconds and 1 minute off, and they had like 3 deaths. So, it's definitely close, but I do think that if you play clean, it is two-chestable. So that's definitely something we should keep an eye on for miscount. And I also just saw that Holy Method had to reset. I'm not sure if you have a replay for what happened to them, but unfortunately they had to reset their 21 UFC as well. They will have to replay 4 Physical God Comp, and we can see
Wax. No.
Unfortunately fell off there at the end. Oh.
It was the hunt again. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's the hunt. Oh. This is just something, right? We talked about Wax, of course, switching roles as he was playing Rogue yesterday, and now he's playing the tank. And we talked about how he has been playing Vengeance Demon Hunter quite a lot, but that was like previous seasons, right? He maybe doesn't have too much experience in this workshop, right? So that's something that you just kind of, it happens once to you and you like know. But maybe Walk's obviously not playing it as much as some of these other main tanks, not being necessarily aware of the hand positioning here and unfortunately falling off.
It's one of those things where, like, you just have to expect that it'll work, it'll go in correctly, and you just have to insta vengeful retreat just to make sure you don't, like, instantly die when it happens. But, yeah, that's really unfortunate. That's a 30-minute time loss for Physical God Comp. Not going to deter them, though. They're right back into it, onto the first boss. That Arms Warrior sweeping, striking away. Here's a replay of what happened to Holy Method, though. It was just casts going off, unfortunately, on this pack. The Silent Sigil might have been just a little bit too late there from Andy, unfortunately. One flame goes off, takes out Wexy, and then without that solar beam available, it's just going to be a wipe for the squad, so they're going to have to go again. Unfortunately, they got past the triple and candle pull, but it's a single candle pull that takes them out with all those explosive flames. See if they're able to get back onto it, because once again, they are on Old Waxbeard. Polish Mountain, though, they are through, and they are on to Blazicon. So looks like they're on for a good run. Of course, they don't have the Bloodlust available. We want to be saving that for the Candle King, so we'll see how that's going to go for them in just a little bit here. Let's see, do we have some tech here for Miscount to skip? Oh, wait, they're just natty jumping up the wall? I didn't know you could jump up that wall without double jump. What?
That's
old school tech
skip,
coming out from Miscount here. Okay.
Very nice.
Showing it off. Love that.
Definitely
I love the Warlock gate tech that we normally see there, but of course there's no Warlock in this squad, so we love that.
All this Warlock propaganda coming in here by
Warlock
Syro.
is great. You know it too, Nagini. You know it to be true.
Nagini. Anyway, Miscount is actually committing their Bloodlust here for that Trashful, which seems a little bit overkill, but then at the same time they just want to get it on cooldown. Because there's not too much that you get a lot of value out of your Bloodlust from on this area, right? Since you just have to wait for all of these packs to spawn. So it does make sense to just use it on cooldown here.
Yeah. No, there's a question about, especially in the hierarchy, just saving this lust for the Machinist Garden. I think that's probably what we're going to see out of most of our teams, because there's so much time to be gained if you can pull trash on top of that boss, focus it down with the Arcane Mage focus. That lust is super valuable there. But on this lower key, you're probably only going to get 3 lusts in anyways, so sending it on cooldown now and then having it available for the final boss is definitely a lot more valuable, and this is definitely the strategy, like you said, that you would use if you're trying to two-chest this key.
Yeah, exactly. I do think that Miscount is going for the 2-chest here, and we'll see if they manage to do so. That would obviously be a pretty big deal for them, since we do know Physical God Comp did not quite manage to do so on their 17. And also having to do the whole 18 again after that full wipe that we saw at the very end of the run earlier. They also just now had some issues again. And on that first boss, as we did see Squish Vegan go down, they did not have a Battle Rust available, so they had to finish off the boss with only 2 damage dealers alive. did manage to do so, and since the 18 is not something that is too chestable, I do think that it's not going to be a problem for them to continue this run. And they do want to have potentially like a battle rush available as like a backup, right? Because we don't want to have the same tragedy happen again, though.
Let's take a look at Polish Mountain here, as they're their first team today that's taking a look at the 21 Blazicon. You know, this is not the hardest boss in the key. Obviously, that goes to the Candle King, but if you don't light or blow out the correct amount of candles, those dot stacks could start to stack up right before the Dowsing Breath, and that could be something that easily takes down your team. But it looks like Kyo's got the heals, the shields to keep the team alive, and they're good to go. We even saw, you know, a little caster on top of the boss for a little bit of extra added cleave, a little bit of funnel for the Arcane Mage here. And with the Execute Arcane Surge, Blazicon will not be long for this world. This boss is about to start to melt here with that Surge popping off. Totem about to explode for a large amount of damage. I think we're going to be good to go. Need to make sure we only blow out one of the candles here. You can see they've got a nice little world marker down for people to stack on if they only want to blow out just the one candle. No, yeah, looks like they've got the strategy down for this boss, Nagura.
Yeah, they're looking very strong. They're, of course, mentally preparing for the next boss already. Because that Candle King fight is just so dangerous on that 21. We talked about numerous times, so we'll see how they're going to be dealing with that in just a moment. But as you said, playing this boss very clean, only blowing out that one candle, making sure that they're blowing out as many candles as possible on that next dousing, after the Dowsing Breath here. You can see them already pre-positioning as Yitte and Kyo on that Disc Priest are making sure that they're going to be the ones that use those Wick Lighter barrages to light up these candles, but they might not even get the AoE anymore as the boss is about to go down.
Beautiful OBS POV, thank you very much for that. And Kindling Inferno going out here. It's going to light the other two candles, gives you a stack of that debuff based off of how many candles it's lit, but the boss does go down before the damage has a chance to go out. One final pull before what we assume is going to be the make or break encounter of this key for all of these teams. The Candle King, the hardest boss in the key. The required healing on a 21 is going to be upwards of 4 million healing per second, we believe, from this Disc Priest. Is it something the Disc Priest can do for the team? Let's see how the skip goes here. Unfortunately, Moklowski's still in combat with the previous pack. They were trying to skip, but of course, you just go ahead and die there. They'll be able to get a mass res off as long as nobody else is in combat. Yeah, we're going to be okay, Q, pre-channeling the mass resurrection. But this encounter, an absolute beast. Even after some of the nerfs it's received, it is still a ridiculously tough healing check. Probably the hardest one in Mythic Plus right now.
Yeah, I do think so as well. You can see they marked that spot that they want to start in, making sure they're stacking up as close as possible to get all of those first wax figures spawned at a very close position to make sure that they're not going to have anything go out of order from the very get-go. That's not something you want to see. That's the one thing that can wipe you here, on top of just a crazy amount of damage coming out as well, of course. But having any of those candles spawn in another spot and not being able to get rid of them with those circles would be the worst. But yeah, you can see just how much damage that AoE does to the group, on top of the absorb that is being applied afterwards, and just all of this AoE damage coming through as well. This is just absolutely insane damage for such a long time too, because of course at a 21 this boss just has so much HP.
Does Yitte actually have to dip into the wax there to get that final Eerie Mold? It's going to be a little extra damage, especially with the healing absorbs being thrown out onto Yitte and Mok here. But Kyo doing a good job of keeping those players alive. And you can see we're only a quarter of the way through the fight. Kyo at a staggering 3.5 million HPS for the time being, but it's only going to get harder from here as the Bloodlust has now run out. This is going to be an absolute marathon of a fight, and if they ever miss a single one of these Eerie Molds, the damage that they'll take continues to go up and up. So they need to be perfect about their positioning here. Make sure they've got these molds stacked up so that they can cleave them down with those circles.
And you can see the disc will already come down here, making sure that it can survive the AoE damage after that huge burst damage came through. Unfortunately, one of them being on the Moonkin here, you can see having to go bare from to survive the initial burst. And yeah, Moonkin probably not the greatest class to have that ability on, and maybe also not the Disc Priest himself. We do have a lot of defensive cooldowns for the DK and for the Mage available, so they might be the ideal targets that they want that ability on. And there we go, another one on the Disc Priest and the Moonkin. We'll see if they're going to be able to handle this Maybe we do see another switch into that bear form. Never mind.
The absorbs!
Just barely able to survive. But yeah, the absorb, as you said, with those mirror images spawning, that AoE damage is going to come through. We're thankfully able to heal up the Moonkin before those AoE damage were taking him down. But yeah, this is just such a crazy fight, and it's still on 45%. It just seems like this boss is going to take forever.
We're only halfway through the encounter. The boss is low because of that extra burst of damage they got at the start. And look at the health bars for everybody there. Multiple players, sub 10% HP. Kyo expending as much of his kit as possible to keep the team alive. But look at this, Nagura. This is not something we're used to seeing. The mana bar for the Disc Priest, it's low. He started this encounter with a full mana bar. Disc is a healer that normally doesn't have mana issues, but he's having to expend so much of that bar just to keep the team alive. Another set of healing absorbs goes out on the squad. Kyo using that mana to keep the team alive, holding steady at 4 million HPS, but just how much longer can he keep this up?
This is just absolutely insane. You can see how low his mana bar is dropping now. So we did see another AoE come through. Just so much damage on the whole team as they're slowly running out of some of their defensives that they have available to themselves. We do see that Bark Skin and the Bear Form being used by the Moonkin. And we do see the AMS as well come out from that Unholy DK as well. And just the sheer amount of just taking damage coming through. And then on top of that, just this huge burst of damage plus the absorb afterwards. There's just never a time where the healer can relax. Another pain sub having to be used on Kyo and still almost going down through the pain sub is absolutely crazy, as that's the last pain sub charge that he's going to have for quite a while here.
We have a timer here. The final surge is up in 20 seconds. We just need to live to this surge. That surge can finish off the boss on its own and execute. Kyo is tapped. 5% of that mana bar left alive for the team. They might just have to start sacrificing the non-mage players here just to keep the team alive. It's going to be an overlap of the Arcane Surge. The Power Infusion will be available in about 3 seconds. They just need to finish off the boss with the cooldowns left available in the book. Kyo expending absolutely everything to keep the team alive in the last moments here. The Surge needs to finish the boss, and I think they've done it. Polish Mountain have taken down the Candle King on the first try. 1 billion healing, almost 4 million HPS required to keep the team alive through that encounter. Fantastic execution from the squad here, Nagura.
Wow, this was so well done by Polish Mountain. And yeah, as you said, if this boss would have taken any second longer and that AoE would have come through, they probably would have lost 2 players at least. So really nicely executed by Polish Mountain, as we're now going to be we keep on moving though. There's no stopping as they want to time this 21 DFC, and it's looking so good for them. Getting done with Candle King is so good, but this pull here also very dangerous. You can see how they're gathering up all of these mobs here, and they are low on defensive cooldowns. Having to use a double pain sub charge, 1 charge is now back for Kyo here to be able to help out their tank as they're gathering up all of this, and the rest of the team is trying to get that card moving forward. And this is the same pull we saw them do on the lower key levels too. This can just be so dangerous if this trash bag does not die fast enough because of the sheer amount of damage that is happening on the tank here.
Oh, I love this. I love the tech, though. Look at the Fear Sigil on some of these Shifting Darkness as well. Like, this means that the Corridor Creepers aren't going to stack up as high as the AoE comes out here, so they should be good to go. Yeah, the card isn't with the squad yet, but we're just worried about dealing with the trash right now. I think the card is in the back there, just needed to be refilled with some of the candle flames as well. But Tankiers is going to be the most in danger here as these Corridor Creepers start to get buffed by the mobs around them dying. Tankiers might take quite a burst of damage here as that dot starts to stack up on him. At the same time as the Corridor Creeper gained the buff, he needs to kite away here to make sure he doesn't instantly go down to the AoE damage, but good execution, good CC from the team to make sure that not all of the ads die at the exact same time. That Fear Sigil was actually clutch to set up this pull.
And it was really nicely done, as the rest of the team did finally manage to get the cards to the position as well, so they didn't have to continue moving while doing DPS. It slowed them down a little bit, but there we go. Polish Mountain executing this one pretty well. Has to start kiting at the end a little bit, as he said, also making sure to get away from these corpses. Yeah, looking strong. The timer also looking very good. They will definitely have enough time, even though on a 21 the darkness is going to take quite long for them too. And now we have Holy Method following suit and also being able to engage the Candle King here. Their Bloodlust already has run out and they're down to 73%. Let's see if they can execute this boss as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw how difficult it was for Polish Mountain to get through this boss. It's definitely nothing to sneeze at. You can see the positioning for the team. They're just trying to make sure they get the boss in a good position to where they can always take out that one Eerie Mold with the Dark Flame pickaxe and then keep the main stacked Eerie Molds available for players to just get in between so they can only take them out with 2 of them. The big thing, like we saw from Polish Mountain, we want to make sure those molds don't spawn in the wax. You would have to use an extra personal to dip in at the last moment and take that out, and that's not really something you can afford on this encounter. We saw just how tapped out Kyo was at the end of that last encounter. So far, so good for Holy Method. Thenner not having to do quite as much healing as we saw from Polish Mountain so far. But of course, it's going to ramp up over time, especially now that the Bloodlust has run out. Not going to have that extra haste to help out with the healing here.
And while Holy Method is dealing with the Candle King, I did want to take a quick look at Miscount, actually, as we do have a death here for a physical God comp. But Miscount, they are in the last boss, and we talked about the 2 chest timer here for Workshop on the 17 being possible, but actually pretty tough. So we'll see if Miscount can do this.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, they're 2 minutes left, and the Omega Buster are already at 16%. All right, that means that even with the 2 deaths on the board for Miscount, they are in 2 chest range here, which is actually incredible considering those 2 deaths. They have a really fast route for this one.
Yeah, a lot of action across the board here. We need to keep focused on all of it, Nagur. This is tough. Miscount, though, will look like they've pulled off the 2 chest of this Mechagon Workshop. They'll be able to skip straight ahead to 19 after dealing with this a minute and a half now just to deal with King Mechagon as he pops out from the Omega Buster after the squad takes him down. No hunt shenanigans here for Miscount as they're able to very quickly deal with this 2 chest. Let's take a look now at Holy Method as they get into the end of this encounter here. 30% on the boss. Thenner, again, the priest starting to drop low on the mana. And I mean, there's still more happening across the screen. We should actually drop in now with Polish Mountain as they've started their final pull of the dungeon. They've killed off all their trash. They just have these 3 corridor creepers on top of the darkness. But we've seen this pull go wrong for other teams last week in Nagur. This is so much damage on the tank. And you can see Tankier's now 5 stack of that corridor creeper debuff in cleanse just now. But the Metamorphosis is active. The only thing they'll really have available is the darkness in the last resort. They're running out of cooldowns, though. Keep an eye on the tank here. He needs to stay alive through these melee damage.
Yeah, this is so rough. They do actually have the debuff on the Disc Freeze, which I believe is probably a good target for them to have, because the damage dealers need to make sure they're finishing off these creepers so their tank can recover a little bit. Of course, still the boss left to tank at this point. 5 minutes left on the board. They will definitely have enough time. The Bloodlust is coming up in just a moment too. Unfortunately, not while the creepers are up, but they're still going to be able to get that extra funnel damage in to the boss from the other assets. The boss is spawning assets. Eternal Darkness does so much damage to the group though. And now the Lust is running, and the Surge is available as well for the mage. It'll be popped in just a moment.
Check out the last few percentage here from Holy Method here. Thenner starting to get low on mana, but the final Arcane Surge is active for Wildy. The boss will die any moment now. Just need to keep these final debuffs alive, and Holy Method have matched Polish Mountain. They've gotten the Candle King down and are well on their way towards timing this 21. That is huge for them.
Yeah, this is really good for Holy Method as well. Let's see if they can follow up. This is going to be another one of those difficult gathers that we have talked about, where Andy is just walking around making sure that none of these mobs are actually within the card circle, so the card does move to the last spot where they want to AoE everything down. But while that is happening, of course, it's going to be pretty dangerous, as Thenner tries to follow him, but doesn't want to get aggro from any of these mobs either, so doesn't want to use too many heals on him. You can see Thenner just staying a little bit behind. And yeah, this can be dangerous if he does any wrong moves. You can see just how low he's dropping here
low.
as he does pick up another candle.
It's important to mention now, if you're watching the stream from our POV, we're doing our best to cover all the action. If there's a team you're particularly interested in and you don't want to miss anything they do, all of our teams are live on Twitch right now across multiple different channels. There's information in the chat. If you type !team name, it'll link you to a tweet about all of their streams and where you can watch them now. And you can watch from their POVs with their UIs, with their timers, and see everything that they're doing. We're going to do our best here to keep bringing you all the action we possibly can as Holy Method sets up this poll. Let's check back in with Polish Mountain here as they have the darkness down to 60%. Remember, this boss dies at about 55%, and with 3 minutes left on the key, Nagura, I think they're home free. They have 3 battle reses. they're making a mockery of this key. They're looking so powerful. Just the one death, and that wasn't even a death to like actual combat. That was just the messed up Shadow Meld skip after Blaziken. So almost a perfect key from Polish Mountain here.
Yeah, this is so good for them too, because as we talked about, 21 is probably or very likely going to be the highest key that they're running here. So this actually also already plays into the tiebreaker potential later on, right? After the highest key tiebreaker, in case there is a time score, would be the fastest time overall, right? So the fact that they have such a clean run and have so much time left as they're finishing it off with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left on the board, this might actually move them really far ahead in a time tiebreaker already for this DFC in comparison to maybe some of the other teams who are going to be slower here. So this is a really nice start for Polish Mountain here in the first 1.5 hours of the tournament.
And even though it's missed count and Holy Method that are both of the top 4 seeds for this weekend, the group of death as we've been calling it, it's Polish Mountain, the 9 seed, who are the first team to take down a 21 today. This just goes to show you, this is why this is such a tough group. I think, seriously, any of these 2 teams could make it out today. So you do not want to go anywhere to see which of these teams are going to be qualifying for the global finals. Physical God comp, though. These are the favorites. They're playing the off-meta comp. They're setting their own meta. They've gotten through the Machinist Garden in this 18, but again, their previous 18 attempt, they lost 30 minutes on that final boss. They're looking a little bit better in this 18. They have the battle reses available this time around, but they really can't afford any further mistakes.
Yeah, they definitely cannot. They need to make sure they're focusing on the rest of this dungeon, not make a mistake on the trash skip either, which is something that can happen as well. So we'll see what they're going to be doing. As a miscount did move on to that 19. They're now on that first boss. And Polish Mountain, I'm not sure if they're taking... It's possible that they take a break, right? Because we are now past that first hour, and all of the teams do have to take the 20-minute break in total. So maybe they're taking maybe a 5-minute break or something like that to make sure that they're discussing what they're going to be doing from now. Now, obviously, they can go workshop or TOP. I doubt there's really anything else they can do at this point. But they also want to take a look at the other teams and see what they're maybe up to as well to make sure that they figure out the rest of the plan for today.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Get a really difficult key down, decompress a little bit, start worrying about your strategy for the rest of the day. And remember, the spec variety rule is not in play today. They can play whatever they want today. There's no ramifications for future weekends, so they have the entire arsenal available to them day to work with, what they didn't get banned out from their first day, of course. So we'll have to see what their plan is whenever they get back from their break. In the meantime, some of our other teams are working on their keys. Physical God comp have just the remainder of this poll and King Mechagon himself. Hopefully no hunt shenanigans will happen for them as well. Holy Method now setting up their final poll of their 21 Dark Flame Cleft, trying to match what we just saw Polish Mountain set. They haven't finished off the Skittering Darkness as they go into the boss here, and this can be quite dangerous because, like we saw from Polish Mountain, these Corridor Creepers do a ton of tank damage, and of course the added effect that they have is when mobs around them die, if they're close to the corpse, they gain a stacking damage buff, so they need to make sure as these Skittering Darknesses die, they very quickly kite away from them so that Andy doesn't instantly go down, and that was great execution. If I'm not mistaken, though, caster math kind of hard. Can I count? Yeah, there's 4 Corridor Creepers that Holy Method have here, not just the 3 that we saw from Polish Mountain, so even more danger on to Andy, and you can see with the Eternal Darkness coming out, he drops a darkness of his own and now has the meta active. And even more dangerous for Holy Method, there's no last resort available, Nagura.
That is actually really sketchy for them, as the Bloodlust is coming up in 6 seconds. I don't think they want to press it just yet because the Surge is not available for a wildie, but maybe they still just want to use it to play it as safe as possible, and they are pressing that blast immediately, making sure it helps out both Andy and Thenner as well, and making sure those creepers die quicker.
This is a scary moment. These creepers need to die. They have the time left on the key. 5.5 minutes to do 25% of this boss's HP. That's plenty of time. You just need to make sure you don't have a catastrophic wipe. What's the only way that could happen here? Tank death or Eternal Darkness draining your candle while these creepers are still alive. So name of the game here, just finish off the ads. Do not let your tank die, and that is what Holy Method is doing. They are focusing those corridor creepers down. This is going to make their overall timer a little bit slower, but at this point in the day, The one thing you really can't afford is to lose a ton of time, and if they were to wipe here, that'd be 25 minutes wiped from their day and would drastically reduce their chances of qualifying through in this juggernaut group of death. So smart play from Holy Method here. Just get the dungeon done. 20% left on the boss to go through. Without the Bloodlust now, it's going to take quite a long time, but I think they should be able to walk this in.
Yeah, I do think so as well. In the meantime, Polish Mountain is actually taking that 10-minute break, as I talked about, and Physical God Comp, they are now on that last boss. With those 6 deaths on the board, they still do have enough time to potentially finish off the last boss in their 18 workshop. That unfortunately, they had a heartbreaking wipe in earlier, 30 minutes into the dungeon. Unfortunately, having their tank go down and everyone else following suit because they did not have a Battle Rust available. But the aerial unit is about to go down. And then they can fight that Omega Buster. 4 minutes 40 left, which is for sure enough. That is coming up as well. But yeah, they cannot really have any deaths, even though they have battle rusts. I think the timer might be a little bit rough if they end up having deaths here and there, especially with cooldowns up.
Deaths on this boss are a little harder to deal with than they are on other bosses, right? Because if a DPS player goes down, you have to make sure you don't get run over by these orbs at the same time, and if a res goes off at the wrong time and you get rezzed into an orb, you'll just instantly die. So deaths here are definitely a lot more impactful than just the 15 seconds plus whatever time loss you would lose based off of DPS lost. And of course, a tank death, the boss is instantly going to pop one of your melee players in the face here, so that'd be 2 deaths you have to worry about. They just need to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, they do indeed, and watching the teams here, even seeing things like Polish Mountain land that pretty much perfect run, we were telling all of the teams before the start of the day that they needed to land because the competition is so fierce. I mean, it's amazing to see how they are trying to rise to meet that sort of level of play. But we're going to have a swap out here on the desk. We're keeping an eye on the action, so don't worry, everybody. And we're going to be swapping out everybody. So Nagur and Zyronic, thanks so much for an amazing start to the day.
Later.
Bye. And we're bringing Makes and Tettles in. So, we have seen some pretty incredible play here right at the start. I mean, already we are seeing this Polish Mountain just looking so incredibly strong, that plus 21, making them maybe even more of a contender than our top teams that we thought with Holy Method and Miscount. But Makes, what are you thinking? Seeing all of this, do you think that Polish Mountain is really the team to beat, or are you seeing any other standout play today?
I think it's too early to call that for now. I wish I had a good answer for you here, Rook, but what I can say is that this is going to be an incredibly close day with everything we are seeing, and there's so much going on all of our screens, of course. So just a quick reminder that many of them are streaming themselves. So if you want a specific POV, then look for that, as we are trying to split our attention between the timed 21 by Holy Method here, and they are 20 seconds slower than what we saw from Polish Mountain earlier on, both of these teams with 1 death. And of course, Physical God Comp in the bottom right there, despite the 6 deaths, despite an issue with the Hunt unfortunately not being outplayed by Wox earlier on, they're looking like this is finally the timed workshop here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty big deal that they're able to finally get this put on the board, but at the same point, are you not concerned that they need the 19? Because I'm a little bit worried, because I think that it's unlikely that they're going to need a 20 in this place, but I do think they're going to have to run this dungeon once more. I don't think that the 18 is the cap on this key.
So, with the 6 deaths that they had here, we know, of course, that there's a significant amount of time that would potentially be available to them if they didn't have the 6 deaths. I think the 19 is doable, but it's definitely not a dungeon where Physical God Comp is looking like they're gods, right? We definitely have it where in some of the dungeons a team comes in and they're just slaying. This doesn't seem to be their most favored dungeon here, but hopefully the 19 will give them less of a headache.
I mean, it's just weird because they have somebody who doesn't main tank playing tank. Like, isn't that? Listen,
that's
the
a flex
part.
in itself.
Yeah. I think
To be fair,
Miscount. You said that you didn't think there's been any standout performances yet. I actually want to shout out Miscount. I feel like they have actually been the standout performer for me. Of course, they haven't put Theater of Pain up on a 20. They haven't gone for that 21 Dark Flame Cleft at all. They've just kind of silently been chugging along at their keys. I actually think that 19 Theater of Pain is not as easy as people like to make it seem, and they haven't really made too many mistakes. And I was looking at their splits in their theater earlier. They are so fast in that key. It is actually illegal how quick they are.
I think a big important thing is being able to get the +2s. So in that regard, I do agree. I think they are looking really, really good having the +2 in the workshop as well as in the Theater of Pain, where other teams weren't able to get that done. But we should take a look here. We're getting word that Physical God Comp actually opted to go out of the workshop and instead go into Theater of Pain as well. Thus far, the only team we saw in there was Miscount, as you were speaking about. And I agree. I think that 19 is actually pretty tough just because of how tight the dungeon timer is.
I mean, they're the best team in the world, and I think if they had access to the Bear Druid, they could. They're the best team in the world at Theater of Pain. They had rank 1 Theater of Pain. They had rank 1 and rank 2 and rank 3 Theater of Pains all at various points. Like, I think they're the best team in the world at this dungeon. But I don't know about with this composition, right? It's kind of like one of those interesting caveats. Is like, are they the best team in the world at Theater of Pain on this comp, or is it that is just their dungeon, that is their safe haven kind of thing? It's kind of an interesting point because they also do some crazy snaps as well. I don't know if it's possible to do without a Bear Druid though, because that snap I think actually required that Guardian Druid to be able to have the completion on it.
Oh, interesting. Well, you are familiar with their general route in the TOP, I take it then, so you can maybe give us some insight while we are looking at the new version, the 2.0 Physical God Comp in the Theater of Pain as they are working away on it.
I'm familiar with their route enough because like I've seen it what they play on live, but not with this composition. Again, like that's
exactly,
like a big that's a big shakeup. It's like a big asterisk on their like what are they going to do? They don't have the Rogue either. The Rogue also enabled some weird Shroud stuff that they would do in here most of the time too, which, again, they played this dungeon unlike any other team in that way.
I'm really excited for it. There is one thing I quickly want to mention because with the hunt on the previous dungeon there being a little bit tricky, it can also be tricky on Koltha Rock. So you can take a bunch of extra damage by accidentally getting sucked into the middle patch there. So something we need to look out for rocks once we actually get on that dungeon. But of course, as Vengeance, the extra ticks should be fine there, as well as they are working away on this 17. Now, it is going to be important for them to be able to get this +2. They already had some issues with making that happen in the workshop, and so any other dungeon out of the 17s where they are unable to get the +2s done will be a significant time loss. So definitely something we'll need to keep an eye on with their timers.
I think that this is by far the best dungeon for Marksmanship Hunter. I think that is by far their best dungeon damage-wise, and I think if Banchers is able to kind of just play his game plan, they should at least be pretty quick off the back of that MM Hunter in here being insanely strong.
I'm really excited to see this team in this dungeon, to be honest. I'm just kind of giddy that it is in the dungeon pool for today, despite them not being on the comp that we saw them on yesterday, but we are going to be seeing what exactly they can do. A little look over to Miscount, who are working on that 19 workshop there as well. You see Kira elegantly just hovering over those little robots. In case you didn't know you could do that, you just jump up there, double jump, and then turn around in VR. And that way you don't need to actually deal with walking and waiting. And now I suspect we're going to be seeing them take this pack right into boss. Now, that is something we saw last weekend as well. And it adds a lot of difficulty, but it also helps in a way because of the shield generator. Do you maybe want to explain that to our viewers who aren't familiar with it yet?
Yeah, so the shield generator, it's an ability that's cast from the defender. Typically, it's supposed to be used to shield yourself from the Mark 1 or the Mark 3 bots. The thing is like, it's just a 75% flat damage reduction, and you can stand in it and just eat cogs if you realistically want to. More often than not, though, this is a fight where you can't just like plant inside that shield generator, like it or not. the teams are pulling this trash pack into the boss for one very clear reason. It is a fight that has a 0 heal check requirement. The only mechanic on this fight is dodge, and it is very hard in that. Like, if you think about it like a D&D character, it is put 100% of its points into precision and dodging, and 0% of its points in DPS check, heal check, tank survivability. There's no points in anything else. It is literally dodge the fight. And so whenever there's a fight that is like that, what are MDI teams going to do? They're going to have trash on top of it and be like, okay, so now we're going to make this a heal check for you. Good luck. And
That's true,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
It is definitely a skill check. You should utilize this shield generator, which is exactly what they're doing by letting the priest dominate mind the defender and then making sure it spawns roughly where they want it. So that is how they're actually, first of all, getting the defender down the stairs because it usually doesn't like to move all that much. And then secondly, trying to get those shield generators close to boss and like good positions where they can actually stand as well. So that is something to note if you wanted to try that in your own keys, but it is a lot. You still need to dodge some of the other stuff, especially if you have melees in there. So I'm not too surprised that this was maybe a little bit harder for physical god comp than it is for the more range heavy compositions.
I think as well, like the shield generators are actually not for this boss. Funnily enough, it's one of those things that you see them standing in the shield generator on this fight, and that's great and all. Like, if the cog comes and hits this, we can just like stand here and we don't have to cancel our cast, like you see from Yargi there. But he still doesn't really want to eat the cog. The thing is, it's actually for the 2 bots that are right after this. Those 2 spider tanks, they do just an unhealable amount of HPS if you don't have that shield generator or if you're not Ortimus. On the Mystery Monk, it's just so much group-wide damage, and so having access to those defenders and that shield generator for that pull is like a huge difference in what you press. Basically, you don't have to press any defensive if you have the shield generator, but if you don't have it, your priest is on like a timer for whether or not that pull is going to be able to get killed off or not.
Yeah, absolutely is, but miscount making great tempo here as they have finished up nearly all of that. And then, of course, the defender also helps with the next pulls because these spider bots also do a lot of damage. So if you can just stand in that extra shield, it does make your life a lot easier while you are dealing with this pull also. So often we are seeing teams actually drag it along and then just release it towards the end, which is exactly what's happening here. Once again, that shield generator being used to help them with the extra AoE damage here.
I mean, look at the difference here. So the shield generator is up. I think it lasts for 15 seconds. The moment that it dies off, you're going to watch Miscount press pretty much every group-wide defensive. They're going to drop the darkness. They might press the anti-magic zone if it's available as well. Ooh, they actually get the recast on the defender immediately. So they don't even have much time where they're not shielded with that. Again, 75% DR. It's a huge deal.
Yeah.
I mean, look at their HP. So their HP is still moving while they're standing inside a 75% damage reduction aura.
It is. It's a lot of damage that these spider tanks do. So you need to also be a little bit careful with the baits here, which is something you can see them do. They're trying to like stand to one side so that they then have the other side still available whenever those beams go down. But that is it. The defender is down. The tanks are going to follow shortly. And we are going to take a look here at Physical God Comp because
they're doing the snap! Oh my god! Look at this! Maybe we could get a replay at the very beginning of the snap. So basically what they end up doing is they tag the trash pack that's on the platform that's right before this. This is actually so cool. I love watching this. They end up tagging the trash pack that's on the platform right before it, and then they'll make sure that they group meld off combat from any of those additional mobs. Squish Vegan will, I guess, be in stealth and prowl in this instance. And you see like Ortimus and Nox have pressed their meld sim with walks, and then they'll tag the pack and be able to snap it all the way up into Coulter Rock. Now they will leave some of the mobs left behind in like a freezing trap or whatever. And after that CC breaks, then those mobs will snap all the way up to this platform. But they basically start this fight with just this Dark Speaker here. It's so cool.
I love this. It's basically a toggle of acro, how they're getting it over there while also being able to take those portals. Something we saw in the MDI as well when this dungeon was current. But of course, there's a lot of other stuff that is happening here. And in the past, we've seen some teams, tack some extra souls up here. And here is that replay. Let's take a closer look.
Yeah. So I think that what they're going to do is I think they're going to trap a mob, or maybe they'll just leave them in Sigil of Misery on this Soulbinder and this Bone Mage. Yeah, so it's Cage. It's going to be Cage, and then Freezing Trap looks like it missed, so we're going to go with, what, a para, probably? Those banshees do this. Yep. Okay. So Cage and Apera, totally fine. And then we're going to meld off. Immediately click this portal, and then everything is going to be snapping up to us. And some of the people who, whenever they melded and clicked that portal, they're still in combat with that Dark Speaker. A really, really cool piece of technique. And I think it's one of those things that whenever we were talking about them being the best in this dungeon, that is a strategy that they are pioneering as the only team that I've ever seen to do something like that.
Yeah, it's super cool. I love seeing that, but what I don't love seeing is a dead DPS. 35 seconds until they can rest back up. Squish Vegan, who unfortunately did go down here. I'm not sure to exactly what. There's a lot that happens on this fight that could have been it. You need to interrupt, you need to dodge, you need to make sure you're not accidentally falling off, which, as a feral, less chances of that happening, hopefully. But we are hopefully going to get him back up in 13 seconds. That is not too long. You are losing some of the DPS. What's interesting to me also, because we were talking about them kind of being really good at this dungeon, is that they actually decide to go for Cult of Rock as first wing, which I feel is rather rare. Some teams go Saf first, some teams go Gorechop first, but Cult of Rock always to me feels like the odd one out, even though, of course, all three options are perfectly viable.
Yeah, it's more of a bloodlust timing thing. So they're probably supposed to get through with this Cult of Rock ring, or the Cult of Rock wing, around the 10-minute mark, and then at that point it's kind of a question of where do you want to press your second and your third bloodlust. So you start trying to pace this dungeon in that aspect. I'm really interested to see what they do next with this bloodlust as it becomes available. I do think you probably send this B-Res on Squish the moment that it's available here. But kind of interesting to say, kind of interesting to see, because they only have 15% of Cult of Rock left. But is this going to remove their ability to be able to chest this key makes?
I'm not sure, because of course I don't know what else they can snap. You're telling me they're like really great at this dungeon, and I am eager to believe you. So, well, but there's still 2 more wings that they need to deal with. It's definitely a big delay that they have here right now. We of course don't know if anything else is maybe going on. You know, sometimes there's some tech difficulties on players' ends, which we unfortunately cannot help with. But hopefully Squish is back with the team in just a second, and this is just like yeah, okay. It was just a general decision to say, okay, no, we'd rather save that battle rush, just stay down. We can finish this in like 30, 40 seconds longer, even with 1 DPS down right now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, now they're just doing this gore chop. Oh yeah, oh my gosh, they actually get the glaive bounce, the preferred glaive bounce here, and they get a nice bloodlust into this pull. The Vengeance Demon Hunter was the top damage there for a couple seconds, but this is where that MM Hunter really starts to shine here, makes.
Oh, withering discharges, though. I was going to say that this comp is so great at dealing with all of the interrupts because of the short timer we have on everybody. But these casts, they just went straight through 2 of them as well.
Oh my god, Migs.
I think you jinxed them, personally. I think we're going to make you responsible for this run. You glazed them too much, Tettles. Anything to say for yourself?
I regret nothing.
Well, let's take a look here at missed count. They are working away on their 19 here in the workshop as well. We do have full count, of course, and they are dealing with the Mega Buster here. Now, I'm curious because I'm seeing a lot of different versions on how to deal with these bombs, even from our teams. You know, some groups like to have their ranges stand rather close so you can see where the orbs go, and then some other groups like to have them really far out, so that they have a lot of room just in general to dodge in the melee ranges. Where do you stand on that topic?
So as a ranged DPS, I will normally like to stand at range. However, I do tend to find myself playing in melee because the Magneto arm is...
Yeah.
Okay, so playing closer to melee does require me to move more often, but I play kind of similar to where Hearthjax is playing, and I just don't like to be that far out right before the Magneto arm happens, because you end up just taking so much damage from it based on like where you're standing, and then you have to move all the way into melee too. So I feel like, you know, there's pros and cons of standing either place, but I think that melee is just a little bit better for safety purposes.
Yeah, I agree. I do like seeing where those orbs are flying in from. I did have another question about this boss, and I don't actually know if you know, because very rarely before the Magneto arm comes in, you'll see these orbs actually go to their new position. Generally, when you know the Magneto arm is coming up, you don't actually need to dodge once more, because while they show that they're going to charge, they're not actually charging. But every now and then, it happens that they do the... Do you know what that's reliant on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not really.
I thought maybe
I
it
died
was
to
like
it last
some
night. No, I died to it last
crazy
night in my
thing.
18. I'm really mad about it too. Actually, I'm sad that you're bringing this up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, I depleted a key to it yesterday. I got hit. I was
okay.
most of the time, like you said, they don't move, and then I was like, wait, what? And then it went off and it hit.
Yeah,
me.
it can happen. You need to be aware it can happen.
Yeah.
Well, even if that's a question that we don't fully know the answer to, Tuddles, chat did have a question for you right as you came on desk that I've been holding on to. So maybe you'll know or have an answer to this one. This was a question from Chris, and the question was, has there been a 22 key timed? If not, do you think it will happen?
All right. Well, first off, shout out Chris. Thank you for submitting this question for our Q&A. The answer is almost certainly yes. I think that Motherload 21 can get timed. I don't think it's getting timed this weekend because we don't have Motherload today. But I do think that Motherload will get timed, and if it's not timed next weekend in Group C, it will most likely get timed in the Global Finals whenever we're getting the turbocharged gear and additional corruption. So players' gear will go up a little bit, and I think that will actually have an impact on like what the maximum key level is, and probably allow it to be 21. So yeah, shout out to you, Chris. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, and of course, Rogue loves getting questions from chat in, so keep them coming. I'm sure we would love to answer them, as well as Miscount finishes out the dungeon here with 4 minutes on the clock. This is looking great for them. I mean, that's a super speedy 19 workshop.
Yeah, this is not looking great though for Physical God Comp, as Squish Vegan down on two out of three bosses currently. Very unfortunate series of events here without the B-Res.
Question, Tuddles. I thought when the Withering charges went through, would surely have been the situation where if the team thinks a +2 is usually doable, that's where they port out and they just say, okay, we go again, and we get the +2 done in the 17.
Yeah.
With them continuing on, first at Cole without resting, and then with the chaos on the Withering charges as Artemis does go down, and we now have a full team wipe, I feel like you needed to call it, so I am now worried that they don't actually think they can do a 17 +2.
Well, I think you might have answered your own question as they wiped, and now we're like, okay, you know what, we're going for the 17 +2. I don't think there's much that I can even add.
The fact that they made that decision so late still tells me that they don't believe they can do the +2, which I hope I'm wrong.
They're like a live key team, and this is their first time playing in the MDI, right? They're not like professional gamers who have competed for years and years and years, such as Miscount and Holy Method.
They're great gamers. I have high expectations. I saw them yesterday. They looked amazing.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate your compliment, Makes, but like that's not. It doesn't matter about how they look. It more matters about how they play.
Well, their playing looks good, is what I'm saying. But yeah, hopefully they can come back stronger here. There were some issues just in general with that TOP that they just had. Okay. But of course, that is another time loss here for our winner of Chat's Hard, Physical God Comp, losing out on another 17 minutes in that TOP.
Okay, we have something interesting that we were kind of discussing in our talent chat a little bit earlier. So for Holy Method, talking about the gameplay a little bit, what you might notice is Thanner is on a very interesting race for his Disc Priest. He's on a Void Elf, which we've seen teams, I think in MDI's past, like back in BFA, people would use the Void Elf racial over the wall to skip the Blastatron X80, and I think that we're going to need to kind of stay tuned to what Holy Method is doing over the next couple of minutes to see what exactly they're going to do. Obviously, they have to kill off these Junkyard Dogs in this last section of Cujo, but then they're going to be able to move over to that next section. So I do know that abilities like Mage Blink can allow you to get over the wall, and I know it still works. I know I've seen some abilities to be able to like jump skip through a corner, but I wonder what Holy Method is going to be doing with this Void Elf racial, and how are they going to be able to utilize it? Because it seems like a pretty atypical pick for a dungeon that more often than not you're just going to be going Nelf for. But if you didn't want Nelf, like Dwarf isn't even really bad, especially for those Junkyard Dogs that you just saw on screen right there.
Yeah, even the fact that they play all of those dogs already tells us that they might seem to have a different way on how they want to approach the count in this dungeon, because usually we see teams not actually opting to go for the other two packs that are on the side of Cujo. So let's take a look here as they are. Oh, a little bit of being too short to reach the file here, but...
I've seen some teams during the Blastatron, they'll send their mage over the wall. So basically on this right side section that you can see off to the side, you can actually blink through that wall as a mage. On that other side, there's like these yellow mobs, they're like civilians. And I've seen mages in the past grab those for quote unquote funnel. You can kind of see their HP bars off to the side right there. But with Thanner on the Velf, it's a really interesting proposition as to like what you would be possibly using it for. I think it's likely to be something here. If they don't bust out some unique tech here, but then that kind of makes me question, like, why is he on this Void Elf?
So you can also, like, if you're a mage, just go on top of the bridge and play from there, and then you never need to dodge when you are dealing with this. So I think it might just be that they want to make their life a little bit easier. But I don't know, I'm really curious on what they cooked up, if there's any, like, crazy thing we're going to be seeing. Of course, they need to deal with these defense bots first.
I'm a known hate watcher, but I'm going to be love watching for this moment because I love watching some tech.
Just a quick mention there, as you are seeing the team cards come up. Two of our teams are currently on a break. We have Mistcount taking 10 minutes and Physical Godcomp also taking 10 minutes as well. So they should be back in just a little bit. Polish Mountain working away on that 17 TOP as well. We're hoping that they can get a
Something's about to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be sick.
Holy
I'm
Method
standing
is
up.
posturing up to do
Hold
something.
on. What are we going to be doing? Okay, so they Void Elf over, they blink over with the mage, Thanner double grips, and Wexy is gonna...
Gets left behind. Oh no,
Human
there we
wild
go,
charge.
wild charge.
Oh my god, so they're skipping the Blastatron X80, allowing them to no longer pull one really slow, single target, stupid mini-boss, and instead allowing them more efficient counts in other parts of this dungeon. This is so cool for Holy Method. Oh my god, I am a huge fan of that. That is insanely, insanely sweet.
It absolutely is. It is very cool, and we love seeing it when teams can find a more efficient way through the dungeon. Andy is already over and waiting for the rest of the team. Wildy is going to get that polymorph out to help with getting that pull underway as well. And now we are on the way into Machinist Spark Flux. I love this so much. I hope this is something other teams pick up as well.
Well, teams used to do it back in Battle for Azeroth. I remember there was a team, I believe it was a Limit team at the time, that did a skip that was over the wall that was very similar, where they had their entire team either Mage or Void Elf. I didn't know if it was, one, still a thing, or two, something teams were looking to do. But that's one of the things with these dungeons being like reinvented and coming back and like being refurbished, is that some of the old tech that was present in those old dungeons is still present to this day. And I am not shocked that the oldest team in our field here, Holy Method, with ancient senior citizen gamers such as Andy and Thanner, were busting out the cool tech. Well, they are old. They're over 30.
They're one of them. Anyway.
Yeah, a single one is over 30, but they did describe themselves as old. Let me just jump in to clarify. Please continue.
That's right. Yeah, so they've been playing for a long time, is why they call themselves old, but they're actually not that old. Anyway, I love seeing this. I think this is so cool. I am dreading for what that means for Pug and LFG. You know, are we going to see must no Void Elf skip?
Must be Velf Priest.
I mean, it's a really rare racial for people to have nowadays as well, so it's cool that it like gets some extra loving here with the stuff it can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an atypical race that whenever it was noticed by one of our people from production that he was Void Elf, it was like, okay, they got to be cooking up something really weird here.
I love this. I think at the point where we saw them do the dogs next to Cujo, that's kind of where we were already like, there's not so much you can skip in the overall dungeon, so something must be happening, but it's cool to see those suspicions confirmed, and I love it as well. We're going to be checking in with Polish Mountain, who have finished out on Sav, and only have, I think, the pack that is waiting upstairs next to Mordretha to do, as well as Mordretha tells 4 minutes 23. It is a rather long boss fight, especially because there's RP. Do you think the +2 is in?
I'm feeling it, yeah. They can't have a death here. It's going to be quite tight, but I think that with the Bloodlust available, this should only be around like a 345 end boss. Now, they got to get the boss basically pulled as it ends up spawning, because, like you called out, there is some RP before Mordretha ends up spawning, but I'm a believer here. What are you thinking?
I'm a believer as well. If we take what we have going right now into boss, I think they need to pull the boss as soon as it is attackable. So that is exactly what they're doing. They're agreeing. Yeah. Here comes that lust. Yeah, I just think it's too much to deal with, even though usually groups generally tend to lust phase 2. I just think it's higher value here with everything up.
I think lusting phase 2 is a safety strategy whenever you're worried about people getting ran over by the clash or whatever in that last phase, getting hit by those ghosts. It's a safety strategy whenever you're worried about people getting ran over by the clash or whatever in that last phase, getting hit by those ghosts. Whereas bloodlusting on pull is definitely better for your offensive CDs whenever you have Incarn, Arcane Surge, Unholy Assault with Dark Transformation, Power Infusion I guess didn't get pressed, but Power Infusion all available on pull, especially with that funnel for that Arcane Mage. I think you just have to rip that lust on pull here.
I agree. I think this was a really good value lust. In the end, the boss goes from 100 to 0 either way. So if you can speed up any of the processes, I think it's great to do so. We're going to be checking in with them once again. The timer does come a little bit closer. In the meantime, Holy Method have finished out their spider tanks here as well and are on their way to the very last gauntlet in the workshop. I mean, their timer is looking great as well, probably because they didn't spend a whole lot of time fighting a single target mob. Let's take another look at how they managed to take the skip. So Blink up, Void Elf up, grip on the tank, double grip on the DK, and then Wexy in the back there just wild charges over to the mage that was waiting there. That is how they skip that one pesky mob, as I would call it.
I mean, it's one of those things that it's such an inefficient pull to actually play that Blastotron. Now, I'm really interested to see where they're going to get their count otherwise, because that is normally seen as a required mob that you factor in whenever you're looking at like how you get count in this dungeon. Are they going to be pulling any of these final packs that are up at this landing here? Because those are typically pulls that are skipped by the large majority of the player base, or at least the high key player base, is that they just really don't like playing these pulls. But I think with Holy Method, they're going to have to grab some additional count from there.
They do the full way, basically, all the way until the Cujo room, right? They include everything in the Cujo room.
Oh, the waste processing units too?
And they do the drills, yeah. They do like everything that's there, and that's how they can then afford to skip.
This pull right here is pretty atypical as well, that we're seeing on screen right here with the double tinkers. It's not really something that is super commonly pulled, but I think that for the purposes of the route, it's either this or the Blastotron X80. I would play this 10 times out of 10 than the Blastotron X80, and they're doing something that's super smart as well, is they just chain these defense spots into the additional defender that spawns in this pack, and they're just continuing to do like a pretty long chain, which whenever you're presented with the Blastotron or this pack, you always take this pack 10 times out of 10.
Here's something I feel like a lot of people don't know about the shield generator. We were talking about how great it is when we were looking at spark plugs, but you know, you can also stand in it when those anti-personnel scrolls go up. I feel like a lot of people are dodging out of the shield generators when that happens. When there's a double, I think that's maybe sketch. But just one, you can usually just stand in that shield generator still and free cast. So in case there's something you want to take home for your own keys that isn't a crazy valve into double grip into wild charge skip, here's something you can do. And now I believe we're going to be seeing them skip this part of the pack as well. Each does come out, the rest gets kited over by Andy. He's going to meld it off, and now they're on the mini boss.
This is so cool by Holy Method, and I think that they're going to be a little bit close to their 2-chest timer. We've seen in the past that this boss on like a 19 is somewhere in the 5:45 range, but I think that they're probably going to be on the good side, especially in a 17 on the 2 chest timer. So this was an excellent run by Holy Method here.
Okay, chat. I am seeing a message that I have to call out because Tettles and I, we were wondering what can change the spell queuing on that very last boss with the Magneto arm. Sometimes the cast of the orbs happens, but generally it does not. What can change it? Because there's no interrupts on that boss that would normally change up the spell queuing, and there's a very, very intelligent, big-brained, wrinkly-brained even chatter that said the orbs move before Magneto arm, the last boss, because of invis or melding the beam. The timers adjust that the boss gets to cast the orb moving. That is so smart.
That's frustrating because here's the thing. Okay, so for those who don't know, you typically want to shadow meld or invis the Omega Buster phase on cooldown, and the reason is because that Omega Bust ability, the beam, I can't remember exactly what the beam is called.
I call it beam too. Yeah,
the beam is basically invisible or meldable to the point where it doesn't recast. So it casts three times a phase. If you press Invis or Meld on it, it will only cast 2. And then the Mega Zap just does way less damage to your team if you do that. Especially if you're lacking defensives, it's a great use in lieu of pressing any of the defensives. If that's actually what it is, that is really, really funny, and it makes more sense as to why I died yesterday, now that you say that.
I've been wondering this for so long, even like in my own case and my own, like I've been asking chat so many times, like, does anybody know, like, what is it that changes this? Because sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't.
It's just a demon hunter thing.
Yeah, it absolutely is not. It's a mage thing. I have once again a mage to blame for the misery in my life. I get it. But let's take a look here at our teams, because Polish Mountain, in the meantime, was able to get the +2 done in the 17 TOP. That is fantastic news. We're also seeing Physical God come back from their break, as well as Missed Count. And Polish Mountain just said, okay, straight back. We're going to do the 19 TOP next.
How are you feeling about Polish Mountain's position here so far with the 38 points and the fact that they were the first team to put up that 21 Dark Flame Cleft?
I think they've been playing really crazy well. To me, Polish Mountain is like Missed Count when Missed Count wasn't Missed Count yet. Let me explain. So every now and then it happens, there's a team that comes in, and at the very first time you see them, you're like, oh, these guys are actually like really good, right? That isn't the norm for many teams. Many teams take like several iterations of the MDI to grow and get better, but then there are occasional teams that just start out really strong, and I feel like both Missed Count and Polish Mountain in recent history are teams like that, and they came kind of after another, so it's really cool to see that they're playing here on the same day, and we're getting basically the best version of Polish Mountain we have seen yet in the history of MDI/TGP.
I mean, they're constantly improving, and I think it's one of those things that they very narrowly got eliminated from Global Finals last TGP. They very narrowly got eliminated from Global Finals last MDI, and they continue to play together and learn and grow together, and it seems like they're actually getting a lot better and a lot more competitive, competing with these world-class level teams, and I think they could absolutely play spoiler, because what this current situation looks like seeding wise is Missed Count and Holy Method are supposed to be the favorites coming in today. They are the overall 3rd and 4th seeds from Time Trials, where Physical God Comp and Polish Mountain, I believe, are the 9 and 10 seeds from Time Trials. So the Polish Mountain and Physical God Comp are supposed to be pretty big underdogs compared to Holy Method and Missed Count, but so far Polish Mountain, like you have been pointing out, are playing absolutely excellently well today so far. This is a great version of them. I'm really interested in seeing how they're going to be able to perform throughout the rest of this day, though, because we're only 2 hours in. There's still 3 hours left of keys.
That's right. And honestly, looking across all 4 of our teams, I am almost a little bit, or even a lot bit sad that only 2 of these teams are going to be making it to the global finals. I think all 4 of these teams are so great and have been playing so wonderful in our competition thus far this current weekend. But Holy Method, Tettles, 55 seconds to deal with a Mega Buster here. They need to finish that, and then of course deal with King Mechagon. He takes a while until he's back. You need to make sure that there are no orbs.
You gotta respect the 1v1 here. You gotta let Wildy 1v1 him. Otherwise, it's not valid. Andy's getting in the way. This is so messed up.
No, I think this is perfectly fine, and that's another 17 plus 2 that they get on the board here. So vital, so important. Every now and then people ask, like, oh, why do you stress, like, the plus 2? It means that they don't have to run the 18, and that is just a time save. It is a timed competition. We are asking teams to push those keys up, so every single run they can skip on the overall trajectory of upgrading those keys. It's just so much bonus time that they get to push up higher keys or maybe have a little do-over and so on. So very cool to see another one of those done.
I mean, looking at the main screen here, we got Physical God Comp back from their break in this Theater of Pain 17 again, and we're going to show off some really cool tech here in just a couple of moments. But they are actually on a very difficult pull. So this is a pull that you typically do with a DK, as the DK allows you to get this pack gathered a lot more quickly. But not having that DK, they're going to have to utilize things such as Ring of Peace and Typhoon to get those Soul Binders as stacked up as possible. And you see here Squish Vegan swapping over to that Feral Druid and topping the damage meter. They are going to be able to kind of squeak by this pull with a bunch of their 15-second interrupts. And now, this is that cool snap that we highlighted earlier. What's going to happen is they're going to click this portal, and they're going to land on the next platform. The next platform is a forced trash pull, but it's kind of unique because you can actually snap this Death Speaker and the remaining trash to Kultharok. What they're going to do is they're going to drop a Freezing Trap and a Demon Hunter Cage on the mobs to leave them in a CC, and once those mobs CC fades, then they will be able to snap back up. Now, you see the other members of Physical God Comp have went through this portal. Now you're going to see Banchers here feigning death. Wax is going to press meld, and everybody else is going, because you have to drop combat to actually be able to click this portal. It looks like it got maybe a little bit messed up here, Makes. I think they're waiting for the feign death to come back up again.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't ready yet. There was a curse on Banchers, I think. So,
I don't think the curse
on
matters.
Wax. So we're going to be seeing whether or not they can do it here, but another application, and now he's on the way. Okay, it worked out. It took a little bit longer than we saw it previously, but Wax is porting over, and the mobs are going to chase him in a couple of seconds as well. Should be spawning in here any second now.
I had a chance to talk to Banchers before broadcast day started today, and he was talking to me about this skip specifically, because I was asking him a little bit about it, and he said that they didn't know if they were going to be doing the skip on broadcast or not today, because it was actually made so much easier with that Bear Druid compared to the Vengeance Demon Hunter, so he didn't know if they were necessarily going to be doing it. And Mix, where are the mobs? I'm just the people are wondering.
I was going to ask you that, because I saw Wax turn around and kind of like look like, oh, I guess they didn't spawn. Like that's kind of the character movement that I saw there. And they still haven't spawned. You know, sometimes there's a delay, but I feel like that delay has run out of time now. So it might just be that we are actually actively missing that count now, which, after how long it took to get it underway, feels like another significant time loss. Somehow the TOP today not being in Physical God Comp's favor. This is their second time in here. They had a 17-minute reset earlier on after having first Squish go down here on this boss, and then having 2 Withering Charges go off in the next wing, as well as a full wipe on Gorechop. So I assume we're going to be seeing them continue the run here, but they will need to make up for the lost count.
So here are the rules. Sometimes whenever you mess with Jank messes back, and
True.
I think the Jank
sometimes when you steer into the void, it steers back.
Yeah,
that's true.
Now, it's less about the snap getting a little bit weird. It's more about like where they're getting it count from. That's the only concern that I really have. Somebody's pulling up MDT right now for sure and be just like, okay, hold on. What do I do about these mobs not covering?
Yeah, I guess. Would a mini boss, like any of the mini bosses, be enough? Because those are conventionally skipped by many of the teams. I'm just not sure if that's exactly the same count as this platform. Maybe you can investigate. I will say Banchers does go down here as one of the orbs grazes him just a little bit too much. That spiral does hit. Res does come out, as well as they finished out the remaining soul that he attacked back onto the platform, just to get another nameplate up there to help a little bit. Kultharok is dropping slowly but surely. We will need to find that count. Any knowing? Okay.
Yeah, so we got 2 options for that count. Option number 1 We could play one of those mini bosses that you kind of shouted out in the Zav wing. Option number 2, we could play both of the patrolling gas bags.
Oh. But one mini boss would be enough, or would it also have to be 2?
No, it's one mini boss. But
Okay.
I'm just gonna say the mini boss is also a huge time loss. That's a pretty bad time loss that they didn't have those mobs
Both
snapped.
of them are time loss.
I just
yeah.
got pinged by our production. He said no gas bags. That's not an option. You could play both. I'm telling you, that is an option count wise. I don't know if it's the best option per se.
The question
but
is, if you had to make that decision to either play a mini boss or a double gas back pull, which of those would be the least amount of time wasted? Because I feel like the mini boss would be faster, but maybe it's not because of the classes we're playing. Okay, let's look out for the Withering Discharges this time around. Velnova does come in here. First time around, they are stunned. Okay.
Sweet.
We are making sure that they are being interrupted. This is a core part of
Meld
being able
rake
to deal
stun?
with this pull.
We just went Chaos Nova into leg sweep into meld rake stun, absolutely utilizing all of the utility on our very uncommonly seen composition here, really rebuilding the playbook as to how to CC those mobs. And it looks like Physical God Comp did down that trash pack that got the best of them last time.
I'm worried about finding those percent, because both of the options that you presented me with are quite unsatisfactory, but we will have to wait and see what they're doing. Physical God Comp does not look like they want to pull any gas backs, at least for now. So we're going to take a look at Polish Mountain here, who are working on the same pull in the plus 19, but Rekti Hardened is in here as well, and that is not a mob that is usually in this wing, which means it got pulled. Now, this can happen, unfortunately, when you do Zaf and you jump down, and one of the DK pets is just feeling a little bit of extra spicy, and it runs by the mini-boss, because you don't dismiss it, or it's one of the mages, and then you end up with having that mini-boss here, which, yeah, you're calling it out. This is a bad timeline.
Okay, so not only did you say, like you said, they got the mini boss, but they got the one that is by far the worst, the wreck unbalanced blows. Look at just how much damage Yete is taking every single time the unbalanced blows just hit the entire party. This is an insane time loss, and they were looking great. A 10-26 Zav split, that's probably a minute to a minute and a half under what's required to be able to time the key. This is very... Do you zone out? Like, what do you actually do here?
Well, I mean, they were fast enough in the 17 to get the +2 done, which tells me that their 19 is probably on a good tempo as well.
Okay.
But, I mean, look at how long we've been in fight with Rek already here on our big screen, and it's just like, you are losing a lot of time just dealing with this guy by himself. It's not good.
This is the reason that everybody skips these mobs. This mob is not reasonable. This is crazy. I think that having this mob accidentally pull is worse than Physical God Comp snap failing, by the way, just in terms of if we're picking between things. You know what? I would rather play 2 gas bags. You know, you're right, I think, Makes.
You know, you don't really want to be in either situation, but here we are watching this very, very unfortunate moment pan out for Polish Mountain, and with that, we will be shuffling around on the desk here. Makes, thank you so much for your insights, and, you know, we'll see you later on today.
Bye.
Bye. And coming in, we've got Nagura. So, we were watching a little bit of Polish Mountain. We've seen some things happen, and anybody who's been watching for a bit, or maybe if you're new, Polish Mountain, right, this is a team that's always had so much potential. They have been focusing really hard, as they told us, on optimizing their practice time, pushing more DPS, working on consistency and adaptability in runs, as well as like sort of refining their shot calling, right? So they're really trying to all around kind of improve, because I think the biggest thing we've seen hold them back in previous seasons has been their consistency and execution, right? So, Nagura, as you're taking a look at this, we've obviously had this unfortunate moment, but based off of this weekend, do you think that they have improved in those areas, or do you think this is still something that's kind of holding them back?
I mean, I obviously don't know how their shot calling is or how any of that goes internally since I can't hear them. But I do think that looking at their performance, they definitely have improved quite a lot on whatever points they wanted to improve on, because they have been playing incredibly well. Now, of course, this one unfortunate pull now on Rec is potentially going to be problematic for them. I do think they can still time the 19, but they will have to improvise and adjust their routing as they go through the dungeon, which is not something that is super easy to do.
Yeah.
On a key that you have planned out so much beforehand. Sometimes even, adapting your route and pulling something that you did not want to pull, or skipping something that you wanted to pull, it sounds easier, but it might cause them to not have the cooldowns that they usually have on the next packs and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough for them, I think, to do the rest of this key. There might be more issues coming up.
Freestyling your route is not something that is super common for any of these things. I mean, even if you're playing on live, you have a rough idea of what you're supposed to be pulling. There's reasons that you're doing things in a certain order. You don't normally want to freestyle your route if at all possible. How have you been feeling about missed count so far? It looks like I was actually thinking that they were going to be really close here to 3-chesting this Dark Flame Cleft 17. Looks like they're going to be on the wrong side of that, but they were actually quite close to it.
Yeah, so at first I don't think that the 3 chest really matters, but it's still crazy to see that they are really close to it. Because of course we did see the other teams 2-chesting the 17 and then 2-chesting the 19. So if they 3-chest the 17, they would just 1-chest the 20 and then still have the same amount of dungeons done overall. Which I do think the 1-chest on the 20 might actually be harder than a 2-chest on the 19 actually. I'm not really sure, because obviously the key level does scale up higher, and all of a sudden the Candle King is doing some crazy stuff to your group. Yeah, miscounts. We've talked so much about Polish Mountain, Holy Method doing those 21 DFCs earlier, but miscount just kind of, they were just cruising through today so far. They did do the lower key levels first, or I don't want to say lower key levels, but they did the dungeons that don't go as high as DFC does. But they've been doing incredibly well. And looking at their time here in DFC is absolutely crazy.
What do you think about AJ playing Restoration Shaman for time trials, but having swapped that up to playing Disc Priest right now? At least in the 17. Obviously, we don't know if he's going to swap to that Resto Shaman for the 21. Potentially 21, but for the 21. Do you think he's going to swap? What's your kind of gut read on that?
I actually don't think they'll swap. I think that the teams have figured out how to heal the Candle King without needing the Resto Shaman, and they just kind of opted to keep the Disc Priest for the advantage that it gives for the rest of the keys, I think, overall. I do think that maybe that was just something that they decided to do if they really were not comfortable healing the Candle King. Or what do you think? I don't know, like Holy Method, for example, they could have brought Thenner and the Shaman, and Thenner, as we know, is like someone that knows Shaman all too well. So if they don't switch to Shaman, I also don't think the miscount will.
It's one of those things that it's actually like double Overseer is the first pull of the dungeon, which most of these MDI teams are doing, is really difficult if you don't have ways to stop the knockback cast. And that's why whenever you saw during time trials, a lot of people were playing that double Druid, right? The Resto Druid and the Balance Druid. It was for double Ursul's Vortex. I think that AJ was also playing the Resto Shaman kind of with a similar thought process, is that AJ, if he drops an Earthbind totem at a well-timed Earthbind totem, you can actually grab those mobs with the roots from that and just snag them. And I think that was one of the reasons that they were playing it. But I think maybe after seeing Whippy last weekend from Wunderbar heal this entire dungeon on that Disc Priest, I think that these teams might have found a way to get away from either the Resto Druid or the Resto Shaman.
Yeah, I think so as well. So far at least the 19, we can see that they still haven't swapped to the Resto Shaman for that 19 key level. It's still possible that they do it on the 21. We're going to keep an eye on that. And we also have to keep an eye on that 2 chests for the 19 for miscount as well, because of course we've seen the 2 chests before from the other teams. And even though, of course, the 17 looked incredibly good, like their route for sure allows them to 2-chest the 19, but of course any kind of mistakes here and there would potentially cause them to not hit that. So we're going to keep an eye on that, as Holy Method is now moving on to that trash after Cujo.
What do you think about the skip that they're going to do here in a couple seconds, Nagura?
You mean the mini-boss skip?
Yeah, the Blastatron skip.
Yeah. I I personally think I like it. Like, I think the Blastatron is just so difficult, especially with, well, it's not difficult, but it's so inefficient, I think. Because
Sure.
there's just no way you can pull anything on top of it. And you have this Arcane Mage in your comp, and Unholy DK, and you could potentially gain so much funnel and utilize that. But then you're just sitting there hitting a singular mob. So I personally like this a little bit more. It is more difficult though, right? Because in my opinion, the Blastatron is easier to kill than the trash that you have to do to make up for it.
It is. I actually don't think it's a difficult mob. I do agree with your analysis though that it is pretty slow. So for those the viewers at home, what's about to happen here? So you see Thanner, he's playing a Void Elf, and the Void Elf racial allows you to like port. You like send out an orb, and then you reuse the ability, and you'll just like port to where that orb was. And certain abilities can actually get over this wall without the gate being dropped. First and foremost, Mage Blink is the one that is by far the most popular for being able to blink over this wall, but Void Elf Ratio also works. And so what Holy Method's about to do here in a couple seconds is, as this pack dies, instead of getting in combat with the Blastatron X80 mini-boss, they're going to Void Elf and blink over the wall, then Thanner's going to double Life Grip, Andy and Fragments over the wall, and Wexy's going to Human Wild Charge. Ideally, none of these people combat the Blastatron X80. If they do that, then we were completely toast. But look, everybody made it all the way through the wall, and now you've just skipped that inefficient mob that Nagura called out earlier.
Yeah, one more thing it allows you to do is use your Bloodlust a little bit earlier, right? Because all of the teams are saving their Bloodlust for Machinist's Garden. And by skipping this mini-boss, your Bloodlust will be used faster, which means it comes back up quicker, which is going to give you a better timing for the last boss, right?
Andy there almost getting stuck and seen by the bots. Those have been a little bit weird. But yeah, I do you think that you actually get any additional value by pressing this Bloodlust earlier?
Well, you might get it.
So you don't get another lust, right? The obvious answer is you don't get another lust, but like, does it coming up at 25 minutes as opposed to 27 minutes make a difference?
Maybe not.
Kind of interesting. But
It's definitely not going to make a difference on like 20, on a 19, potentially. We have to see when they reach the last boss. Of course, they also have to do the extra trash, which means it will delay. Well, it also depends. Like maybe they want to last the trash pack. I mean, that's something they could do, I guess. But that wouldn't be 10 minutes from here.
That seems pretty bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it would actually be really good if you're trying to 2-chest to 17, which they did. Mm-hmm. Cool. Miscount, you see in the picture-in-picture, and move them over to the big screen. They're actually in this 19 Darkflame Cleft here. And this was actually the first team in the world to time 19 Darkflame Cleft. And they were able to hold that as the world first key for, I think, like a week or so before one of the Chinese teams ended up passing them, and they started more focusing towards MDI level competition. But, I mean, this was a team that was rank 1 on the live leaderboard for an extended period of time here. I'm really interested in seeing how they do in this 19.
Oh.
Ooh, we have a death on Thanner.
Down. They do
That's
have a Battle
awkward.
Rest and just being casted on. So they have to get Thanner up as fast as they can. There we go. Obviously, accepting a Battle Rest on this fight is actually so tough because there's so much going on. And you have to avoid all of these cogwheel and the beams and the abilities on the floor. So sometimes you cannot accept the rest for quite a while. But Thanner did manage to accept it now and did manage to throw out that pain sub to help out Andy surviving this boss here and all of the other things going on. We do have one more Battle Rest available in case they need it. But yeah, that was a little bit rough. I do want to take a little bit of a look at Polish Mountain, because Polish Mountain did have this issue with that mini-boss that was pulled. That looked like it was definitely not intended. So we'll see how their enemy forces look like and what it is they're going to skip. I guess one super easy thing for them to skip would be the trash at the last boss, right? Which wouldn't be an efficient thing to skip. And it also costs you funnel damage, so...
I was sitting there thinking the same thing, and you said that, and I'm just like, I think you'd rather pull that trash just for mage funnel. That trash does... The contenders in that ritualist literally do, like, almost nothing. It looks like they're
they
just...
did skip something, though.
What did they skip? Yeah, I don't know what you're actually supposed to skip here. I was going to say, I feel like you just concede to being overcount, but...
Maybe it's possible they skipped some of the like left and right sides on the platforms, right? Because sometimes you have these soul binders that you just pull into your pack, and maybe they just avoided some of them, which makes the pull slightly smaller and slightly easier to not have those extra interrupts. Yes, that is possible.
It's not great because that's inefficient, right? Like
Yeah.
that many bosses is brutal. I don't think anybody would ever argue that it's an efficient pull. I actually do think that Polish Mountain is still on pace to be able to time this key, mostly off the back of really clean execution in their 19, not off the back of the fact that they got the additional 20 count from that mini boss porting to them. But now we're back to miscount in this 19, able to make it through Ol Waxbeard. With a split of 5 minutes and 29 seconds, they are actually exceedingly quick in this area. We do know that most of the teams are going for the double Overseer as the first pull of the dungeon, and you lose a little bit of time maybe in this section with the additional pull that comes in late on Blaziken, but I think that miscount, if they're able to make it through the Candle King, they're going to be really, really swift. I'm not really too worried about their possibilities of timing this key on a 19. It's more about, are they going to be able to two-chest this, I think.
That's definitely going to be important. I mean, that, as we have been talking about, is such a huge time saver when you have such a limited amount of runs you can do in the day. But with those limited runs, we've actually had a sort of milestone that's approaching here, which production kindly let us know was happening. So the next Balance Druid that's going to finish a key is going to actually bring us to 100 runs completed on broadcast with the Balance Druid in this MDI. Yeah, Tattles, you loving it? I mean, Nigura, what do you think about our Balance Druid showing up here?
I mean, I absolutely love it, of course. Right? I do wonder, are there more mages that have timed keys? Or is Balance Druid actually the most played?
Probably spec-wise. These dirty mages get equal representation from Fire and Arcane, but I would view Mage as just the same, honestly.
Yeah.
But
and at the same time, Frost, I guess. Yeah.
At the same time, I think this is probably the most fair amount of representation for Moonkin. I think this should be like this every single season, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more.
I agree. Speaking of Moonkins, that's what happens when you don't play that spec Squish, as he did go down on that, on that last boss there on the 17 TOP. They did have a Battle Rest available and did manage to get him back up, but they're still going to be timing that 17. Unfortunately, not getting the 2 chests in, but still being able to get those 17 points on the board, which is nice to see for them.
Okay. Look at like Polish Mountain here. I think you probably want like 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on their final boss split to be able to get Mordretha down whenever you're considering as well the RP time. And I think that Polish Mountain is going to be in a situation where they are going to be able to have that. Physical God Comp, though, in their 17 Theater Pain, as we saw there for a brief moment. Unfortunate miss on the 2 chest. Very sad days for them.
Definitely not something they like to see, especially because they already struggled quite a bit in that workshop earlier. But there's still a lot of time left in the day. Maybe they can surprise us in that DFC. We'll see what they can do there. Polish Mountain now 6 minutes 20 left to finish off this 19 that they're trying to do with those mistakes here and there. And yeah, they'll have time. It'll be a little bit tougher and closer than we've seen from Missed Count, but still going to be able to do it. The count does look fine, so they're going to be able to get that with the last 3 trash mobs here. Bloodlust still on a pretty long cooldown, but still getting it within the timer.
Yeah, I think we're totally fine here. We just can't have any deaths. I think this fight's probably, like 415, maybe like 430, just in total, especially whenever you're factoring in the Bloodlust. So I think that Polish Mountain, again, assuming that they don't have any deaths or don't have any mistakes, they'll be totally fine. But swapping back over to Holy Method, they're kind of playing this very unique. Whenever we talk about the skipping of the Blastotron, this is the alternative pull to that mob. A much faster pull, but you kind of called it out. They chained the Mark III bot into this pack, and so it is a little bit more dangerous, right?
Yeah, definitely a little bit higher danger for this pull. They do have those shield generators to mitigate some of the damage, but still have to make sure you're walking out for those squirrels that on the 19 key level probably kill you through the shield generator, while on the lower key levels you're probably still fine. I always just stand in there. I'm just
I also always stand in there. I'm bad about that. Do you think that all the other MDI teams after this weekend are going to take note of Holy Method's route in this place and copy it? I feel like the answer is yes, but I'm not positive.
I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Because we're like, it's mainly about the tiebreaker, I think, right? Because I don't think doing this allows it to do it on a higher key level. It's mainly about, well, unless it is. If it allows it to do it at a higher key level, then for sure people are going to be adapting. If it's only going to save you some time for a time tiebreaker, then maybe the extra difficulty added to it would not be worth it for some of the team.
You get 6 item levels in corruption for globals too, though.
Oh. Okay, you taste back, don't worry about it, guys. He was just
Wait,
checking
what?
out what's underneath this platform for a moment.
What just happened? Did he just fall to the ground?
He did blink through the ground. It's okay,
Dude, I
just
thought
wanted
I
to
was
see
seeing
how
things at first.
the pixels look down there, you know? Looks pretty good. You did come back. we're
That would have been. Can you imagine? That would have been a tragic to please.
That would have been actually so tragic.
We had to 4-man the boss from 50% because our mage fell through the ground, and unfortunately, it's not a 4-minute boss.
Yeah, that, especially after pulling Rack on accident.
The wreck incident is that mob is demonic. I think I'd forgotten why people don't pull it, and then it gets snapped, and I'm like, oh, now I remember why you don't pull that mob.
Okay, let's take a look at Holy Method as they are approaching that last boss. They're fighting that aerial unit. They have the enemy forces, as we talked about. And with the different route that they've been playing. What do you think? Do you think the teams are going to be adjusting to this mini-boss skip?
I think that this route that they're playing is probably 30 to 45 seconds faster, if I had to wager a guess, just due to the RP time on the Blastotron and whatnot.
Yeah.
I tend to think that it's going to be just a little bit faster. And whenever you're talking about the 20 to 30 seconds gain, all of the teams are going to go for that. If it's especially something that's low risk, like, yeah, we put our priest on a void elf, and then we gain the 20 to 30 seconds. I similar to you, don't think it's going to allow you to skip a key level, at least right now. But whenever you're looking for global finals as well, it's going to be 6 item levels higher because of the turbocharged gear, and we're getting corruption as well. And that, in conjunction with the new route, that could actually bring you up, half a key level or something like that, and allow you to go to that next break point in the workshop. So I do tend to think that teams are probably going to copy that, if I had to wager a guess, but it's a really cool technique from Holy Method. They're slaughtering this key. They're going to be 4 minutes under. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 3.5 minutes under, which is still insane.
Yeah, they're super fast. We can now take a look at the Bloodlust timer and see if it actually mattered or not.
Wow.
They do get it up just now, like a little bit ago.
I
Which
actually
means
like
they will
this
have it
lust
on
timer.
boss pool,
Yeah.
which
This-
is pretty nice, I'd say.
I think that using it at the very beginning of that Blastotron phase is way better than having to use it halfway through, because everybody's cooldowns are more easily synced after you come out of that 15-second stun.
And we did have a death here for the Moonkin for Polish Mountain, but Polish Mountain finishing off this key. First of all, really well done because they did full wreck, but also that was a Moonkin and they finished a dungeon, which means that this cursed PvP run was the 100th run for a Moonkin, this MDI, which is really cool. As Thunder does go down to Mega Stab. They do have a Battle Rust available, so they can get them back up. So, shouldn't be too big of a deal here, but yeah, don't want to have any more of those mistakes. Bloodlust also lost on their healer. Not ideal, but also not the end of the world.
Yeah, not the end of the world. It's much worse if it's ever lost on a DPS in that situation. Still not great to be lost on your healer, but I think that Holy Method here are still going to be, like I said, probably 3 minutes under on the timer, which is incredibly, incredibly quick here, all things considered. Do you think they're going to go to 20 next?
I think they will move on to TOP first.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, they could do either, right? They still have so much time left in the day.
Yeah.
They don't have to do theater. Polish Mountain did move on from the 19 and is going to do the workshop now as well. But yeah, I think Holy Method could attempt the 20.
How are you feeling about qualifying dungeon levels? Is it going to be like 19, 20, 21, 20, 20, 21? What are you kind of thinking for what the maximum level to make it to global finals is going to be from this group B?
I actually think it might actually be 20, 20, 21.
Yeah.
Looking at where we're at right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
So I think Wunderbar put up a 20 workshop last weekend, so we know it's definitely doable. It's more about like how many teams have practiced 20 workshop enough to be able to put that up, because I think that's
Not at the time, I think, right?
yeah.
well.
It's also like I think that 20 workshop is probably harder than 20 Theater of Pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if there's a dungeon that was left on 19, it would be that. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we have multiple teams at 20, 20, 21 today. It's more about consistency and being able to time. Like, how consistent are you at those max level keys? Like, we saw Polish Mountain time the first Dark Flame Cleft faster than Holy Method did. that's kind of a big deal. You can lose so much time in these max level keys.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like we've seen so many teams be able to get to the highest point, but then just not. Or they did manage to eventually time it, most of them, but then it just took them so long. And that's going to be the biggest problem. Holy Method and Polish Mountain thankfully already have the 21 DFC done, which is of course the first tiebreaker. So even though Miscount looks very clean so far, if Miscount, for whatever reason, wipes on a 21 DFC for a long time, that actually would put them pretty far behind, and they would immediately lose the tiebreaker. Even if Miscount times the 20 in both TOP and Workshop afterwards, they need that 21 DFC, which is super important for them. And they're currently working on the 19. They are looking really strong though, so I kind of believe they can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you never know. Things can go wrong so fast.
I think that's a really good way of looking at it too, because it's not, funnily enough, Polish Mountain and Holy Method haven't had to reset any 17s or 19s either. The only dungeons that they had to reset was that 21 Dark Flame Cleft over and over again. And Makes and I were talking about this a little bit before you came on, but Miscount seems to be ahead of the pack. But the only dungeons that Holy Method and Polish Mountain actually reset were that Dark Flame Cleft on a 21, which Miscount has yet to actually start.
Yeah. So it will be interesting to see if Miscount can just follow up and actually get the 21 done in a similar time frame or even faster than Holy Method and Polish Mountain. We'll see. They are gathering up this creeper pool now, and their 17 looked incredibly clean, the fastest, in fact, from all of the teams we've seen so far. So we kind of assumed that this 19 is also going to be two-chested by them and also going to be looking pretty clean, maybe even the fastest 19 we've seen as well. And yeah, look at that. I mean, they're just playing this so nicely. Kira doesn't even look like he's in danger at all. Well, we've seen some of the other tanks really struggling, especially on the gather up of this pool. But yeah, Miscount doing a good job. As a Death on Physical God Comp on Staff, it looks like. They do have a Battle Rest available.
Yeah.
They can recover.
Looks like they did end up getting Nox up, so it looks like Nox on that Arms Warrior ended up going down. Very unfortunate series of events. But I still think... Wait, they've changed their route. What?
Oh?
Isn't that weird? They were going Kultharok first.
Oh, they did. Interesting, okay.
That's strange.
That is strange.
Huh. Wonder why. Like, why would you change your route in the middle of the day?
I mean, maybe it's... I guess it's just possible that it was something planned, like with Bloodlust timing. Maybe on the 17 they were getting a certain Bloodlust that they know they wouldn't be getting on the 18, so that they change it, but that would be strange. Just 1 key level difference.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Let's move back over to Miscount so we can look at them as a team. I feel like this team has actually been performing to expectations so far across this weekend. I feel like this team is actually playing insanely clean. And even to the point where you saw something as subtle as AJ, as he was getting stunned by the minecart, life-gripping Verb to make sure that he was actionable. That is actually an insanely clutch thing to do. It's such a subtle thing from like these world-class level teams, but that's how you actually become some of the best players in the world, is doing all the small things correctly after already being good enough at doing obviously big damage and the big picture items like living and whatnot.
Yeah, that's actually so nicely done. I do also wanna... Like, they did not lust Candle King, right? This is interesting. So they actually lasted on cooldown.
They lusted on C on Blazicon, and they go, AJ, you're gonna have to heal. Huh.
That's crazy. Okay, wait. They can...
Lust is
okay,
up.
so this... They're just like, you know what? We don't need this. The last and the last boss here at the very start is actually very valuable, right? You're going to be saving a lot of time. With these creepers up, you get all of this extra funnel in as well. So I do think this is like a super value last. But of course, not having it on Blazicon, not having it on Candle King, does mean that boss is going to be quite a bit harder. But if AJ manages to heal that boss on a 21, then certainly he can heal it on a 19 without Bloodlust, right? That's probably what they're thinking. So they get a little bit of a better Bloodlust timing here. Because if you want to 2-chest a 19, and you're lasting Candle King, then you're not going to get it up on Darkness if you're as fast as they are here.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is like a really sweet innovation. So a lot of the teams will play similar routes to what they're playing on the max level key, or have similar bloodlust timings to what they have on the max level key. Where Missed Count, they have different bloodlust timings depending on what the level of the dungeon is, to allow them an easier time of guaranteeing that 2 chest, which it does, like you said, it makes that Candle King harder, but I think it's just like a super smart adaptation for Missed Count here.
I do also think that Missed Count is playing a little bit less trash between Candle King and the Darkness from what I've seen. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that as well. So it is possible that they generally just have like a shorter time frame between Candle King and Darkness, while the other teams did have a little bit more time, because they did get last up eventually. I think Holy Method and Polish Mountain on the Darkness. While Missed Count, they would have lasted Candle King. I think they probably wouldn't even have gotten it up at all in his boss fight, looking at the kill time.
Okay, let's do a prediction. Do you think AJ's swapping to the Resto Shaman? So they played Resto Shaman for viewers, for context. They played Restoration Shaman during time trials in their 21. Missed Count, it seemed like they went out of their way during day 1 to not allow that Restoration Shaman to get banned. Do you think AJ's going to show up on this Resto Shaman for the 21 Dark Flame Cleft?
I'm gonna say he's sticking to Priest.
Okay.
What are you saying?
I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest. I feel like it's kind of a coin flip. I could actually see it going either way.
Put me on the spot here now. You have to decide as well.
I'll be a believer in the Restoration Shaman. They went out of their way in day 1 to not allow it to get banned, including the point where AJ randomly played Holy Paladin for 2 keys. Yeah. I don't think a Holy Paladin... Like, Holy Paladin's obviously good, but I don't think that there's any reason for you to not allow the Restoration Shaman to get banned unless you wanted to play it during the 21 Cleft.
Yeah, it is very interesting. The one thing that I don't understand about this Resto Shaman ban avoidance though is why play the Resto Shaman so much then if you're not gonna get it banned? Like, why not play the Priest instead then, right?
Yeah, I don't know. See, that's exactly that's what I'm saying. I don't really know, but it's going to be interesting to see. The Restoration Shaman, you typically end up wanting it because the first pull of this dungeon is this double Overseer, and the Root Totem is actually very valuable. Additionally, the HPS throughput for the Candle King. Priest can kind of run out of gas at the very end of that 21 if you're not super careful. But those are kind of the reasons, but we did see Wunderbar, they played a Priest last weekend, so it might be one of those things that they just go for it. And look at this Missed Counter zoning into the dungeon on that Priest, so I think that you were right.
Yeah, so I do think Missed Count is going to be sticking to that Priest here, and they're immediately attempting this 21 right after 2 Justice 19, and looked so incredibly clean. Still, like, 0 deaths across the board. I think Missed Count overall today only had, like, 2 deaths.
Is that
in
true?
Total? I do think that Verb died once on Gourd Chop on the 19. And I don't even remember if they had a second death at all. So
that's an insane statistic if true. That is, yeah.
I'm gonna need to double check here to make sure I'm not making this number up. But in the meantime, we have some other stats, as we do have the times for the team breaks coming through. So Holy Method is on their second 10-minute break, which means that once they come back, they have done all of their breaks and they can continue for the rest of the day. And Missed Count, Polish Mountain, and Physical God Comp each have taken their first 10-minute break, but still need to take a second one within the next 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the breaks are one of those things that most people, like, it's one of those things that just, like, gives you some nice time to go use the bathroom or, like, stretch your legs or whatever. It could only come back to hurt you if you forget to take them within the break period, which hasn't happened yet. And we would prefer if it didn't happen this weekend as well, I think.
I think I might have just made the statistic up. It looks like they did have more deaths than I... Did they reset a key?
I'm not really sure. I make statistics up all the time, kind of like that one time that I told people to go Kiri and Moonkin, and that was apparently fake.
Oh yeah, people still talk about that one. Yeah.
I know. People still bring it up to me in person, even. It's okay.
I love that.
I don't. That makes one of us. Okay, so Polish Mountain have actually bailed on going and running the Theater of Pain again on the 20, and it looks like they're actually in that workshop. We caught that on the big screen here a couple of seconds ago. What would you think about a 21, a 19, and a 19 for Polish Mountain. Oh my god, we had a skip mishap where our priest gripped our DK and our DK wasn't ready for the grip, and now he's back on the ground and having to run all the way from the bottom. You gotta go, little buddy. You gotta make it.
Got it.
The mobs need
Is
you.
the ghoul, yeah, is the pet also gonna make it up though? That ghoul. There it is. Ghoul also made it. Alright, the team said, you know what? We're not gonna wait around for you. And we're just gonna be pulling, which makes sense considering that they probably won't need their DK for a little while here. It is a 17 workshop, and we talked about that it isn't super easy to two-chest this key. And even though we're laughing a little bit, they already have a 1 death on the board. And losing a lot of time here is not actually something that is allowed if you still want to two-chest this one. So they definitely do want to make sure they're shaping up a little bit. Of course, still going to be able to two-chest from here on out, but yeah.
They're playing Velf too!
Yeah.
God, word of mouth moves quickly with strats. They had Holy Method on their side monitor. They saw them do that skip. They go, "Hey guys, what if we did this too?"
I have a feeling they already planned this beforehand, but it is also possible that they just came up with this on the spot.
It's crazy that you've made up 2 statistics in the course of 10 minutes now.
This is insane. You didn't know that 73.2% of all statistics are made up.
You're absolutely right that they definitely pre-planned this in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't just have this very geared priest that it takes a while to like craft your gear and stuff like that on the TR. They can't just like show up and like automatically race change. So they certainly had this planned in advance. But it's funnier to be like, yeah, they saw Holy Method do it, so now they're copying.
Alright, Holy Method is now back from their break.
Oh my God,
Let's see if they... Oh yeah, there is a hunter. Fragments and hunter, and their shaman. That's right. It
okay.
Ban their shaman. Wow,
I've been preaching this for a while. Okay, the shaman is sick, but I've been preaching this for a while. I swear Marksmanship Hunter is the best DPS specialization in the game for Theater of Pain. I didn't know what you were supposed to play with it. I think that MM Hunter Arcane Mage X is probably the best comp for this dungeon just in general. This Marksmanship Hunter, you talk about the downsides of the MM Hunter being the target capping, the mass AoE pulls sometimes can kind of get the best of them, but the low target AoE for this spec is like insane, and the amount of low target pulls that happen in Theater of Pain where it's like 3, 4, 5 mobs is just so frequent that Marksmanship Hunter, I don't even think there's a spec in the game that can compete with them damage wise. It's crazy.
This is so cool to see. Wow, alright, and the rest of Shaman. Okay, so I wonder what the rest of Shaman is gonna be helping them out here with. I guess it is potentially maybe just a PI target not necessarily being there anymore, so maybe then I just think Shaman stronger?
That's a good point. Like the power infusion, it's not that Marksmanship and Arcane Mage don't like power infusion, but both of them don't sync up nicely with the 2-minute PI. The MM Hunter's True Shot is a 2-minute cooldown, but it gets reduced a lot by CDR. I think it ends up being about a minute and a half. And then the Mage is like a minute 18 on Surge. I was thinking it was maybe just for the buff, though. But
yeah, it is possible that it's just for the buff as well, yeah.
Hunter doesn't really get... I mean, it's just mastery, I think, for this composition, right? Is Hunter actually getting anything from the Wind Fury effect?
I'm not sure.
I think it's just a melee attack thing. I don't think... I'm not... I was about to make something up on broadcast. I'm not 100% sure at this point now.
I do want to take a quick look at Polish Mountain, though, because Polish Mountain did just reset their 17. So, as I talked about this, you know, I was saying that they had a death on the board, their DK didn't manage to do the jump with the priest, and then they were just standing around. I saw them standing around for a little bit, and then I saw them porting out. So I'm not sure if there's another issue that happened to them, maybe potentially with that Blasticon skip, or if they just thought they're not going to be able to make the 2-chest anymore and decided to go out. We've talked about this a few times already. Some of these teams, if they know they can 2-chest a key, but because of something happening during the key, they think it's now not 2-chestable anymore. And if they're really confident in it, then it does make sense for them to reset, even if they could have still timed the key overall. But if you miss a 2-chest, that means that you obviously have to play the 18 afterwards and then the 19. So resetting a key halfway through, even if you're already 10 minutes in, is still more valuable if you're going to get the 2-chest afterwards than to finish the 17, miss the 2-chest, having to do a whole 18 run afterwards, and then get to the 19. So, yeah, Polish Mountain, unfortunately, losing a little bit of time here.
Yeah, it sounds like they failed the skip, which if they failed the skip, I think that would make sense for them to TP out if they think that they're missing the 2 chests because of it. Although I feel like there's maybe other ways that you could come back count-wise from missing that skip. But if they know that they're gonna have to do the 18 and they get that additional run that they have to do, that's a pretty sizable time loss. Like you would rather just 2 chests to 17 and be more clean because that DK. How much time do you think that DK skip lost to them too?
I don't think it lost them too much. I would say
Okay.
maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah. But then if you have another 45 seconds lost on top of it, maybe that's enough to make you miss the 2 chests on 17.
Maybe, yeah. The 17 timer for the 2 chests definitely a little bit rough.
I love how they have the world markers set up here to kind of show where that RP mob is. So there's this guy that he's standing on a platform, and if you shoot the frontal charge from No Mercy into it, you can actually spawn the additional guy, and you kind of have an eternal battle in your group as to the DK doesn't want you to summon him, but the mage really does want you to summon him because you get more funnel for the mage, but the DK has the death coils accidentally slamming into this completely useless RP mob, and then the Moonkin's like, wait, hold on, you should spawn that guy, I want a pad on him.
Yep.
There's always But I think that for speed purposes, you don't want to summon him because you just lose so much death coil value from the DK. It makes sense to not summon him.
Yeah, I do think it makes sense for the Hunter comp, of course, but maybe for this meta comp that most of the other teams have been running. not so
Hunter
much.
really wants it. Hunter's so bad at 2 target, and then they actually are good at 3 targets.
Only Method having a death, unfortunately, to a melee actually on their Moonkin, on their 17. It was Wreck. Oh no. So Wexy not making the skip there and just having him go down. They don't want to deal with that mini boss, just using that rest instead. Not deciding to reset. They do think they can still make the 2 chests, which we've seen most other teams be able to do in that 17 TOP so far. So we'll see if Holy Method can follow suit as well. And then we do have missed count on that 21 EFC now. So that's the highest dungeon we've seen most resets in so far. Both Holy Method and Polish Mountain having to reset that key quite a few times. So we'll see if missed count can do that. We're going to keep an eye on them. But we've seen so much DFC. I do want to continue to look at some of these other dungeons. But yeah, I mean, what do you think the toughest dungeon is going to be today outside of 21 DFC?
Probably like 20 Workshop, if I had to wager a guess.
You think 20 Workshop is harder than 21 DFC?
Probably. I think it slightly is. The thing with Dark Flame is the very beginning of Dark Flame and Candle King are by far the hardest parts. And so with the front-loaded difficulty in the Dark Flame, assuming that you can make it to Candle King and then get through that boss, you can actually time that on 21. Obviously the 21's more impressive, but I just don't think that dungeons always like scale that way. I mean, in theory, they're supposed to be completely even, but I do think that the 20 Workshop is harder, and we're going to see it less often than the 21 Dark Flame. I mean, if Miscount can time this dungeon on a 21, that's going to be 3 teams that are putting that up, and I think that there's a chance that only one team actually is able to put up the 20 Workshop.
Okay. So you're saying it's possible that we see a team qualify for globals with having 21-20-19 as well?
Yeah, well, I think that there's a chance that a team qualifies with that, because I think the Theater Pain 20 is actually not as bad than the 20 Workshop or the 21 Dark Flame. I actually think that the 20 Theater isn't too terrible.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I do like Holy Method's chances here with this
I love this comp.
comp that they've been cooking up. Like,
Look
I
at
really
Frag.
like this.
Look at how much damage he's doing here. He's top
Yeah.
fragging 2.55 mil on Zap. Pure single target. Do not look at that banner damage.
Banner has to die too, because otherwise your slow teammates are going to die. You don't have as many speed ups as you have, right?
Yeah, that's definitely
out
how
the
that
team.
works.
Yeah, also going Xaph first here for Holy Method. We've seen that quite a lot actually today. I think it was Miscount as well that went Xaph first, and then Physical God come go somewhere else first, but then decided to switch it up and also do Xaph first. And we do have an 8-27 split here, which
That's
is
really good.
definitely incredibly fast.
I think I was looking at this earlier, and miscount in their 17, they put up an 8-13 Zav. So Holy Method, a little bit slower. I'm not really sure if it matters too much. I think if you just like factor out that death, I mean, they're pretty much the exact same time.
Yeah. Definitely looking interesting here as Eddie's now grouping up that last pull. They had a really good timing here for the patrol as well, being at the entrance of this room. Didn't have to do any kind of like late pulls. Very, very nice. Usually, actually, when you have the hunter, it's not too big of a deal, even if they're further away, because you can just misdirect them over once they're coming, which is also kind of cool. Use that hunter utility. But,
dude,
of course, didn't have to
Shaman.
do that this time around.
Shaman is actually so nice. I'm so used to playing with these disc priests that have no utility. They couldn't fear if you paid the money to. They don't do anything else except for press heal and power infusion on people. But now you get this really cool Giga Chad Restoration Shaman who casts Thunderstorm every 30 seconds and keeps knocking the mobs up over and over again. He's got a 12-second interrupt and a cap totem. Like, don't mind me. Don't mind if I do. Give me that utility, baby.
This actually is crazy. Also, one thing I wanted to mention as well, but then he did not end up using it, is Binding Shot, right? Binding Shot actually kind of nice for some of these mobs as they're jumping out so much. I guess the only issue with Binding Shot is sometimes like it doesn't trigger super fast, like the distance where it triggers, and then sometimes the ads are actually kind of rooted in a more spread out position. So maybe that's why we haven't seen the Binding Shot being used just yet.
It'd have been third DR. I don't know. Maybe he could also Totemic Recall. Like Thander could Totemic Recall to double cap the pack after a Chaos Nova, and you would just have the mobs on full DR as well. So it could just be one of those things that it wasn't a damage efficient global. But yeah, I mean the Binding Shot absolutely can be useful. And for Beast Mastery, the Binding Shot's even more useful whenever it's got that Ursul's Vortex effect on it.
Yeah, good point. I do see another big pull here coming in. This is the Wildy pull. As Wildy, in fact, even stood in a puddle because he was doing damage, but then used his Dwarf Racial to get rid of that disease. Using his cooldowns efficiently.
The disease is only what, like 10% reduced health or something? That's a healer problem.
Good point.
Where do we
You
Lust?
see a big pull coming up with Lust here, I think. I think they're going to be pulling this into the boss, which actually is pretty scary, even at 17. There's so much damage coming out. I guess one more thing to note here is that I do think Shaman actually quite a bit safer for this boss in particular, because these the ads here, when they leap on you, they actually do physical damage. So now looking at the comp, they don't have that priest, that second cloth player, and Binding Shot also really good for those ads as well.
That's true. The Binding Shot is actually nice for this fight. I don't know. I feel like this fight is just terrifying regardless. Whenever you said that you feel like Shaman's more safe for this fight, I feel like I always want like a really fat Oracle Disc Priest shield on me at any given point during this fight, though. This fight is just terrifying, especially once you get up to that 19 to that 20 level. There's no healer where you're like, yep, this is a comfy healer. It's every single time those oozing leftovers leap on people, it's just going to be most of your HP once you reach that level. The alternative is basically running around and dodging the entire time, and because it is like a projectile, so if you run out of it, you can avoid some of the damage there.
Yeah, I was talking to Gingy about this, and I was asking him about this boss fight in particular, like higher key levels and how scary it can be. Arranged, and he is like, you know, you're just gonna move, like just move, just dodge it, like not that hard, like. But he did say that he gets one shot if two jump on him, so leftover jumps will kill a mage from on a high key level for sure.
Look at the damage Thander's doing right now. We normally don't talk about healer damage all too often, but Disc Priest is actually known as like a pretty low DPS healer just in general. They'll end up ending a fight at probably, I don't know, 300 to 500k HPS. But Thander here doing 900,000 HPS is really, really high. Obviously, the Priest does have power infusion. That's not factored into their damage. Maybe it should be, but it's just not for the purposes of looking at the meter. But the Restoration Shaman doing 950k here is, I feel like this is an insane amount of DPS from him.
This is such a cool run to see, and I love seeing Holy Method just kind of build up some of their sort of momentum. Of course, they were looking solid yesterday, but today I think we're really starting to see them put out a little bit more of what's really going to make them a big competitor other than just their experience, right? They're back, and they are absolutely out to show us some interesting stuff. So thank you so much to both Nagura and Tettles for hanging out with us as we got to watch some of this interesting stuff happen, but we're going to let you both take a break for now, and I'm sure we'll see you lurking around chat.
GG's, and shout out to Moonkins for the 100th run.
Yeah!
Moonkins, yay! Bye!
Woo! Bye! Yeah, get in here. I mean, I'm so relieved that you're both here. Makes and Dratnos coming on the desk, saving us, really. No, I'm kidding. It's great to have you both.
We have our second spec variety rule, which is once a spec does 100 runs, it's banned for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
no
Yeah,
more
I'm glad we
Moonkins.
could get that one in last second. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty. We should let the teams know.
Yeah, go ahead and message them, admins, and we'll go ahead and get those right out of there. No, honestly, this has been a really cool day so far. I love that that's not true that came up on screen. It's not true. Let us clarify. The bans were placed at the end of the day when they made their decisions. Nothing else is going to change today, and it's great to see some of these. So my question, actually, Dratnos, I'm going to toss one to you here as we get into it. So Tettles and Nagura sort of touched on how Marksmanship Hunter and Resto Shaman kind of shine in this dungeon. And of course, we also sort of predicted that Physical God comp would do well in this one with some of their composition, right? Which includes some of that. So what do you think is sort of the bigger overview of this dungeon that sort of lets these other comps or strategies shine?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think one of the things that is tough about Theater of Pain is that there are a lot of pulls where you can't go massive. Because, like, look at this, right? There's no way you can fight these two with anything else. A lot of these platforms, you can't pull huge sets of mobs. There's all these mini bosses and stuff as well. And that means that Unholy DK is a little bit awkward in here. It's not impossible to play it or anything. It's still a strong spec, but that opens the door for something that is maybe better at this sort of profile, something that maybe helps the single target more from something like your Hunter. So I think the MM Hunter is great to see in here. On a pull like this, it is going to do absolutely, well, True Shot's not up, but if True Shot was up, this would be a huge pull for an MM Hunter.
Well, a lot of the pulls are actually really good because you are getting those 3 targets in, which we know, of course, from yesterday as well. They're just really excited about. We do have one death there, top right corner. One of our Moonkins decided to follow our made-up rule early on and lay down, but they got him back up, is back with the group as they are dealing with this very dicey pull there on the Machinist. Dratnos, you were on the first shift, and of course, you've been paying close attention. I know you well. How are you feeling about our teams right now? Is there anybody that surprised you looking at how they've been pacing through the dungeons?
Yeah, so we are 3 hours in and 2 hours left in the day. I would say Missed Count have been looking the best of our teams. They have been so good. If they can put this 21 Darkflame Cleft on the board, they're going to have, an hour and a half to do plus 20s in Workshop or Theater, and they're going to have a lot of points already. They're going to be in great shape. They've had a really great day so far. Holy Method, a tiny bit slower potentially, although they already have that 21 on the board in the Darkflame Cleft, but also looking solid. They're maybe going to have 60 minutes at the end of the day to try and put one of those plus 20s on the board. So I would say they're definitely looking strong. But Polish Mountain have really impressed me as well. Polish Mountain keeping up with Holy Method, I think also looking really, really good here. And between Holy Method and Polish Mountain right now, I mean, it's just, they are neck and neck on the standings, and also just in terms of dungeon progression, they're basically at the exact same point. Physical God Comp definitely have come out a little bit slower than these other teams, but they've also saved Darkflame Cleft for last, so they'll be able to pick up a lot of points in a short amount of time, potentially.
Yeah, I agree. I do have something I quickly want to mention here because Zyro is telling us in our production channel that he doesn't know if it's been said yet, neither do I, but I'll just say it again because it's a very cool thing. The last time Fregnance played a Hunter in the MDI, he won the whole thing. So maybe some foreshadowing that's happening here on the side of Holy Method.
What was that? Was that the BFA season where it was triple Hunter? Do you remember?
I think so. Yeah, it has
season.
to have been the full send on the Hunters, survival
Yeah,
Hunter just being so good.
Time.
Yeah.
That was a fun comp. That was before we had the one of each spec rule as well. So there was some heavy class stacking, and I think it was BFA like season 3 or 4.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but that sounds about right there. We did see a skip coming out of Physical God come earlier on. You were mentioning how a lot of the platforms in Theater of Pain are just kind of, you have to play through them before you are able to go. There is a way in which you can drag some mobs to the next one, but out of all of our teams, it seems like only Physical God Comp has been opting to do so. Is that just because the skip is a little bit jank sometimes and it's not that reliable?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting strategy to do. It's one of those things where I think the other teams have just decided, look, this isn't actually going to save us a huge amount of time, just doing all this setup, and we're doing, roughly the same amount of pulls anyways. It's maybe not even that much more efficient for us, but maybe it's a comp dependent thing as well. Maybe Physical God Comp are getting more value out of it because they are, of course, on a very different comp. We've been talking about Holy Method innovating in here, but Physical God Comp are on like 5 different specs or 4 different specs than everybody else, whereas Holy Method have kind of teched in a different healer and DPS than the meta.
Yeah, it's just been so cool to see. They are currently on break, so they're working away on beating at least one of our timers, which is the break timer here. Polish Mountain Mist Count still need to take some, and that allows us to check in with Mist Count. You can see on our nice little leaderboard on the side there that they're currently in the lead, which of course is partially due to the fact that they're the only team that has 3 dungeons on their board already, but Candle King, I feel like we were all expecting the teams to have the Resto Shaman ready for this boss. Now, Mist Count also opting to go for the Priest, just like we saw from Holy Method as well. Were we maybe a bit wrong, or is it just that the teams are valuing the disc higher?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of teams doing some extra work to juggle it around to not ban the Resto Shaman coming into today, but it's interesting to see them not actually make use of it. Clearly it works. The Disc Priest has healed this key level for our other teams, but just look at these health bars here. AJ forced above 4 million HPS right now, and they still have a lot of health left to get through on this boss. Now, the mana bar isn't the issue here for Disc Priest. Disc Priest, the mana bar is there.
That.
It's something you can spend, but
that.
The issue here is just going to be raw healing throughput. Here comes that Ultimate Penitence, which does a little bit of healing, but the biggest effect that it has is a full shield for an entire health bar on AJ here. Now Power Infusion is going to try and cover the rest of the way.
We saw Kyo on Polish Mountain earlier just be completely mana tapped. 0 mana left, and they still had like 15% or so to go on the Candle King. I agree. This priest is really good with mana, but don't underestimate it. It's a sheer amount of crazy HPS that needs to be done by these healers on the Candle King. It goes up to 1 billion on some of these fights, and teams are, of course, doing their best to help the healer out, like you were mentioning, with an AMZ, with a Darkness, with any additional healing they can muster up, as well as defensive, and it's all spreadsheeted out in case you were wondering. Before they go into these really high dungeons, they look at, okay, this is every single damage intake on a boss like the Candle King or even a boss like Big Mama, and this is what we're going to be using for it. So make sure you have it ready at this and that second, so we can opt into it there and help, take some of that extra damage off of our healer's menu, so he can help get the team back up here. But they are making fantastic headway through this boss. 7% to go. AJ is still good on mana, which is more of a unicum compared to some of the other teams we've been seeing here, and the boss is dropping surely but slowly.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to get through here. Last couple sets of defensives deployed. Barkskin out. Some big shields coming out. And it looks like Mist Count have gotten through their 1.05 billion healing done by AJ to make sure that that boss does not defeat them, and they have a lot of time left for the end of this dungeon. Mist Count are having an amazing day, but Holy Method are here in the 17 theater. They are also having a pretty good day here and on 2 chest pace in this plus 17, which is vitally important for having enough time at the end of the day to accomplish all of their goals.
It absolutely is. They were able to get the +2 in all of the other dungeons, so they are hoping to do the same here with 4 minutes on the clock still and more Dretha being pushed into face right now. I think that is looking very likely right now. They have finished all of the count as well as they have moved through this dungeon, and I'm quite excited to see what else they can do with this comp on the higher levels because, of course, you know, having that Hunter, having that Resto Shaman in there allows you to maybe tap into one or the other tech that we have seen from teams like Physical God Comp before. Maybe we are going to be seeing some interesting snapping even. I would personally loving that.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here, but Polish Mountain are also hot on their heels. Polish Mountain also on 2 chest pace in their +17, the +17 workshop. So both Holy Method and Polish Mountain are, again, basically at the exact same spot in the day. This is going to be such a close finish at the end of the day because the only dungeon that both teams have completed that they're probably both going to be happy with is the Dark Flame Cleft, and there's only 20 seconds separating their times in that dungeon, and it's actually Polish Mountain who were faster in that dungeon as well compared to Holy Method. So this is going to be a really intense end to our day here for both of these teams, as they both know it might go to time tiebreakers, but also it might just come down to which team can, one-shot a +20 at the end of the day, both of which would be really, really impressive.
It absolutely would. Of course, Holy Method is going to be able to get that 17 done here in the TOP. All is locked in, that +2 enabled. I think we need to zone in on Polish Mountain and see how they're faring because King Mechagon is not yet spawned. They still have a lot of percentages in that workshop yet to go on the 17 there, and the timer is coming closer and closer for Polish Mountain.
Yeah, this is going to be a close finish for Polish Mountain against that timer, as Holy Method will be heading back into another Theater of Pain attempt here, of course. They +19 now for them. But Polish Mountain, still a couple of minutes on that 2-chest timer. Things should be okay for them.
We are definitely hoping so. Holy Method going back right into that Theater of Pain. That's going to be the 19 from them. And Mistcount working away on their 21. They are so fast in this Dark Flame Cleft. We were looking at their Candle King and saying like, wow, it's incredible how much damage they're actually finding here. And it just seems to continue. They're already on that final boss. And it looks like they have so much time yet to give.
Yeah, I mean... this is incredible. Missed counter nearly on 2-chest pace in this +21 Dark Flame Cleft. I mean, they're not, but they're close. As a nice Infernal Strike and Blink from some of their teammates there actually immune this stun. Really nice, not a huge time save because you still got to wait for everybody else, but it feels good to not get stunned there. As Kira going to be grabbing the last of the trash that they're going to need here. And are they going to take this into the boss here at this Keystone level? Kira doesn't have Last Resort available, which means there is one big loss condition for Missed Count, which would be a tank going down. That danger is at its greatest while this trash is alive. Once they've killed off this trash, they should be pretty safe from that. But as it stands right now with these 2 corridor creepers, that's going to be a scary thing. But Polish Mountain have succeeded. They are going to 2-chest their +17 workshop. So they're moving up to 57 points as well. All 3 of our top teams are now at 57 points as we move to the end of our day. This is going to be such a photo finish here.
We're kind of watching as this +21 Dark Flame Cleft is something that, all of these top teams are looking to get. And of course, in the time trials, we got to see that the teams also hit that 21, right? But I was just peeking over here to see how fast Missed Count was during the time trials on that, and they were at 28:30 and a tiny bit 0.94, 28:30 essentially. Oh,
we do have a quick death there from AJ. Back rest up. Sorry, Rook, continue.
No, you're good. I'm over here just holding my breath. That might cost them, but my thought here was that the run they put up in time trials was faster than the current +21s that we have on the board. So I don't know if with this death mix, do you think they're still on pace to do that? Do you think this is going to keep them pretty strong in the lead if they're able to land it?
I think they have an incredible pacing in this dungeon here. You can see that the Bloodlust is still going to come up in 24 seconds as well. So they are dealing with all of these corridor creepers while not even having that Bloodlust available. And you can see with that death on AJ there how much tax that can really cost a team. But they are through that. That darkness has come out as well to help here. The candle is going to get depleted. Hearthjack's porting out there, making sure he has a new candle all at the ready to make sure no one is going to get disoriented here, and this is where those cooldowns are going to fly, and I do think they are looking to look really good in this dungeon on the potential time tiebreakers, which might actually end up mattering in this group for the first time out of our groups, Dratnos.
Yeah, I mean, Miscount have the fastest 19 workshop, the fastest 19 theater, and they are on pace to have the fastest 21 dark flame by a lot when this boss dies. So Miscount, I think, are going to be in great shape if it ends up going to time tiebreakers. Polish Mountain and Holy Method, on the other hand, are very close to each other in terms of the timers that we've seen so far today. So I think you're right that it might come down to time tiebreakers, but I'm not sure it's going to involve Miscount being close on those. Miscount have been dominating today.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I just think it might actually happen that we have to consult the time tiebreakers here as teams are neck and neck. But you can just see how much damage this 21 does. And this is where we finally send it now that cooldowns are mostly ready. We're still waiting on that DT from Verp, but it should be coming up while that Bloodlust is still active. So a nice little overlap that is happening for all of our teams. On the right-hand side, we're seeing 2 new starts on the 19s, both in our TOP as well as the workshop, and Physical God Comp is back at it in the Dark Flame Cleft to try and get that 17+2 on the menu. I'm honestly a little bit heartbroken for this team because they had so much unfortunate things happening to them in like the first 1-2 hours of the day that just cost them so much time that, like you're mentioning, they are now a fair chunk behind the rest of the competition, and they're really needing like flawless runs back to back to maybe make it back. And a big part of that, I feel like, is the fact that they not only switched specs like we are making all of the teams do, but they also switched roles.
Yeah, exactly. They've swapped their bear druid into a cat druid, and their outlaw rogue into a vengeance demon hunter. So, and their fury warrior into an arms warrior. They've made a lot of changes coming into today. It has been very exciting to see, and it's hard to say whether that's the reason that things went wrong for them. I mean, I would say don't overemphasize that side of it for them, because they've been playing great at these roles, at these classes. These are just very, very difficult keystones, and this team was a little bit behind in terms of seeding compared to some of our favorites, like Missed Count here, who have finished a 21 Dark Flame Cleft more than a minute faster than both Holy Method and Polish Mountain. They are moving up to 59 points with an hour and 40 minutes left in the day to start work on either the 20 workshop or probably a little bit more likely the 20 theater, but we'll have to see which of those they opt to do. 59 points is probably still not safe for making it out of this group. I think 60 points with good time tiebreakers probably would be, but I think Missed Count are going for 61 today.
So just to give you an idea on how fast this 21 was, Rook was in here just a moment ago as Noxif unfortunately does go down and was talking about the time tiebreakers because tiebreakers because we had Dark Flame Cleft in there too. And Miscount had a 28-30 run. Now, they just locked in a 27 run, which is still a tiny bit slower than what both Mandatory and Wunderbar did in the time trials, but it's very close. It's like among 25 to 30 seconds to both of those teams, and they had that death that happened there. So really, they've been flooring it since the time trials and shaping up and improving a lot when it comes to caring about the timers, as they know that that is something that might actually come into consideration here. And now they're going to be going into a quick 10-minute break, as they well deserve.
Yeah, so this is pretty much our last break. I believe it's Polish Mountain that still have some break owed. But after this break for Missed Count, I think it's going to be everybody else that will be done with their breaks. So that's the situation with regards to the break rule. Polish Mountain will still need to find 10 minutes of break time. Presumably right after this plus 19 workshop, they're going to need to start taking that unless they want to sustain a 5-point penalty. So that's going to be, I think, our current situation for that. So, Physical God comp working on Blaziken now. This should be a pretty good boss for their comp. You can see they've also pulled some trash in here. This is less about getting funnel and more just about efficiently killing off some trash while fighting the boss. None of these specs are huge funnel DPS specs, right? Like they get to do some fun AoE, but it's not like they're gaining a huge amount of single target because those ads are there. Although there is a little bit. There are a few interactions in some of these kits that are a little bit better when you have some extra targets nearby.
Yeah, you're usually not too mad about the extra targets, and you can see that a lot of the responsibility here actually falls on Banchers. We saw a lot of cheers in chat yesterday for Banchers as well, as he is handling most of what is happening on the boss's mechanics. You can see that he is also going to be the one that actually extinguishes the candle, where the rest of the team is trying to not do that to make sure that they're not taking too much damage. It has succeeded. Only one has been blown out. It is, of course, quote-unquote, only the 17 that they're still in. But specifically when we get to the higher levels of like the 19, the 20, the 21, that's where it really matters. Or if you actually take 2 of those candles out, it's just so much damage that your team will sustain.
Bancher's actually playing Beast Mastery in this dungeon as well, not that Marksmanship Hunter that he's been playing in all of the other dungeons. So Physical God comp are not done innovating just yet. They've got a Beast Mastery Hunter in here instead. And he's playing Pack Leader Beast Mastery, so should be some pretty solid single target. But also a really nice thing about this spec is he is going to be fully mobile. He's able to just do all the mechanics on this boss without losing any damage. When you're playing Marksmanship on this boss, if you have to run and extinguish a bunch of candles and then ignite a bunch of candles and do all that stuff, the only thing you can do while you're running is, steady shots and arcane shots if you've got a proc, whereas Beast Mastery gets to do their entire rotation on the move.
We are having some trouble here. We might actually need to look at a replay of what exactly went wrong. We can just see that there was a full team wipe in the alleyway after that first boss due to the mega drills and the goops, as I like to call them.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous section of the dungeon, so Polish Mountain going to have to reset here. That is really bad news for them. It's not the end of the world. It's only minus 10 minutes or so, but there's not a lot of minutes left in our day, so that could come back to cost them, as they were neck and neck with Holy Method, and now Holy Method are 10 minutes ahead. That could mean one extra dungeon run at the end of the day, or one extra attempt at one of these plus 20s. Here's a look at this. So look at the size of these healing absorbs on the team. They're standing in the darkness to try and reduce the damage here, but those healing absorbs are just persisting on their entire team.
Yeah, they're even interrupting most of them, but it just doesn't do enough. The Mega Drill doing too much damage despite no new application. You're unable to get the group back to health. I'm not sure if any of the CCs was planned there and maybe didn't work out, but we're now arriving at a part of the Dark Flame Cleft that I've been very excited about, because we've been talking about how, the decision has been Disc Priest versus Resto Shaman on Candle King. This is notably a boss that takes a lot of HPS to keep the group alive, and people have been questioning on how Mistweaver is going to deal with that, and now we're actually going to be witnessing it firsthand, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, Mistweaver can do a lot of HPS as well. Don't forget, the raid this tier, Liberation of Undermine, was a Mistweaver tier. We saw a lot of them in the raid on bosses like Mugsy. There was just so much HPS that spec could put out, so much burst that they could provide to just top everybody out of big damage. But on Candle King, your Mistweaver is your only healer here. You don't have other raid healers you can rely on, so Ortimus is going to have to find a way to heal through this consistent sustained damage for the entire duration of the fight. Here at this plus 17 key level, it's not going to be 1 billion total healing that he's going to have to do, but it's going to be probably more than half of that. It's going to be a lot of HPS required. Again, just look at the size of those healing absorbs on players as they start taking damage from these next sets of eerie molds. The Bloodlust comes out for Physical God comp, and this should help out as well, but the rest of their comp as well is in some danger here. If they had the Fury Warrior, Fury Warrior does a pretty good job of sustaining themselves. Arms Warrior, a lot less of that, so BM Hunter as well, another spec that needs a lot of healing. They don't have stuff like an anti-magic shell from an Unholy DK to just get them ahead every minute on this healing check.
That's right. They are a little bit lacking when it comes to additional team defensives that they could tap into. And I'm also a little bit worried for the mana on the full fight length of the hierarchy end. On the 17, I think we're still in good territory for Artemis here, but once we're actually talking about a potential 2021, the fight length is just so long, and notably that Mistweaver actually does use more mana than what a Disc Priest would use, because Disc Priest is just kind of blessed in that regard. They're just taking very little off of their mana usage, and you can just see how Artemis is actually dropping down more and more on the mana end. Again, I think it's going to be fine here. Just a little bit worried of the perspective of the hierarchy levels.
Yeah, the mana is definitely something to worry about. There is an Innervate available from your Feral Druid, so that can help out. The Feral Druid can also throw out some regrowths, so the way that Feral Druid works is you do get some free regrowth casts. They've been nerfed pretty substantially from some of the glory days of free regrowths from Feral Druids, so it's only going to do like 1 million healing on the target, but you get to cast them fairly often, and you also have an Adaptive Swarm potentially bouncing around and doing some extra healing on your group as well, so it does help out. Physical God Comp, still 40% mana here at the end of that fight, and a Mana Tea going to quickly further increase that. So looking very good at this plus 17 keystone level. It remains to be seen how this is going to look on, say, the plus 19 or maybe plus 21 that some of our other teams, in fact, all of our other teams, have already put on the board in this dungeon.
That's right. I'm really excited. We're, of course, going to be tuning in there as well. In the meantime, we are seeing our leaderboard on the bottom right as well, where you can see how it's currently spreading out. So Physical God Comp, of course, because they are still missing those 17 points, they're still a fair bit behind on the overall score. And we were kind of talking about how we're expecting the 60 score to come into effect for our top 2 teams that qualify. I do still think that's the case. I think teams are going to be needing that 21 that the other 3 already have, and then one of the 20s in these dungeons to maybe punch their ticket all the way to the global finals. We're going to be seeing who is going to be able to make it. In the meantime, Polish Mountain is back at it. They're working on their workshop here in the 19.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we can see again our scoreboard down in the bottom right, showing the state of the competition with Polish Mountain and Holy Method at the exact same amount of points. Now it looks like there's a large time tiebreak advantage in favor of Holy Method right now, but you have to remember that they have different dungeons compared to each other, do Holy Method and Polish Mountain. So once these 2 teams complete the dungeons that they're both in, then they will have the same scorecard and we'll be able to get a really good comparison of that time tiebreaker. All we know right now is that their Darkflame Clefts were very close to each other, and Polish Mountain, even though they look a little bit slower on time tiebreakers, were a little bit faster in that dungeon.
That's right. We are going to be needing to see whether or not maybe any of the teams actually decide to rerun a dungeon for the time tiebreakers. That is also an option that usually doesn't happen too often, but with how close these teams are, I would be surprised if somebody calls for it and says, okay, actually, we had like 4 deaths here. We can rerun this and be like way faster and put ourselves in a better decision or position for something like a time tiebreaker as well. On the top right, Holy Method is working away on that 19 TOP as well. They just +2 that 17, and they're already back at Gore Chop as well, making great pace to the dungeon. I feel like we should kind of like look at them once they're actually in the part where the teleports are, so the Coal Wing. I do want to see if maybe they are doing some snapping tech. They are gamers that are quite experienced in that area, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they cook something up for the whole higher levels of these keys.
Yeah, it's interesting. Usually you see teams doing their strat in most of the, like, in the lower level keys as well, but sometimes there is stuff that they'll save for those higher level runs. You know, if it's like a skip that sometimes doesn't work, you just don't want to risk it until you need that time save that you have in the higher level keystones.
That's right. There's a lot that our teams are dealing with. Of course, we still have 30 minutes until those final breaks need to be taken, but with Physical God Comp on that, all of them will be fine. And I did see a question earlier on, Dratnos, where somebody was saying like, oh, like 5-point penalty, that is really big. Like, what's the point of the penalty at all? Do you maybe want to elaborate a little bit on why it's set up like that?
I mean, the 5-point penalty is basically saying this is required, right? Like it could be an 1,000,000-point penalty and it would be pretty much the same thing, right? The idea is just you have to take 20 minutes of breaks throughout the day. It's required, right? We don't want teams theory crafting about it. So if it was like a 1-point penalty or something like that, maybe they would. 5 points is basically us just saying, yeah, you have to do this. It could be 1,000,000 points, and the only time it would have ever been different was last weekend when Wunderbar were actually far enough ahead that they could have taken a 5-point penalty and still qualified.
Right, it's very rare, but the idea behind it is basically if you are going to neglect taking a break that we deem mandatory, you better do something crazy to make up for it. And 5 points is in the crazy territory, which only very few teams ever
like
come close
worth it,
to.
Right? 20 minutes
be.
for 5 points. You can never get that many points in that amount of time. So it's the basic idea of the rule is you have to take these breaks, and then the 5 points is us trying to come up with what happens if you don't. That's harsh enough that nobody ever does it.
I personally like the rule. I think it's good that it's just like, oh, you have to do it, or like you'll be disqualified, right? That would be an alternative version.
Yeah,
I think the 5-point rule is like, well, it has happened that a team could have not taken their break and still would have qualified. So I like that it's phrased like that personally, but we are taking a closer look here at Holy Method. And I mean, they're really speedy in this 19 as well as they are working away on the Coal Wing. We're going to be doing this pack here, and then the one platform that we did see Physical God come snap is the one right before Coltha Rock, and it involves a lot of like CC aggro toggle into meld that I'm not sure we have the full access here. Just looking across our screens, there's a lot of Dwarven racials on Fraggy and Thanner as well, so maybe that's just not something Holy Method actually wants to do.
Yeah, Shaman, of course, famously can't be Night Elves, so Holy Method wouldn't have had access to that, to a full meld or invis comp if they wanted to. The Hunter and the Mage can, of course, still play Dwarf and then Feign Death, Camo, invis, between them, but the Shaman really is just relying on... I guess you could use Ankh in replacement of an invis skip, but that's a pretty ugly way to do it.
Yeah, maybe not what you want to do. See, the point, I know this might sound surprising, but the point in snaps is usually to save time and not add another 15 seconds to your timer. So I doubt that this would be something we would want to do consecutively, but we'll see.
Yeah. Death skips have definitely
day.
gotten a lot costlier. We used to see a lot of death skips in these competitions when there was 5 seconds per death. At 15 per death, if you're having multiple people on your team die, it's so hard for that to be a time save overall. So, almost always we are seeing, like tank pull to the side and meld. Ooh, miscount though. In their 20 theater are going to be wiping. Now, this isn't, again, miscount are still ahead today, but what they've earned with all the lead that they've made is a bunch of attempts at these 20s. So each time they wipe, they are losing a little bit of that lead.
That's right, it all went wrong there quite fast. It is only around about 8 minutes that they are going to be losing, so hopefully not too much for miscount on the overall, like you're mentioning. They're still in a rather firm lead, so I wouldn't stress it, but we of course are going to try and take a closer look at what exactly went wrong there in the TOP 20 that they were working on. Polish Mountain, in the meantime, is working away on Cujo, and here is that replay, so... Okay, we have...
Yeah, so an Arbalist takes out Yargi there. Arbalists are very, very dangerous enemies. They put those bleeds on people.
Oh.
Then we had Hearthjacks dying to one of those Whirling Blades, perhaps a wipe already having been called at that point, and they were town portaling out of there. So, it's just the Arbalist. Arbalists in plus 20 theater do not mess around. Not surprised to see that claiming a life. That is a very common cause of death in my Keystones, at least.
Yeah, it's usually not a good time when that happens, unfortunately, but they're not going to worry about that too much. They're back here in that 20 as well, and Holy Method is in that 19, same key, just a little bit further on the overall dungeon progression. And look at how fast they are in that 19 even still. We were talking about how time matters, and Holy Method has just been flooring it, really.
Yeah, they are zooming through this dungeon so far. Two chests, not something that they're aiming for or caring about here. It's just about timing the keystone. And even with 2 deaths on the board, they are well ahead of pace here. Now, there is a chance that the 19 Theater will stay on their scorecard at the end of the day. It's not super likely. There's a good chance they're going to want to go for the plus 20 in here, but they might need this for time tiebreakers. Polish Mountain are sitting on a 32-33 Theater of Pain. So Holy Method have about 9 minutes if they want to beat that in this dungeon.
That's right. That's something we will need to be on the lookout. I was kind of squinting at Physical God Comp because they are restarting their dungeon run as well. So it looks like something went maybe a little bit awry for them as they were quite far in their dungeon already.
I think they put the 17 on the board maybe, and now they're in the 19, so
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's good
we're
news,
all
not bad
good.
news for Physical God
It was
Comp.
timed, yeah. Okay, I was just like, why are we restarting? But you're right. It is on the board, so all's well. We're in the 19 already. Everything is good. I'm being flamed because I said Rungeon. Listen, why is our production so toxic? I would like to issue a complaint. I think Rungeon is a good word. It's like when you floor a dungeon, you're Rungeon it.
That makes sense. That's a nice word.
There you go. You can take that one home and put it in your pug announcement titles.
No, you can keep it. I think it's a good word. I'm not going to use it myself, but it's pretty good.
Sure. Of course, Stratnos. But
there's not enough room
Method?
in my pug titles, anyways. Worth
yes, you already have to type
only.
in Og only, Velf skip. What else should we add to the list? No Boomkin,
MDI
of
route.
course. MDI route, yeah.
And then of course, chill group. Gotta put that in there as well.
That's good, yeah. Polish Mountain in their 19. We did see teams previously skip that mini boss that is going to spawn for them momentarily, and it looks like, if my eyes do not deceive me, that their Disc Priest is also a Valve, and you can see that skip here executed. Once more, they're going to say, we actually didn't want to deal with a single mob with a lot of HP just by itself, so what we're going to do is just sneak on by, and it all went right for them as they are on their way to the Machinist's Garden.
Yeah, it's interesting because Workshop, I remember the first time we had Workshop in MDIs was the Awakened season, so you could just sneak on through, but unfortunately it looks like they've maybe had a tank player actually get sent back there to the start. This is actually not a replay, this is live, by the way.
A bait replay tag on the bottom right, but you can see that they're just standing there waiting. I'm not really sure what exactly is happening to our tank, but he's definitely not with the rest of the team, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is intended. I think this is a little oopsie for Polish Mountain. So you can see their mage just keeping all of the charges and stuff by staying in combat with the robot, and the DK joining the rest of the group for Polish Mountain. Meanwhile, Holy Method about to pull in 2 more Dretha, this opening trash from the start of the dungeon that they skipped earlier, and then they'll be able to push Lust on the boss. They're currently at 26-20 in here. Remember that Polish Mountain's timer in this dungeon was 32-33. So Holy Method, if they can kill this boss in the next 5 minutes, they'll still be a full minute faster than Polish Mountain were in here. That could be really big if it comes down to time tiebreakers between the two teams, although I think there's a pretty good chance that both teams are going to be looking at a 20 Theater as the next key that they'll go to after whatever they're in right now, so there's a chance that these timers are going to get overwritten.
I agree. I do quickly want to mention something for Holy Method here because we saw on other teams that every now and then they actually utilize that Bloodlust at the very start when they have the extra mop in there. Now, it is more value when you have all of the cooldowns to send it on P2 just because the P2 is so much dodging and that in itself is usually a damage loss to just use the Lust on P2. Holy Method here saying, and that is exactly what we are planning to do. We want to send it all together there and just try to get done with the extra mobs at the beginning of the boss here without any issue, despite not using that Bloodlust, and it all went right. They have done that in phenomenal manner, and I do think their timer is looking really, really good. Like you called out, you said, what, they have like 5 minutes for this entire boss? I think they're going to be under that.
Yeah, exactly. They are making short work of this boss. Here comes another combo of abilities here, as we're going to have the ads spawning in a second. Do they have a good way to group these ones up? A Silent Sigil is going to land, so that's going to work pretty nicely, although some threat issues coming out, as they often do when you don't have a lot of cooldowns left as the tank here. And here comes the push into P2. The Echoes of Carnage, something that they're going to want to use a lot of defensives for. So you can see the Darkness, the Turtle, a lot of personal defensives used to avoid that big hit of damage being too lethal. They did a good job as well, Thaner topping everybody back off after that big AoE damage that they were taking from the grip, from that Void Portal as well. So good work pushing into the second phase. Now Lust is available. Hasn't been pressed yet. It's a little bit awkward because at this point, the boss isn't going to live for that much longer. We have a True Shot in about 35 seconds and an Arcane Surge in about 25 seconds. So I suspect we're going to be pressing this Lust in the very near future here to line up with both of those because the boss doesn't have an awful lot of health left over. This is going to be a nice Lust because the Arcane Mage is going to be an Execute, so that's going to be doing even more damage.
Well, you don't want it to be where the Lust takes longer than the boss, which
True.
I fear we are getting kind of close to, but it should be pressed here, and that's exactly what's happening. It was just they went into P2, and everybody had just used their cooldowns to actually push the boss into P2, so they had to wait a full duration here, unfortunately, but there it comes True Shot from Fragments as well, and that is going to be a big, big damage hit onto Mordretha, as you can just see both of these classes rising on the details there as well. A little bit of an unfortunate split, as they're now going to be getting these extra mobs spawning in, but they have enough time to come back to the group with the Deathwalkers.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for Holy Method. Again, look at the DPS here that Thaner is putting out on that Resto Shaman, as well as Frag goes down to one of those ghostly charges. That's okay. Still a 30-03 for Holy Method. An incredibly good timer in this dungeon. I mean, that's the kind of timer that makes you think maybe they could do this dungeon on the 20, first try with a lot of time to spare. So Holy Method looking extremely good, joining Missed Count at 59 points. Although, I would like to highlight that Missed Count, even with Holy Method's great Theater of Pain run there, Missed Count were still faster in Theater. Missed Count more than 4 minutes faster when you add up all 3 dungeons compared to Holy Method. So Missed Count definitely looking super good this weekend. But part of how Holy Method were able to time that Theater so quickly is actually the Resto Shaman build that they were using. So 97% of Resto Shamans and M+ are playing Totemic this season. Thaner is one of the 3% here to instead play the Farseer hero talent tree. And you can take a look at this if you want to look on the inspect tool as well. But the Farseer build, it means you don't have that Healing Rain totem that you can drop with Surging Totem, but it does mean that you can make Ancestors, and Ancestors will copy your healing abilities, but they'll also copy your damaging abilities. So if you are doing just Battle Shaman, Lava Burst mode, and you're summoning your Ancestors at the right time as well, they are contributing an awful lot of DPS, and that's part of how Holy Method were able to be so fast in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see. If you want to check out the gear from all of our players, you can do so by either typing !gear and then heading to the link that the bot spits out, or just using the overlay on the Twitch channel. But Dratnos, I think there's something we kind of need to talk about before. I know we have a caster switch coming up, but maybe we can get more insight from that as well, because Missed Count has been running a Shaman as DPS in their TOP.
Yeah, they have the enhancement shaman in here as well. I think that this is a similar thought process to Holy Method, which is it's less about what you're bringing in and more about what you're bringing out, which is just like, man, Unholy DK, as great as it is a little bit awkward in this dungeon. There's just not really a lot of pulls where you are thrilled about having an Unholy DK on your comp. Like the Gore Chop Wing first pull in there is a good one. But other than that, you're mostly not feeling too great about that spec in this dungeon. So Holy Method opting for that Marksmanship Hunter, whereas Miscount instead opting for the Enhancement Shaman to replace that, and both teams actually playing a Shaman, so both teams getting Sky Fury, which is one of the highest DPS buffs that a class can bring to these dungeons.
It is, and I mean, yeah, we can absolutely get some additional thoughts in on this, because Dratnos, while we've been having a great time with you, we're going to have to say farewell, at least for now, so we'll see you in a little bit, all right?
All right, adios.
Bye. And we're getting Zyronic in on the desk, so Zyro, you were tagged in, and we'll jump into it. We've got Enhancement Shaman DPS here. We've seen a lot of different kind of comps. We've even seen some Raster Shaman today. So do you have any thoughts either about the Shaman we're witnessing now, or any of the other comps used today?
Yeah, I mean, Enhancement Shaman, people have been, largely talking about the death of Enhanced Shaman after they removed Ancestral Guidance from the game, and after it got a bunch of nerfs after how dominant it was in Season 1, but this spec is actually still very, very powerful. Good at pumping out focus damage on important targets, so it can augment that Arcane Mage single target focus on this boss, but look at this pull right here in Gorechop here. They're still capable of insane AoE damage, blasting out those Tempests, just burst down all of this trash. And of course, because it's a 2-minute class, they are a great PI target for dungeons like this. So they can fulfill that niche of Unholy DK and do solid AoE, obviously not as high as the Unholy can burst for, but still, as we're seeing, keeping up with the Boomkin, they can do a lot of AoE, but they're also very good at single target as well. So a dungeon like Theater of Pain, I think, really lays into the strengths of Enhanced Shaman, but Theater of Pain is such a weird dungeon in general. That's why we're seeing so many off-meta, off-kilter picks here. The Marksman Hunter, also fantastic in this key. I think there's a lot of other niche comfort picks that we can see pop up in this dungeon in the next couple weeks, so it's definitely one to keep an eye on.
It absolutely is. I've been loving the innovation that all of these teams bring to the dungeons, and I do want to mention that Miscount is only bringing the Shaman in the plus 20, so really saying, okay, here's where we actually think we are losing on something like the Unholy DK, and we would much rather have another class that, potentially can even help decursing, as our production got really excited about a potential triple decurse that Miscount is running. I assure you, not everybody's going to be pressing those. They're busy doing damn, and the same thing can be said for Polish Mountain. We're now on the big screen here, and they also have a great tempo in that Workshop 19.
You know what class also pairs really, really well with Enhancement Shaman mix?
Oh?
An
What?
Augmentation Evoker.
Oh no, don't
Bring
say
it
that.
in, let's go!
No.
Aug is back,
No,
baby!
no.
Okay, no, it's not here yet. I'm just trolling. Chat hates when I talk about Aug Evoker. They don't want to
do,
see
eh?
that class ever again.
You're making chat upset. Why? Why would you do that?
Because I'm a hate watcher. I'm hate watching chat
Oh.
too.
Oh, are you? Okay, I didn't know it worked like that.
Always.
I thought you were just hate watching our teams.
No,
Okay.
it's not exclusive to just the teams playing in the competition.
Okay. So, all right. Just so you know, chat, I know you've been saying Zyro's one of you. Make with that information as you wish. No, we're joking, of course. But Miscount is working away on that 20. And I just quickly want to check in with our workshop timers that we've been seeing from the other teams in the 19, because I feel like Polish Mountain is so incredibly fast. So we did see Miscount finish Machinist Garden at 18:49, and we did see Holy Method finish Machinist Garden at 18:54. Now I need to squint a little bit to see where exactly Miscount is, but it looks like they're really fast.
Yeah, well, let's
Polish
take
Mountain.
a look at Polish Mountain here. Let's see what they're up to, because like you said,
Yeah, they're
they are
fast.
quite fast. That 1845 in Machinist Garden, incredibly fast. Again, King Mechagon is a long encounter, so we're probably going to see them have a little bit less than 2 minutes on the end of the dungeon. They still have all of King Mechagon himself and the Omega Buster to get through. But still, I mean, it really does leave that thought in the back of my mind that maybe the 20 Mechagon Workshop is possible as a stretch goal at the end of the day. I think the Theater of Pain obviously is more likely. We're seeing two teams attempting that right now, and it looks like they're far enough under the timer of the 19 for that to be very easily doable. But once you have the 21 Cleft, and you have the 20 Theater of Pain in your bags, where do you go next? I think the 20 Workshop is probably the easiest of the available options. 22 Cleft seems like it's just out of the question right now.
I'm actually really curious what the teams are deciding because they look so differently strong in these dungeons individually. I do quickly want to correct myself because I thought all of our teams were done with their breaks, but I'm getting word that Polish Mountain still needs to take their break, which means they have 10 minutes to start that break. Which they need to do immediately after this dungeon run. So something we'll need to take a look at to make sure they're not porting anywhere else.
I've got good news, yeah. If they take 10 minutes to kill this boss, the dungeon's over, so they'll be able to start their remaining break. That does hamper the potential for them to get extra keys done in the end of the day. So, looking at their scorecard here, like I said, 21 Cleft, 19 Workshop, 19 Theater of Pain. We're kind of talking about this theoretical world where 21, 20, 19 is like the top end of what's doable. Maybe the 20 Workshop is up there. They're going to get a few attempts at the 20 Theater of Pain, but if either Holy Method or Miscount is able to get their Theater of Pain done and then moves on to the Workshop, Polish Mountain is in trouble. But we're having trouble for Miscount on Gorechop here as we have 2 deaths with Gorechop at 30%. They have battle reses, but it's going to have to come from somebody that's using the convincingly real augmentation device to res them. They've gotten AJ alive. They're going to have to res Yargi in the same way because that is their only real combat reser in the group. I believe AJ just now was able to get the res onto Yargi. They've gotten the reses back up, but look at what the room is left in. We still have these leftovers jumping around, and we're about to get 2 more to spawn as well. They need to make sure they don't get hit by any more of these leaps makes.
That's right. It is a scary situation for Miscount in that 20. It is such a high key level on the TOP. We know they have the timer, but can they get the execution done as well? Is the big question in the room. They brought in the Enhancement Shaman for extra support, for extra damage, and you can just see how well it is doing here. But Gorechop still requires a lot, and every single time you are getting 2 or 3, you're getting 3 or 4 of these leftovers, that's where it's scary.
In the meantime, Physical God Comp is struggling on the Candle King. They have their Hunter dead, and they are trying to finish off this 19 Candle King with just the 2 DPS players alive. Can the Mistweaver keep the team alive? But look at the mana bar for Ortimus. It's almost run out, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do this. There's no battle reses left for them.
That's right, and the mana is also looking really, really tight on Ortimus here. It looks like across our screens, more and more runs are kind of unraveling as we are hitting those higher key levels for our teams. Can they get this boss down? I'm actually not too sure. So the one good thing is that you are healing less people if somebody is dead.
That's true.
That consumes less mana, but they still need to deal with so much that is going on simultaneously, and they still need 18% of the boss as well.
It's fewer targets for the Absorb Zone, meaning they have less personals and externals to rotate through to help deal with the healing from those absorbs. Ortimus is doing his absolute best to keep the team alive. They've got the boss down to almost 10%, but no offensive cooldowns are available. Noxiv on the Arms Warrior just going to be executing away, hoping, praying for enough damage to finish this boss off, hoping there's enough mana left to keep the team alive. So far, so good. Celestial Conduit going to come out to help heal these healing absorbs off the group, and they're through yet another set, but the damage just doesn't stop. It keeps going. Ortimus, do you have what it takes to keep the team alive for the last few percent here? This would be incredible if they're able to get it done, and they need to get this done to have a chance to qualify today. They need to get this done now, and I think they have. Yes, a player down is nothing for the Physical God Comp.
Not at all. Love to see it. Love to see them coming back in full force here as they get to show off even more of this off meta in such an amazing way. But We actually have a little something here, not to interrupt your regularly scheduled programming, but we have some news to touch on briefly here before we are into the final moments, the final dungeons, and of course the last hour of the competition. So, if any of you have missed it, Warcraft has been celebrating the Warcraft 30th anniversary this weekend at PAX. Make sure you check out the Warcraft social channels to see more of what's been going on, but we also had a quick message from S-Fund for all of us that are hanging here at the MDI. So we will roll to that here.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm S-Fan. I'm here at PAX East. It's been an absolute blast being here with Blizzard, and I hope you guys are enjoying the MDI. Keep watching.
There it is, and we also had a very exciting announcement that Blizzard has basically unveiled as part of a panel at PAX that Legion Remix is coming, which will feature a Mythic Keystone system remixed and our new hard mode world tier content. Zyro, it's a pretty exciting time, isn't it?
Oh man, okay, that's so exciting for a number of different reasons, because those of you watching the competition that have been doing Mythic Plus since the start know Legion's where it all started. That's where this Mythic Plus journey began. So what kind of cool content are we going to get revolving around Legion Mythic Plus in the remix? Especially, how is that going to interact with the way that that stuff works, right? It's going to, there's permanent scaling on the remix realms. How is that going to interact with the Mythic Plus? Are we maybe going to see some cool events around it? That would be really cool to see. I'm super excited for remix.
Right, I mean, yeah.
That would be just phenomenal. I mean, I would surely watch and enjoy that.
Well, you were going to participate in it, Makes? Going to get
well, I think respectfully, I am washed, so maybe not.
I mean, that would be so cool, though. I don't know, Makes, if you have any thoughts about, if we were to have MDI content for a Legion remix. I mean, that's where it all began, right?
Right.
Mythic Plus really kicked off. What would you kind of want from that if we were to get something like that?
Oh, well, that seems like a lot of responsibility to ask for things, so I'll just pass this question off to chat and be like, hey, chat, if we were to do something like that, what would you want to see? And would you watch? Press 1 if you would, because I'm sure it would be awesome.
For sure. Yeah, put your thoughts in chat. We'd love to hear it. If any of you started your journey off around then, if you started Mythic Plus, or if you're curious about that era that really began it all, then definitely let us know what you would want from it. I mean, we've got dungeons running, but Zyro, what kind of memories do you have going back to the OG release of Mythic Plus?
So that was where I got my start really as a streamer, was streaming a ton of Mythic Plus on Legion Beta back in the day. That's where I really kind of went into the full-time thing. So it's definitely a dear place in my heart, and it makes me respect the kind of WoW Classic boomers that really enjoyed the original WoW content and why they were so excited for Classic. I've got the rose-tinted glasses for Legion. I think it's probably the best Mythic Plus ever was, but of course, we're still working on it. We're still making it better and better. But you got all these new blood Mythic Plusers that are like, there's no way it was that good back in Legion, and I just can't wait for Remix to show them how good it is. Those dungeons are fantastic. I can't wait for them to remake Maw of Souls for one of the future seasons. They have to do it at some point, right?
Isn't it, I mean, is it really the true experience if we don't make them do infinite amounts of +8 Maw of Souls for their weapon AP? I mean, I feel like we should introduce that as well, personally speaking. But yeah, let's focus back on our dungeons here, because there's a lot happening. Of course, we did see trouble for Mist Count earlier on Gorchop. They were able to remain victorious upon this boss there shortly before approaching Koltha Rock, and Holy Method on the same key level, one box below, is exactly at that same spot now as well. So that Gorchop, definitely a boss we'll need to keep a close eye on. And in the meantime, Physical God Comp is making their way through this 19 Dark Flame Cleft as well. They're finishing out their count, and notably they're not taking everything into the final boss, which is something we're seeing on other teams, but they're slowly but surely waddling over, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking it safe, right? They don't need to pull these into the boss to go for the timed key. They're not going to +2 the 19 here, unfortunately, with only a minute left on the timer. So if they can kill off one of those corridor creepers and make Walks' job, a main DPS player that's now tanking for them in the MDI, a little bit easier of a job, they're going to do it. So they finished off one of those corridor creepers. We're going to pull them into the boss. It also allows you to delay a little bit for Lust. Now, keeping an eye on the tank here, as we've said many times today, the most dangerous person in this poll is the tank. They're tanking melees from the boss, they're tanking melees and dots from the corridor creepers, and look at what Walks has available. No last resort, no cheap death. Meta's not up for 10 seconds. They do have the darkness, which they're probably just going to expend on the first Eternal Darkness cast from the boss here as well, if I had to imagine, just to help out, yep, both the tank and the group to live through this AoE damage. There it is. It's a good counter, right? Counter darkness with darkness. They're good to go, though. Just need to cleave down these corridor creepers, and especially once that lust comes up here in a little bit, I think they'll be back to safety. But something I really want to keep an eye on here. This is really important for winning implications on the end of the day. Like you mentioned, missed count here in the 20 Theater of Pain. Furthest run we've seen so far today in this dungeon on Kol Thurok. About 7.5, 8 minutes left in the key here. They have to finish off 50% of this boss's HP, go through about a minute of RP, flying back upstairs, waiting for Mordretha to spawn, and then they'll have the remaining time to finish off the boss. This is going to be very, very close. They are going to get one final bloodlust at the very end of the key, but man, it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to be able to get this down.
So just to give you an idea on timers in the Theater of Pain, because of course this is kind of a first, so we're not too sure what exactly is going to be the final time, but a group that's finished a 19 under 2 minutes finished Kol Thurok on 26:22. So long as they are finished with Kol Thurok by 28:22, I think we are within the realm of it being possible, but of course, Mordretha is going to take a little bit longer, so you would rather be around that 27:22 marker, as I think where I would feel the most comfortable, and we are probably going to be within that limit, as well as you can see Kol Thurok just dropping lower and lower here.
Yeah, you said 28-22 is where we want to be for like perfect time to have enough to finish off the final boss of this key level, right?
You have to take into account that Mordretha would also take longer because it's one key level higher. So I would say like 27:30 would be where I would be happy. 27:30, yeah.
They're not going to have a lot of wiggle room. You also have to factor in they've had those 2 deaths, so they're only going to have the singular battle res for most of the rest of the key. They'll get one active in the last 2 minutes or so of the key, but at that point the boss is going to be an execute. If you have a death there, it might be all she wrote for the dungeon, so we're hoping not to see that. But boss below 10% HP here now. We're past the 27 marker, so as you can see, based off of our caster math, which has been known to be iffy from time to time, you know, we think there's a chance, but okay, here you can see now we're past the 2 chest timer. 6.5 minutes left on the key. 27-27 on the kill. All that remains between the first 20 Theater of Pain today and failure is just 3 mobs and a boss. But of course, like we were talking about, there's RP time here. Take the elevator up. You can hit these mobs a little bit in the meantime. Now the question I have is, do they want to kill off the Ritualist on their own? Okay, it looks like that's what they're going to go for.
No way.
No, because here's the thing. No, what I was going to say is there's
Okay.
other tech you can do here with the Disc Priest. You can mind control the Ritualist and actually have the contenders melee it to death for you, let go of the mind control at like 5% HP, and then just finish it off on your own, and you'll still get the count from it, but they're just going to have the extra target for the funnel instead, so they're not playing it safe. They're going absolutely max DPS on the boss, as you'd like to see them do here. We want as much damage as possible to try to get this key time to 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the end of the dungeon timer as they pull the boss here.
I mean, surely if they would reduce nameplates here, I know it's not in the game yet, but I think Hearthjax would have maybe sent some question mark pings if that were ever to happen, where you're like, hey, my funnel? What do you mean?
That's my funnel?
But yeah, 3 minutes on that lust. 5 minutes, 15 seconds for 82% of Mordretha. There is, as I said, that Bloodlust that should be available, and the extra mobs are nearly finished off as well. I think this is looking really good for missed count. Now, of course, we will not counter chickens before they hatch. There's still significant lethality that comes with a boss like this one, and there's only one battle rush available as of right now. Any death would cost them 15 seconds, so they're not out of the woods just yet. But they're looking pretty good right now.
It's very, very similar of a boss encounter to that Machinist Garden and Workshop. This is a very skill check oriented boss. It's about making sure you dodge all of the chargers and AoEs in Phase 2. Make sure you don't bait a bad Dark Devastation frontal so you have the room to dodge in that final phase. One bad frontal bait is all it's going to take to wipe this team. It sets you behind for the entire key. Let's see if they have the good lineup here on these ads. Yes, they do. So if you surge this boss as a mage at the very start of the encounter, that Arcane Surge will come off cooldown right as these Deathwalker heads spawn, so you can get a huge burst of funnel damage on the boss. Love to see our mages taking advantage of that extra funnel damage as Hearthjacks blast to the top of the meters here.
Looking phenomenal. 2 minutes on the Lust still to come. That is where we're expecting them to accelerate in damage as well. A quick look across our cooldowns will tell us that not everything will be lining up for the start of P2, which is exactly now, but they should still get a good milk out of the tail end of that boss fight. So also profiting off of the execute there, I assume, once that Bloodlust actually does kick in. Not something you're too miffed about.
Yeah, I mean, they might not even get the full Bloodlust with how fast they're going through this boss, but that's a good thing for them. They want to go as fast as possible, but there it is. A bad frontal bait takes out Yargi. That's one of their 2 battle risks they have remain. They cannot afford any further mistakes. Potentially, a bigger problem is that that's 15 seconds gone, so the wiggle room has decreased slightly, and there's yet another large AoE damage event as these ads spawn. We need to make sure we have perfect CC on these ads. Sigil of Chains coming in to grip those Deathwalkers onto the boss. Instant Solar Beam, silencing those up, making sure they don't cast Death Bolts on the group. Charge almost takes out Hearthjacks, but a perfect blink away, baiting the Dark Devastation away from the group. In the meantime, the movement here has been perfect after that death from Miscount.
Absolutely right. I was just clinching my armrests here. First, that rest into danger territory, followed by an onslaught of mechanics onto the team. Once more, the Blink will have to save Hearthjacks here, but he knows he's ready, and he's going to do just that. Bloodlust in 2, 1, ready now. Is that going to come up immediately? The answer says yes, and that is the full benefit of that execute. 2 minutes on the timer still, despite having 3 deaths in this 20 TOP. One more time, they will need to have really quick and happy feed as the charges do come in, but they're in a good position. That Dark Devastation should not hit anybody as the team gets grabbed back and the final percentages tumble off of Mordretha.
One last set of dodges here for the team, but it's not the charges, it's just the fight circle AoEs on the ground. They don't even need the final Arcane Surge to deal with this boss. The percentages slowly get chipped away at with the Bloodlust active, and Miscount have timed the 20 Theater of Pain, but they're not resting on their laurels. The instant town portal out, job is not done. We've got a Mechagon workshop to time.
We do, and just asking out of curiosity, is this the first 20 TOP we've seen? Because I do believe it is a record key for us, no? I'm just looking across everything. Yep, there it is. We have the world record marker on Miscount. 2 dungeons claimed. And honestly, Zyra, this is feeling eerily familiar to what Wunderbar was doing in Group A.
We were talking about this after we saw what Wunderbar did in Group A. Is Miscount capable of a Wunderbar-esque performance? And so far, all good from them. And they have almost an hour left in the day to go into Workshop and do the same thing we saw from Wunderbar. 3 world records across the board in all 3 keys. I think that's going to be the most difficult one, though. That is an incredibly tight timer, long boss encounters, lethal trash pulls on that key level. It's something that still hasn't been done on live yet either, so it would be yet another world first. But if any team can get it done today, it's going to be the Miscount team that we've been seeing. They've been nearly perfect today.
Honestly, I just want to imagine the shaman Discord right now, just like fist pumping the air saying like, yeah, we're part of that world record key in the TOP. People are going to see the truth. Surely they'll get us those invites now over classes like that pesky unholy DK. Just really, really cool to see. But of course, we're going to have a repeat story here for Holy Method. We were just talking about the timer we would like to see on Coltha Rock. We just saw a missed count. 27-27 was where they punched Coltha Rock to its death. It looks like the Holy Method is going to be a little bit slower, but we know there was some leeway yet to give.
That's the thing, right? With as insane as Miscount has been playing today, they are not, mathematically just qualified yet. That's the crazy thing. Holy Method is hot on their heels. Only 10 minutes behind in dungeon progression right now. Once they time this key, if they get it on this attempt, they will be tied on score in dungeon progression with Miscount. Same thing goes for Polish Mountain. Although they might be about 20 minutes behind, they're still right there. If this workshop proves to be something that's too difficult for any of the teams today to compete in, it could come down to a three-way tiebreaker between Holy Method, Polish Mountain, and Miscount. So they have to improve their score, give themselves the best chance possible to get that key timed right now. That's why we saw Miscount. Second the key was timed, everyone, Insta-Town Portal. We gotta go. We gotta see if that dungeon's doable, figure out if we can get it done right now. If we can't get that key done, we gotta make sure we have our tiebreakers down, because we do not want to get eliminated today.
That's right. That is exactly the case. But I think their timer is actually good. So 26:50 right now, 2 deaths, of course, but 19% still to go. I think they're going to be right around the same time that we did see Miscount actually down that boss. In the meantime, Miscount is working on that 20 workshop, which is also yet another breaker of a key. And speaking of breakages, we did see a quick little death there on Physical God Comp. The warrior went down, but is back with the group as they are dealing with the first boss in that 20 Dark Flame Cleft. And Polish Mountain now also arriving in the 20 TOP, so yet another team we're going to be able to get comparisons to. But yeah, right about the same timer as Missed Count was, 3% still to go. They're like 10 seconds slower right now, but perfectly within the overall dungeon timer, I think.
See, Missed Count was 27-27. Holy Method's 27-37. So just like you said, just 10 seconds between the timers of Holy Method and Missed Count with a completely different comp. Oh man, you just love to see this. Gameplay at the highest level, playing the different picks. This is what we watch the MDI for. The highest level of competition is so entertaining to see. Holy Method now 6 minutes left on the key. Miscount engaged the boss with 5 minutes, 45 seconds left. They had quite a bit of time left on the key when they finished off the boss, and that was also with a death on the boss to boot too. But let's see how much time they're going to have to deal with Mordretha. Obviously, the mind control tech, not an option for them. No priest in the group to speak of here, but not an issue at all because Miscount didn't use that tech either. Also, again, like you said, no missing pings from Wildy here. We want that funnel on the boss, and look at the timer here for Holy Method. 5 minutes 30 on the boss being pulled. Plenty of time. It's just all about execution.
I just, I know mages, and I also know Wildy, and it's going to be a fight fought if those nameplates do not end up in the boss fight here. But that's exactly what they're doing, and we're getting the same timers once again, right? This is going to be an exact replay, hopefully without the death, that we just saw from Missed Count as well. That Bloodlust will be coming up a little bit after the phasing into P2 is where we're expecting it, and then we just hope that everything is ready this time around. Under 19, it took them quite some time to line their cooldowns with their lust again, so they pressed it rather late, but as long as you get the full duration of Bloodlust into the boss, I will not complain.
We're seeing a few issues on Old Waxbeard for Physical God Comp, causing them to reset their 20 Dark Flame Cleft. More of what we saw earlier today from our teams working on that key. Unfortunate for them, they're going to reset and go again. But the main story here is Holy Method in this Theater of Pain. Can they match the mark set by Miscount? Can they put Miscount in an uncomfortable enough position that the play from Holy Method makes Miscount makes mistakes? Miscount is looking dominant right now, like we talked about, instantly going into the 20 workshop, already working on the first boss, already have it quite low. But let's see if Holy Method can put the pressure on them by timing this key faster than what we saw from Missed Count. Remember, Missed Count had about, 2-ish minutes left on the key, so if Holy Method can go faster here, they can definitely apply pressure for time tiebreakers.
Yep, that is what we're looking at. Here's that timer reminder once more. 3 deaths were on that final count for missed count, which they definitely could have missed those. I wouldn't be too mad about it. 32-34 was the final timer. Now, only 2 deaths for Holy Method. I'm trying not to jinx it, chat. Hopefully that is going to stay the same here, as they have pushed into phase 2 on Mordretha. 2 minutes still on that. Bloodlust should probably be a little bit under, like 130, and that would line nicely with True Shot once it's going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a perfect burst of damage whenever that Bloodlust comes up. They're not going to have a surge doing it. Willie's definitely going to send this here, but based off of the timer, they can get 2 surges within the timer that miscount set still at this point. So they are definitely on pace to be very, very close to miscount's time. A little bit of an awkward moment here as they have to dodge AoE circles before they get into position for the Deathwalker spawns. One of them might be a little bit too far out for the Sigil of Chains, but no, Andy has the perfect positioning on the Sigil to make sure everything is nice and stacked up to get that Solar Beam down. And I didn't see a single Deathbolt cast bar. Perfect execution there from Holy Method here. Boss is getting absolutely shredded. It's going to be nearly 20% by the time they actually get to press the Bloodlust. And we have a falter here from Miscount as we have deaths on the first trash pull right after the first boss.
And that's not the first time we've seen that specific trash claim lives. It is so volatile. There's so much you can get wrong. As soon as those heal absorbs are out, it is just a fight against, windmills almost. It seems impossible to do, so I'm not surprised that it has claimed yet another run, unfortunately. But Miscount, they still have plenty of time to run those back. They still have a lot of wiggle room to get this one done. And Holy Method, and now with that Lust, getting one unfortunate charge straight to the boss, but they have dodged actually 2 of them as they came in very, very unfortunate positions. But this is going to be the final damage push on to Mordretha. 2% yet to go. Going to drop down to 132-26 is going to be the final clock in. And of course, with 1 death less, you are hoping to be faster, but it's just nice to know you have the up on the time tiebreaker in this situation.
Not only is a time tiebreaker for the teams into play here, but there were valuable channel points at play too for the chat. They were voting on whether or not it'd be faster than Miscount's time, or if those believers in the chat for Holy Method, congratulations on your experience points. It was 8 seconds faster. 8 seconds was all that separated those 2 teams in their 20 Theater of Pain run. Holy Method now swapping up their comp, getting ready for the 20 workshop. Polish Mountain still working on this 20 Theater of Pain, and they can get this done and still match the score from Miscount and Holy Method and take this to time tiebreakers if that workshop seems like it's something that's too difficult for the teams to get down today. I'm really interested to see if the extra planning and routing that Holy Method has gone through today is actually going to be the difference in the workshop, because we saw that strategy that they played today that no one else brought to the table, right? They have the Void Elf Priest and the Mage that blinked through the wall. They skipped the Blastatron on the trash patrol, on the trash gauntlet in the middle of the dungeon. That lets them skip that mini-boss, which is actually a huge time save. We know the timer is going to be very difficult in this workshop, so if that's the time difference that they need to time that key, and they have that prepared and nobody else does, that could be the difference between them and these other teams today.
I have very important news, Syro, because we, of course, always say chat is always right. Now, how is our ruling when chat is split into 44 and 56% on a matter? Is the majority then chat, or how does that work? Because we had a poll running. No. We asked chat, will Holy Method's 20 TOP be faster than the one from Miscount? And the majority said no, and was wrong.
So for the people in chat that said yes, they were correct. For the people in chat that said no, they were also correct.
You're just not true chatters?
No. They were correct, but the team was wrong. There you go.
Okay, perfect.
So the chat is always correct. You
is
can't
not
be correct. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the answer is right or wrong. Chat is correct.
The team was wrong. Okay, and no, perfect. I'm glad we sorted that. I'm so glad I asked you with this very, very difficult ethical dilemma I encountered here. But let's take a look actually at that workshop, because Miscount has been working away on that dungeon. And while they are still, of course, on the first boss, I kind of really want to see what exactly is going down there as soon as they finish. Something that's definitely happening is Holy Method maybe starting the wrong key here. They have done the 21 already. Maybe a key was made wrongly.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? They're not on their Void Elf Priest. So maybe they thought they had the plan of going into this key on purpose, but maybe they're going to change their mind now that they've seen Miscount is going for the workshop. But this is a huge implication for end-of-day scoring and placements here. Polish Mountain is losing 15 minutes of a day that they only have 40 minutes left in to this Theater of Pain 20. They need to get this key done right now in order to have a chance of competing with Holy Method and Miscount. They need to get back in there instantly, and we're seeing Holy Method go right back into the 21 Dark Flame Cleft to try to get this key timed faster. They're worried specifically just about the time tiebreakers. So, I mean, I think either one is a smart play. If you think the workshop is not in your bag, if you weren't able to get it done in practice, this is probably the correct play. We don't know if 22 Cleft is possible right now with the current gear that's available. So, if they don't think any of the other keys are plus oneable, what's left to do but go for faster times?
So this is very interesting to me for several reasons, because you only need to be faster than 2 of the other teams, right? You don't need to beat everyone. So if you're Holy Method and you're looking up at missed count and you're thinking, maybe we cannot actually do a +1 key on them, but we can be faster than the other 2 teams, then I think this is the correct decision. Even though I personally would have really liked to see more teams attempt that 20 workshop, because I think it's an insane dungeon. Quick little shout out, we do have a new poll in chat, and of course, since I now learned chat is always correct even when they don't agree with each other, we are asking you guys, will a +20 workshop be completed in time today? And that is exactly the question I'm going to ask you, Zyro.
Are we going to get a workshop time today? I think
20, yeah.
Well, okay, listen, I have to go against my Hate Watcher vibes here. I think Miscount can do a 20 workshop. I think it's in the bag. I think they can get it done. And I know my Hate Watcher is going to be really upset with me for saying this, but this team has been playing so well today. I want to see a team that's on the caliber of gameplay that we saw from Wunderbar last week. I want to see them get it done. I love watching Miscount so hard right now. I want to see this workshop get done.
Me too. I want to see especially what is happening right now, because this is where they wiped in that previous 20. So let's get them on the big screen here and have a look. Verb already taking a melee here immediately out of the gate. That is a big hit that you're going to be running in with. Your healer is kind of raising an eyebrow if you do sketch situations like that, and you can see how big that first pull is going to get. We have 2 other gunks in here, the waste processing unit, and then 1 drill. This waste processing unit puts out a heal absorb on your team. If any or 2 of these apply, you are in trouble. You're trying to avoid that by all means possible, and you can see that the rest of the team actually line of sighted here. It's only AJ that took that hit.
AJ got all 3 of them, but he'll be fine. The healer can heal himself better than anyone else. You're going to be okay. As long as the healing absorbs are no longer there by the time the second Mega Drill comes out and starts pulsing that AoE damage on the group, they're going to be A-okay. They've even got the Power Word Barrier prepared for this. The other important bit of tech that we saw from them was the Shadow Meld Scope on the first waste processing unit. That's pretty standard nowadays in order to make sure they don't have to deal with 2 of those AoEs, especially on this +20 key level. What this does mean, though, is that they cannot go for the same skip that we saw from Holy Method, right, where they ended up skipping that Blastitron. That's not something that's possible for Miscount. Also, the Priest isn't Void Elf, so it wouldn't be something they're going to go for anyways. But that is going to be something that takes an extra chunk out of their dungeon timer later on in the key.
So, serious question. You were saying, yeah, you think the 20 is possible. Is it possible even without the mini-boss skip? Because that's kind of where I'm maybe being like a doubter to an extent. I do think it's such an insane time save to not have to deal with that mini-boss that maybe I'm not sure how doable the 20 actually is if you are playing it.
Well,
Oh, wow,
here's
this
something
poll is
that they're going
crazy.
to have to do and able to try to go for the time in the 20. They don't do the Junkyard Dogs in 2 polls. We're doing it all in 1 poll. We're just hoping we get lucky with the leaps here and somebody with a Dwarf Racial is able to bleed them off. But there are no Dwarf Racials in the group. They're all Night Elves. So we're just going to have to somehow find a way to heal through all these leaps. Maybe AoE CC them down enough to the point where we don't actually get that many dots on us. But 2 corrupted gunk casts going off is not going to be very conducive to that. The darkness does come out to help a lot with the incoming damage, but this pole is living forever. They did have the surge on pole, they did have the end card, they did have the DK cooldowns, but can they live through another onslaught of dog leaps here? Here come the debuffs.
It is absolutely crazy if they cannot get an interrupt on them, but they do. I believe that was Sigil of Chains coming out here, followed by the Felnova, just trying to delay this gunk, just trying to get the silences out to maybe defeat these mobs before they can get the corrosive gunk onto the rest of the team. One more knock, and that is going to be it. The dogs will follow suit, and missed count with a crazy pull here. That is what they need to maybe make up for the fact that they are playing the mini boss from all we know.
One little dog here could be a problem for the boss as well. There is a ton of single target huge bursts of AoE damage. Every single time the tank debuff is dispelled, blast of AoE damage on the group. Every time the leaps come out, blast of AoE damage on the group. If the wrong person gets a dog leap, at the same time one of those AoE overlaps happens, it could be an instant one-shot on that player. First leap went on to Yargi there, instantly got dispelled off. They should be good to go there, but look, every dispel, every player dropping below half HP, it's just going to be a very ridiculous encounter to get through. Now also, on this 20 key level, something we were talking about in terms of strategy for speed on the lower key levels is that a lot of teams like to save this second Bloodlust for the Machinist's Garden to help deal with that difficult trash pull onto the boss. On the 20 key level, I don't think you can do that. I think you just have to send this Bloodlust as close to cooldown as possible, just to try to go for as much of a time save as possible in this key.
Yeah, I'm actually stressed watching this, but we're of course also keeping tabs on all of our other teams, and the one thing I'm still not sure I love is Holy Method rerunning that 21 Dark Flame Cleft. We got a little bit of math on that from our producers, so I would relay that to you while we are watching what Mistcount is doing with Cujo here. Holy Method is 6 seconds ahead of Polish Mountain in the workshop, which, as it looks right now, that is the team they are working away on beating in those time trials. They're 7 seconds ahead of Polish Mountain in the TOP, and as of right now, they're 24 seconds behind them in the Dark Flame Cleft. So they're a total of 11 seconds behind Polish Mountain if you tally up all of those dungeons. Considering that neither of the teams would get another score point in the next half hour and then whatever goes into the overtime, that is not a lot of seconds. So we are curious on whether or not it is going to be enough, and if they can shave off enough time in those runs as well as they are working away on that 21 Dark Flame.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good overview of that. The question, okay, I was talking about how I felt like they needed to press this lust right away on Cujo, and they're not. Interesting. So, unless the Bloodlust comes out right after this next Venting Flames to overlap with a little bit of their damage, just like the Surge is going to come out from Hearth Jackson a little bit here, and also we'll see it overlap with maybe an Incarn from Yargi. If they don't prop the Lust here, I don't think they're going to press it at all. So they will likely be saving it for the Machinist's Garden. Yeah, okay, so interesting. They think they've got the time with just the 3 Bloodlusts in this key. I mean, they definitely know better than I do because they've been the team practicing this. They are the #1 team in the world on Raider.io for a reason.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I still think like the timer is so tight in this 20, maybe you do just have to send the 4 Bloodlusts, but we'll have to see if this is going to be doable. They would like to kill this boss off before the next Venting Flames. Hopefully this is the final Venting Flames of the fight. Otherwise, that's another 15 seconds gone or so.
Yep, that is true. They are going to get a little bit of extra timer here, and then even if it does start casting, I suspect by the end of the cast, so when it starts the venting cast, it should be dead. You can see that the explosive leap is going to come out here as well. 4% still to go. In comes that box that we are going to posture next up together with the AoE,
Okay, they got it.
but it's not going to get to that. And now the big question is, how are we beating the true and final boss of Workshop, looks like the team is saying, oh, we'll just walk up this wall here. And then this time around, Hearthjack's actually not even taking a grip. A lot of the other mages are just waiting downstairs for the priest to grip them up. Hearthjack says, none of that for me. I am walking with the rest of the team.
We actually saw all the flavors of skip there, right? We had the Demon Hunter Infernal Strike, double jump. We had the Priest self-levitate plus body and soul shield that gives them extra speed to just run and jump up on top of the box. And then, of course, we had the Unholy DK and Hearthjacks just hopping up the wall there to get themselves up on top there. And, of course, once you get on top of the box, getting up to the conveyor belt is pretty easy. Timer, surprisingly, in this 20 is looking quite good, and I think part of this timer difference is that massive junkyard dog pull they were able to pull off. Just front-loading the difficulty of the AoE pulls is what's going to give them the time to do this key. We would like to see them be done with the Machinist Garden, the next boss of the dungeon. I would say on this key level, probably 22 minutes would be enough time to finish off the key. 10 minutes to do the double robot patrol, plus the first trash pack after taking the RP, and then that would leave you 6 to 6.5 minutes to deal with King Mechagon, which I think is pretty generous on this key level. We know that's a super long encounter. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to pull it off, but in the meantime, we're dealing with the gauntlet.
They absolutely are. And just in case you maybe weren't here earlier or are a little bit lost to what exactly Zyra and I are referring to, a lot of the other teams have been opting to skip the mini-boss that spawns right after these defense bots. So there is a way where if you have enough displacement abilities like that Velf ability, like that Blink, like a Grip or a Wild Charge, then you can actually hop up on the bridge on the right-hand side, and you don't need to deal with that mini-boss, but of course you need to make up for the count. Now, because there is no Velf ability on the screen of miscount, we are expecting that they are just going to play that mini-boss, and we're kind of figuring out how exactly their route looks like, because they still play the extra dogs that a lot of the teams are playing that are skipping the mini-boss, so I assume in the very last gauntlet they're going to be able to maybe skip more trash, which is going to be interesting in terms of their timers like you were just mentioning, Zyra, so I'm not too sure what exactly the timers are that we are going to be looking for, but we'll of course try to keep everyone updated as this key progresses. It is a crazy hard key, and I feel like there's just danger at every single corner. Every pull that they do, I feel like, oh my god, maybe this is where it all falls apart. The pull into Machinist Garden, by all means, is I think one of the hardest pulls in the entire dungeon selection, just because there's so much execution-wise that you need to pay attention to.
You know, there's just a conversation happening behind the scenes as well right now about makes and the fact that this is your last cast ever.
Huh?
No, it's sorry.
Excuse me, what?
Just for the weekend. JK. Makes does have to leave now, everybody, but I swear to you, I promise, production, chat, everyone, Makes will be back again, and we will miss her every second until then, but thanks so much for your commentary this weekend.
You're being booted out? What the? Bye!
Bye, Makes. And coming in, we got Tettles and Dratnos to finish up the day. We are coming up on the last 30 minutes here that our teams will be able to enter into dungeons. So, of course, if they enter any runs within that time frame, they will be able to complete them. And it really seems like it is going to be coming down to some of these super close time breaker kind of runs. But we've been kind of wondering, you know, Holy Method seems to have an interesting approach. Everybody's kind of trying to tackle getting these last points or tiebreakers. And with that, Tettles, what are you thinking everybody's sort of strategies are here as they look to optimize their last 30 minutes?
I think it's, I think we're kind of in a situation where 3 teams are battling for 2 slots. Miscount believes that their best chance to make it to the global finals involves them putting up this 20 workshop, and I think that if they put up this 20 workshop, they're probably correct. I don't think that any other team has the capabilities of putting up this dungeon. It's very, very challenging. Yardi getting sent back to the start of this maze might actually dash their hopes of timing this. It is a very, very close timer, so we're going to have to keep watching out for that. For Polish Mountain, the plan is kind of simple. You need to make sure that you time this 20 Theater of Pain, and then you're probably going to have to rerun a dungeon for time tiebreaker if I had to wager a guess. For Holy Method is basically saying that 19, 20, 21 is our best score, and they're trying to re-put up an additional, slightly better time in the 21 Dark Flame Cleft. I think that they can probably get like maybe 20 to 30 seconds out of the Dark Flame, but it's not going to be much better. It's kind of one of those things that they have to hope that Polish Mountain can't put up a similar time in their 20 Theater Pain that Holy Method had in their 20.
Yeah, the time tie breaks between Holy Method and Polish Mountain are so close, but Polish Mountain's theater is basically the same time as Holy Method's, but one keystone level lower.
Yeah.
So Polish Mountain needs to do a lot better in theater to even be able to time this key at the plus 20 level. But if they do, then they might have the edge over Holy Method in the other dungeons. They are faster in Cleft by more than they're slower in Workshop.
Have you guys ever been tricked on this encounter, by the way? Like,
Yeah.
okay, so let me explain. When you're in the shield generator, you're like, oh, I can just get hit by everything. And you can kind of get tricked a little bit. Like, you know the squirrels? You will just stand in those when you're inside the generator. Have you ever accidentally stood inside one of the discombobulators when you're inside the shield generator? And you're like, oh, wait a minute. That disorients me for 4 seconds. That's really bad.
So the first time I did this strategy on this boss, I did exactly that, realized that it wasn't a squirrel, got disoriented for 8 seconds, and was maulding. So I move out of every single... Because they have the exact same animation. That blue circle is the exact same color. So now every single time I see this fight, I literally always move out of the blue circle. I actually don't even stand inside the shield generator on this fight. I find it easier to just kind of lock in and move from every single cog as opposed to having to watch out for the shield generator timing because most people have a weak ore on their nameplate for when that shield generator is falling. I find it easier to just always dodge.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, so far so good for Miscount, though. I mean, this is a masterclass on how to deal with this particular boss. And I was kind of guesstimating a little bit time-wise, but what do you think is a good timer for them to have Head Machinist Sparkflux down and still have time to deal with the remaining trash pulls, plus, of course, the beast of a boss that King Mechagon is at this key level?
21 minutes.
21, you think?
I think we're very far under the timer that's going to be required here.
Let's
I
go.
think that, prior to the event, I tried to come up with some rough estimates for what time that you were going to need for the end of this dungeon, and I came up with 22-ish minutes for this place. Having seen how long King Mechagon is, particularly on the 19, but also on the 20, I'm kind of giving them a little bit more buffer room whenever I say 21. But
Orthodox.
Oh my god!
Whoa! Oh my god!
He's a beast! Holy!
That's just some mage shenanigans right there.
The blink, alter time, cancel, immediately dodge. I'm like, oh my gosh, that was...
Dude, I'm getting dizzy watching Hearthjack's maneuver around here, but he's definitely not. He knows exactly where that blink's going to take him, except unfortunately cursed to die to one of those self-trimming hedges.
The key is still timeable. I mean, that was their first death of the dungeon. The only other time loss that they've actually had in this place is that Yargi getting sent back to the very beginning of the maze.
So... I looked on Radar.io at the slowest timed plus 19s in Workshop because there are no timed 20s on the live servers.
Yeah.
And they tend to have Machinist Garden down at around that 21:30 marker.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for here is, I mean, they're ahead of that pace. Now, of course, these were just plus 19s, but they were the slowest time 19s. So if you assume that they were roughly, equally slow in all sections of the dungeon compared to what Missed Count can do, that should mean that they have timer left over for the end of this dungeon.
That's kind of why I was saying 21 minutes is probably the required time to get Machinist Garden killed off. Now, something that I did notice earlier is that they're actually playing 5 Nelfs in this dungeon. I haven't figured out the reason that they would be playing 5 Night Elves in this dungeon, but it could just be for safety whenever they're doing a couple of those skips, whether it be with the waste processing unit or whether it be at the very end of the dungeon, and just having the additional melds could be pretty valuable, but I haven't seen anything that's super unique about the 5 Nelf comp.
The biggest thing that Meld does is King Mechagon itself, right? The Giga Zaps are so much safer with a Meld against that. I think that's the primary reason. It's a plus 20 tyrannical King Mechagon. If you can reliably only have 2 of those going out instead of 3 on every cast, or even better, only 1 going out because you've got Invis and AMS to help you out as well, and or some going on your tank that you don't have to heal, that is so much easier than dealing with the full mechanic as it can be.
How long do we think the 20 Mechagon is going to take? Minimum, do you think?
So it took
at least 6 minutes, right?
It took 5:45 last weekend for Wunderbar in their 19.
And they're
it took 6 minutes for Missed Count in their 20 before, it looks like.
Or in their 19, you mean?
Or sorry, in their 19 before, yeah.
Oh boy.
So this is going to be a long fight, probably. I think something like a 6:30 is on the table, which they have more than enough time for that, but it is going to be, I think, quite a long one. I mean, they're going to have the Lust coming up, which is nice.
I was hoping like 6:15 was going to be the kill time. If you're telling me that we need 6:30, it's going to be really, really tight here, just at the very end. But I do think they're going to be on the good side of it. At the same point, I think if any player dies or we end up losing any offensive CDs or that kind of situation ends up happening, we'll probably end up depleting this queue rather quickly.
Yeah, so it's a 32-minute timer, which means we have 9 minutes now for the end of this dungeon. Of course, almost all the trash taken care of. We're expecting to see a skip on this absolutely illegal 5-pack that's at the bottom of the stairs here. So once this is dead, 8.5 minutes left to resolve the skip and then deal with the last boss here.
Yeah, the 5-pack actually isn't as bad anymore since they kind of changed up the mobs from the past. It's that double Mark III bot that's at the very top of the stairs with the defender. That is the illegal pull for sure. And you see Missed Count here actually pulling into the room with his meld there. Very rare that you actually see that, but it is a little bit faster version of the skip that some teams are electing to do in here.
Yeah, very time sensitive. Because you need to get this done before they start doing that AoE, those big robots, or else... I mean, it's technically healable, but it's not pleasant.
I don't know if it's healable. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
It's not good, and it's easy to accidentally get in combat as well if you accidentally heal the tank during that too, so
the way
definitely something you don't want to have happen.
The way they did that skip, I think, saves them an additional 10 seconds over potentially other teams.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely
they've set
a nice
themselves
maneuver.
up perfectly for this encounter, right? They have 8 minutes now to deal with just one singular boss encounter that you have 3 different health bars for, but that's, that's not my problem. That's their problem.
But even our worst estimates are like 7 minutes for this fight, right? And they probably need like 6:30, maybe 6 if they can be really fast in here. So they are in great shape on the timer. It's all going to come down to execution, though, because we talk about these like it's a timer question, but it's also a question of just surviving this encounter. The damage that these different abilities are going to deal to them is very high, even if they can meld an anti-magic shell and invis to juggle around those debuffs. That's still doing huge damage, plus the Magneto arm grip is just crazy.
What's longer, this fight or Rick Reverb? Mythic.
This fight.
This fight.
It's not close.
Oh, perfect. But yeah, it's really going to come down to making sure. I think the Magneto arm call out is the integral part of this fight. It's going to be doing so much damage, just pulsing for an insane amount of AoE on the entire party.
I mean, even just the Mega Zaps in this phase can do a lot of damage if they don't perfectly, get the tank aggro on every single one of them. That's some tech you can do on this boss that's pretty useful if you know how to do it properly. Yeah. So it's really going to come down to, do they have the perfect juggles on the Zaps in P2? And do they have the cooldowns perfectly planned out for the Magneto arm? I'm actually super scared about what can happen if you get bad baits on those magnets in that last phase.
It's just so interesting because this is a team that we kind of have described in the past as a team that is very, very close to being able to win both MDIs and TGPs. The last couple of MDIs and TGPs, they have been right on the cusp. And they had the missed count incident like 2 TGPs ago where they could have actually won the Great Push just if they did not miss a count in that Neltherus, I believe, at the very end of that season. This is kind of this... Yeah. Hopefully, I think that this is Missed Count actually showing up to play this weekend, and I think that they've looked great. They've had 2 out of the 3 dungeons they've had world record tags on. They're about to finish the weekend with 2 out of their 3 dungeons with world record tags on if they're not careful, while they're being the first team to have put up the plus 20 workshop, if we're making the assumption that they're going to time this key so far, and then they could still have enough time to go run back their 20 Theater of Pain and take the world record tag off of Holy Method if they want to.
Yeah, they are looking so good. It's a conversation as well. Like, we're comparing our 4 teams on our screen right now, and Missed Count definitely look the best of these 4 based off of what we've seen so far, although, of course, these last 18 minutes are the most important 18 minutes of the day. But also, the comparison needs to be made now between Missed Count and Wunderbar from last weekend, because Wunderbar were dominant last weekend, but Missed Count, against a potentially even tougher field, are looking maybe equally as good.
Have they made a mistake at all today? Like, How many runs have they reset? Like 1 or 2 total?
Miscount. I mean,
yeah,
they've
haven't seen
reset
many.
dungeons super early on. We had like a couple of attempts at the 20 Workshop where they wiped on the first pull after the first boss, but that was really it. Let's take a look at this first Magneto arm pull here. Yargi quite a bit further back. Looks like AJ's able to perfectly deal with the healing here. But guys, Miscount,
Nice.
not the only story today. None of our spots are locked for the day yet, and one of the potential upsets is Polish Mountain now in this 20 Theater of Pain. They've got Koltharak down. They just have the Gorchop wing left. What do we think about their chances of potentially timing this key?
I mean, this split's concerning. It's still timeable. The Koltharak split you're looking for, I think, is a little bit below the 21-minute mark. With this timer, it's not necessarily about their ability to be able to time the key that I'm the most concerned about. It's their ability to be able to be faster than Holy Method, or at least match within 11 seconds in that Theater of Pain timer-wise. That's a bit more concerning for me for Polish Mountain. But right now, they can't really be worrying about that. They have to worry about getting the Silent Sigil off in time to kill off all of those mobs.
my God.
Unfortunately, Quad Withering Discharge will be taking them out. That is an unfortunate series of events for Polish Mountain. Dratnos, can they actually recover from that wipe and still be able to make it to Global Finals?
So, in one sense, they can't, in that dungeon is definitely dead. But in another sense, they can, as there are still 17 minutes left in the day. They can run it back. So they need two things to happen. They need Holy Method to not dramatically improve their timer in this Dark Flame Cleft. And then they need to come back and they need to time the theater. They don't actually need to time it by all that much. Theater of Pain is a 34-minute dungeon. Polish Mountain need to come in around that 32:30 mark to have the time tiebreaker over Holy Method. Now, Holy Method are looking to improve their Dark Flame Cleft timer, which they're nearing the end of that run. And of course, for every second that they improve that timer, that's an extra second that Polish Mountain are going to have to find in theater.
It's
Heartbreaking wipe there for Polish Mountain.
This is a little bit weird. Holy Method
That's
actually
close.
looks
That's
like
close. That's close.
Miscount. The AMZ comes down, but yeah, the magnet is very close to the group here. You're trying to spawn that in the back to reduce the fall-off damage, but it looks like Miscount, with that combination of anti-magic zone, darkness, are able to get through the power infusion that just faded off of AJ as well, helping get a couple extra casts in and keep everybody alive during that.
I mean, they're going to do it. This is going to be a world record 20 workshop. Not even
Look at how
Wunderbar
much
was
time
able
they
to-
have left as
No
well.
question.
Wunderbar
Respect
didn't
the
even put this
1v1.
up last weekend. Yeah, respect the 1v1.
Respect the
Got 2 minutes.
1v1.
Let
No
Heartjacks do it.
Tanakira.
Let Heartjacks win.
Oh, no fun.
Look how
Okay.
long even King Mechagon without a suit of armor takes at the plus 20 level. This is a 15-minute boss fight. I bet that thing has more health than the robot does in a plus 0.
Wow. Super impressive day for Miscount, and with that timed workshot, they have all but locked up one of our two positions for the global finals. The question for the end of the day, can Holy Method secure their time tiebreaker on that 60 score and put themselves out of reach of Polish Mountain? Can Polish Mountain even give themselves a chance of getting to time tiebreakers? They need to get that Theater of Pain, and with the amount of time left in the day, guys, that's all they have time for. They can only get this Theater of Pain done. So if Holy Method can get a time improvement in this run right here and then move on to something else as well, that's potential. But this is the scary thing about the pull for Holy Method. They do this differently than everyone else. Their strategy requires that they do 4 corridor creepers on the final boss, as compared to the 3 that we see from most normal routes, which means Andy is in danger almost this entire pull, and there's no Bloodlust for another 40 seconds to help him out here. Once this meta is gone, they're pretty much out of buttons. It's just the pain suppression from Thaner that's left.
We got PS and we got Barrier. I actually think that Andy's going to be fine here. These corridor creepers are only like 15% HP. But yeah, I mean, this is still incredibly scary. I think that this is probably, 2 of the sleepers that don't actually put the dots on him as well.
Yeah, there's the pain suppression that's going to try and get over the finish line for Holy Method. Another Umbral Slash comes out as well. We're going to be entering the less scary section of this fight in a moment, but Andy with no last resort available.
This is where he
4
can
stacks
die.
that dot. 5 now. He has
fine.
Eternal Darkness too. This is big raid damage in addition to tank damage, but it looks like that barrier is going to come down and mitigate the worst of it on both the tank and the rest of the group, and now Holy Method seem to have stabilized. So, the timer that they are looking to improve was a 28:55 in this dungeon. They have another 20% of this boss's health to chew through. I think they can probably pick up a minute here off of that timer and put up something like a 27:50.
Something that was really big about their previous 21 Darkflame Cleft is they actually used the Bloodlust for safety to finish off those 4 corridor creepers in the previous run, so they lost out on a lot of boss damage in that particular run. In the spot they're in right now, with only 18% of the boss HP to chew through, they're saving that Bloodlust to line up perfectly with their cooldowns. I mean, you can see Wexy sitting on the Incarn charge. We have Fragment's cooldowns up in 50 seconds. We have the Surge up in 30. We're going to get a massive burst of damage on this boss in about 30 seconds, and they might be able to shave almost a minute off their timer here.
If they actually time this key and you say a minute under, Dratnus, do they lock up like the second slot out of Group B?
No, they don't. Polish Mountain are still alive. Polish Mountain, their fate is still in their own hands in this plus 20 theater that they are in. It just makes it harder, right? Every second that Holy Method find here is a second that Polish Mountain are also going to have to find in that theater of pain. So look, it's going to be tough, but it is by no means over yet. And Polish Mountain have overcome a lot of adversity over there, the few MDIs and TGPs that we've seen them play so far. So I would definitely not count them out just yet. But Holy Method will have the opportunity to go and do another keystone. So they could go for the door slam in the plus 20 workshop. That would be locking them in to the global finals.
8% left on the boss. Those cooldowns being expended with Lust has catapulted them way ahead of their previous timer. Just a few percentage points left on the boss to chew through. These are going to take a little bit longer as the cooldowns have just now started to run out. We do have that Incarn charge for Wexy whenever he pops it here as well, just to help a little bit with the damage. And of course, the Darkspawn spawning, give themselves a little bit of extra funnel here. Could be scary. One final scary moment as well with the Eternal Darkness dropping the candles percentage low, but they did pop it right back up perfectly. Just get out of the way of that frontal, and I believe they're going to be home free. It's just about where we can stop the clock here. How much time can we shave off to put ourselves further out of reach of Polish Mountain?
You saw that Shadow Blast right there being cast on Wildy. He actually ended up invising it off. You can either invis or Shadow Meld that ability off. It does require you to have the ability, you can feign death or vanish it as well, but it does require you to have the ability to drop the cast from the mob. And with Holy Method timing this key here in just a couple of seconds, we're going to see how much they're actually improving their time by. And It looks like they did shave one full entire minute off of their Dark Flame Clef that you guys were kind of calling out earlier, and that puts them in great position with time tiebreaker. Of course, it doesn't lock up anything, but now they are in a great spot looking at the score, assuming that Polish Mountain can time this 20 workshop still.
So Polish Mountain are now looking for a 3150-ish in the theater plus 20.
Give or take a half a second or so.
Yeah, give or take. Hang on, that math is maybe not that precise. Give or take some amount of seconds, that maybe more than half a second. Let me run the numbers again.
No, you were right. 3150 is what I came up with too, but that's assuming fractions of a second that we don't know about based off the timers we saw, which are taken into effect on the back end when the admins add everything up and tally it at the end of the day. So Polish Mountain need to have an absolute banger of a Theater of Pain run, which is a little concerning because based off of their previous attempt, yes, they made good progress in the key. They got 3 bosses down. They only had 1 wing left, but like we were talking about Tettles, their timer wasn't the greatest.
Well, here's the thing as well. You guys are talking about that 3150. Is that what you said the timer was? Or 3050?
Yeah. That's what they're looking for.
They need to improve the world record time by 35 seconds.
So here's the really bad news. This dungeon has never been timed on the live servers at plus 20. It's only been timed by just Holy Method and Miscount right now at that plus 20 level, basically, right, by teams in our MDI. On the live servers, the fastest run of a plus 19 was 31:51. So even that would be too slow. Polish Mountain, unless the milliseconds work out for them, they need to do better on plus 20 than anybody has ever done in this dungeon on a plus 19 on the live servers, which should just put into perspective how incredibly fast they need to be. But they can still do it. A perfect run would still do it for Polish Mountain. This is going to be so fun to watch.
If there's ever a moment to rise to the occasion to qualify for global finals, it's right now. Polish Mountain, we've seen flashes of greatness from this team over the past couple of seasons of MDI. We know they're capable of it. It's all about playing in the moment. This is likely going to be their final attempt of the day. Only 9 minutes remain to start your final keys of the day. Can they get this done? Can they upset Holy Method? What is Holy Method going to do in response, though? We see them in a workshop getting prepared for their key. Are they going to be going for yet another time save, or are they going to be throwing attempts at the 20 here?
I think they're surveying the field and trying to figure out how close Polish Mountain are time tiebreaker-wise, and trying to determine whether or not they want to either rerun the 19 or really push for that kind of chase 20, where, you know, it's one of those things that the 20 is doable, but it's not something you one-shot, and they might have not have timed it in practice, which I think is why they're so hesitant on just like firing off that 20 immediately without really thinking about it too much. I think they're trying to survey the field and figure out, are we going to have to improve our time tiebreaker for a 19, or are we supposed to go for this 20?
It's a tough question if you're in their spot. I don't know what I would do, but I don't get paid to do that, so I'm good to go. Hopefully they figure out the right choice here.
This is what we call a victory lap on screen right here for Missed Count. They're not only going for the first place finish here, they're actually going for the triple world record tag by taking back that time tiebreaker in the 20 Theater of Pain and snatching it away from Holy Method. They're going for all 3 world records on this weekend, which would be very, very cool and incredibly impressive by them.
Yeah, absolutely. Missed Count are locked for our global finals already, but they are looking to put a mark on this weekend with 3 world records, right? Similar to what Wunderbar were able to accomplish last weekend. This is going to be a very fun run to watch, but the most high-stakes run is certainly Polish Mountain's Theater of Pain. The same dungeon, the same key level that Missed Count are doing, much higher stakes. Polish Mountain, it is either qualifying or elimination based off of whether they are able to put together the best 20 Theater of Pain that you could ever imagine.
Every global matters. It all lines up over the course of the key. Good procs, good blood is life procs. Even though it's been nerfed, you get the right blood beast procs. Those could spell the difference in time. We're talking mere seconds. 34 seconds is what we need to see from Polish Mountain. Better than Holy Method's time in this key. And it's going to be very difficult for us to draw comparisons based off of timers as well.
Holy Method went to 20.
Holy Method are going for 20. They're going for the door slam.
Yeah,
okay.
This would stop Polish Mountain. If Holy Method can time this 20, it doesn't matter what Polish Mountain do at this point, unless Polish Mountain hearth out of this key and slam a 22 Dark Flame Cleft. There's nothing that they could do to overtake Holy Method. Actually, and even if they did that, it wouldn't beat Holy Method if they did this 20. As Missed Count actually having a death here on Zav. So they do have an Ankh available, as that was on their Enhancement Shaman. Very cool spec that we are seeing Missed Count using in this dungeon. But the rule is here, we have 5 minutes left in our day, which means that these teams can afford mistakes in the next 5 minutes because they can just restart the key. But after that, these keys are locking in, and they need to become perfect from then on out, pretty much.
Yeah, the question for me is, for Missed Count, you've already qualified, so why not restart this key and just go again? Maybe they think their timer's pretty good, or maybe they just want to kill the boss and see where their timer is. If you go look at the difference in times, they're only 8 seconds slower than Holy Method was in this key, but they had 1 extra death. So only 8 minutes in the key. Why not go for just a restart here?
Dude, a 3-minute 1 second first boss split on a 20 is really fast. That's like a fine split even for like a 16 or a 17. The fact that they have that on a 20, I think is quite good. And while, yeah, maybe you could restart because you don't really want to deal with the 15 seconds of death penalty, I think you can, generally speaking, play 15 seconds faster just by getting the pull set up quicker, being less impatient in some aspects of your gameplay, and just gathering the pull a little bit faster.
Yeah, plus, you know, I don't know. It's a decision they don't have to make just yet. We still have 5 minutes left in the day, so they can see how it's looking and whether they want to restart at the end of that.
Yeah.
Missed Count, you know, it's a victory lap for them at this point. This is a huge dungeon for showing off that they are better than everybody in this group and as good or better than Wunderbar were last weekend, which is really impressive for Missed Count. But Holy Method and Polish Mountain also have some really important dungeons underway. The dungeons that they are in the middle of right now will determine which of those teams make it to the global finals. Here's Holy Method working on the 20 workshop that Missed Count were able to put on the board recently. Now, Holy Method, this is a pretty tough key. Polish Mountain are in potentially an even tougher one as well. Both teams just having such a difficult key because they've succeeded in all the easy keys earlier in the day. Now it is only brutally hard keys ahead of them.
I'm worried about the scalability of the Holy Method strategy in this dungeon in particular. You can see Thaner is back on that Velf, on that Void Elf. Unfortunately, the Void Elf strategy in this dungeon requires that you pull all 3 waste processing units at the start of the key, and we saw how meticulous Missed Count was about making sure they really only pulled 1 of those at the start of their run. So how is Holy Method going to make their way through that section, dealing with 3 waste processing units on this 20. I feel like that's an incredibly difficult way to pull this key.
I actually think that the routing differences aren't that different in terms of timer precision, kind of like you were calling out. I don't think that the waste processing units are very dangerous for your tank. They put a really nasty bleed on him with the puncture. But I think in general, assuming that you have a bunch of the cooldowns available for that pull on Andy, I actually don't think it's the end of the world. I think it's more about just being able to live the 1,000 different points of failure that came before that. It's not necessarily just that one large point of failure. I think that Machinist Garden is by far the hardest part of this dungeon, and making sure that you give yourself enough time to kill off that 6-minute long King Mechagon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a tough dungeon. A death for Wildy after Thanner already went down, and Andy is going to join them by running into some mines. It's okay. We've still got time to restart the key. 2 minutes left before our keystones lock, so Holy Method will get another chance at this, which would guarantee their global finals presence. If not, then Polish Mountain will have the opportunity to steal, to take that spot back in the global finals if they can succeed in this plus 20 theater, and not just succeed, they need to time this key by a lot. They need something like a 3150 in Theater of Pain. It would be an incredibly fast run, but we know they're capable of it.
I'm trying to pull up some splits for I'm trying to pull up some splits right now for missed count to see what they actually need on their Zav split to be able to improve that.
Polish Mountain do Zav second, as do Miscount and Holy Method. Do Kulthar. So Polish Mountain goes to Kultharok before Gorchop, whereas the other teams went to Gorchop before Kultharok. So it's a little bit hard to directly compare them. But the Zav pull we can compare, because all the teams do go to Zav second. And Zav is going down at around that 1030 mark for missed count, and at around the 1045 mark for Holy Method. So Polish Mountain, 1127 on Zav, is slower than both of those runs right now, which is bad news because they need to be faster.
I think Miscount needs to reset this 20 Theater of Pain. They had like an 1117 Zav in their previous 20.
Mountain?
No, I'm talking about Miscount. If they actually want the time tiebreaker, I think they reset this dungeon right now because they have a in their best run they did 1019 Zav, and right now they have an 1117 Zav.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. The runs are about to become final. In fact, they are now final, so no resets allowed.
No resets.
It is these keys that will determine our global finalists at the end of the day. As it stands right now, if none of these keys are successful, and in fact, no matter what happens, Miscount are going to be one of our teams in the global finals. They have had a dominating performance today. They are playing for the cherry on top for the 3rd world record tag. Then, Holy Method, if nobody times any keys, Holy Method will be your other global finalist. But Polish Mountain have the opportunity, if they can take the time tiebreaker back and also gain a point with one fell swoop in this 20 Theater of Pain, they could take that spot out from Holy Method. Holy Method right now are playing to make that impossible. If Holy Method are able to time this workshop, no matter what that timer is, they will lock up a spot in the global finals. And then Physical God Comp, unfortunately, need 6 runs to catch up with missed count and are in the middle of their last run of the day, so they're a little too far behind to be able to make it happen today, but it's been really fun to watch them. It's been a shame that we haven't been able to focus too much on them for the past hour or two because the competition has been so hot among our other teams, but I would like to shout out Physical God Comp. It's been such a blast to see them play today and yesterday and all the cool specs that they've been using, so really happy to have seen them play. Unfortunately, they are eliminated at this point for global finals.
I mean, they're in the group of death, right? Like,
this was such a tough group to land.
There's a reason that we call this the group of death coming into this weekend. It is because exactly what you're seeing on screen right here. I think if you re-simulate this day a few different times, Physical God Comp actually could have been a lot closer in the situation. I do think that, getting that Bear Druid banned out was a little bit unfortunate for them, though. Having to move their tank around, that's always something that you don't plan. Having a second player that's a world-class MDI level tank is always tough to have on a team.
Yeah, exactly. It's been great to watch them though, and I think in future MDIs that is definitely going to be a team to worry about if you are the other teams in the competition. And they're a team that I wouldn't be surprised if some of the adaptations that they've been coming up with, like some of the ways they've been using Hunter, for instance, might get looked at as, you know, we've already seen Holy Method using the Hunter in the Theater of Pain. I wouldn't be surprised if teams take a look at that in some of the other dungeons as well after Physical God Comp have made it look so good.
Holy Method having a death on Thanner there, he did end up getting battle res, but that kind of removes that additional resource, being able to battle res people in this dungeon. Pretty tough, and we already saw how close the missed count timer was in this place. We know it's a dungeon that, while doable, it's going to be on a knife's edge timer-wise, and you have to make sure that you have as much time as possible here.
Yeah, this is such a tough dungeon. This boss is deceptively difficult as well. There's so many ways that things can go wrong here. There's a lot of raid damage coming out as well, so you need to be focusing on all that. And it's very easy to get hit by that foe flipper and get knocked into one of these saw blades, and then get knocked into one of these bombs, and then die. That is a sequence of events that has happened to me many times in this boss.
Yeah, you're kind of actually hoping for most of them to go into your mage because they have so many great tools of just not having to worry about where you land. You can pre-alter time and just instantly alter back to the ground to remove the damage and also make sure you don't run into a bomb. You can also just instantly blink afterwards. So as much as your mage might complain about having to move all of the time, they really are the best target for that foe flipper here.
Yeah, you've got life grip from Thanner as well if somebody else gets targeted, which can bail them out. Although sometimes you can grip somebody into a bomb if you're not careful, so always something that you have to play carefully around. It's Holy Method nearing the end of this boss fight. Looks good for them so far. The timer in this dungeon as well. They should still be, even with that one death, on the good side of the timer, but a lot is going to hinge on how quickly they're able to handle the trash in the next section. We do have another death coming out for missed count. Shaman down once more. This time, no Ankh available, so the B-Res had to be used here on Gorechop.
I think it's difficult to actually explain to the viewers just how demonic this fight is. Those oozing leftovers, every single time they leap on a player, it just takes out 30% of your rate, or actually, it's probably a little bit more. They probably take you down to 30% for each single one that leaps on you. And if you end up getting leapt on by two at the exact same time, it's actually so incredibly difficult. That's why AJ on that Discipline Priest, that Oracle Disc Priest, being able to overshield people for so much of their HP is a huge deal. Like Hearthjack's right there, he had Ice Cold available, got leapt on by two of those oozing leftovers, wasn't able to dodge out of the way of them, and with the Ice Cold, he still got taken to 30% HP, just proving that if you didn't press that ability, he was going to die. And that's why you see AJ and Hearthjack's constantly moving and trying to dodge out of the way of those leftovers. It is a really, really difficult fight at this level.
Yeah, the amount of just the mechanics, you know, you play this boss on a +10 or something and you think, okay, I'm just going to dodge the hooks and I'll be okay, right? But as this key level goes up, you have so much else that you're going to worry about. And then as you're playing around that, then the hooks actually can hit you. We've seen those hooks hitting players on some of these teams as well, because there's just so much else that you're worried about, so much ground space denied. And on top of all that, you need to be doing your DPS rotation perfectly so that you can actually time the key as quickly as possible too. So it really all layers on top of each other, and the amount of stuff that you need to keep in your head at all times is so high. And not just across, you know, that one fight. Now you've been doing dungeons for the better part of the past day, right? For the last 5 hours now, you've been doing keys. Of course, there have been 20 minutes of breaks in there, but still, at this point in the day, it is really impressive, the players that are able to keep their heads on straight, right, and have all of this under control.
Yeah, I mean, miscount, again, they're just playing for the gold star here, but they're still going at it, even through the couple of deaths they've had. How are we feeling about their timers here? I mean, they made up a lot of time in Gorechop, right? We were talking about how they were a minute behind on Zav. Even with the deaths, they're still only 13 seconds behind on the previous Gorechop split, so they're still making great time, and they still have a chance of reclaiming that third world record tag. But again, I think the main story of the final runs here is, can Polish Mountain somehow, some way, find a way to put together the perfect run in this Theater of Pain? This is the pole that wiped them last time around and cost them 22 minutes. Can they get through it in this time around? They have the Bloodlust available. Again, it was that Withering Discharge that took them out last time.
Yeah, the grippy hands are out. Big damage, even from a Decaying Filth cast, will nearly kill somebody. There's the barrier.
I love the barrier. I think the barrier makes a lot of sense, kind of like you're talking about as well. Getting leapt on by the sludge spears as well, also similar to the boss, does an insane amount of damage. So you want to be pre-pressing all of your defensives here. You are basically just trying to get these sludge spears killed off. The tank is going to be fine tanking just all these butchers and these diseased horrors on top of them, but it's really about getting those casters killed off as quickly as possible. And it looks like Polish Mountain are going to be on the good side of this kind of pull.
Yeah, the thing I'm worried about now for them is the timer. They need to be so fast through the end of this dungeon to even time the key. Oh, withering discharge goes off. Oh, no, right at the very end there. That thing had 2 health, and it successfully got its cast off. That is going to be the end for Polish Mountain. The full wipe here, no way they can recover from that at this brutally high key level. So Polish Mountain will be going out today in 3rd place, which means we have our 2 global finalists. It is Missed Count and Holy Method that have qualified out of Group B and made it to the global finals, joining Wunderbar and 07, along with our Group C teams you'll find next weekend, and the China region teams as well. Going to be a very exciting month of Mythic Plus, but what a day it's been so far. And it's not over yet, because just because Polish Mountain have wiped here, there is still, Holy Method potentially could end with 2 of the 3 world record keys, or this count could end with 3 of the 3, depending on how these keys that the 2 teams are currently in go.
Well, already I can tell you based off of the timer that Holy Method is quite a bit behind the pace that was set in the 20 workshop from Missed Count, especially based off of how they're pulling this room. The way that Missed Count actually was able to save time here is they pulled actually all of the Junkyard Dogs in at the same time, and they pulled them on top of Gunks, and I believe they actually ended up engaging the boss at about the 9-minute flat mark here, which was crazy fast. Now, that being said, we know the trash strategy overall is going to be different from Holy Method, and unfortunately the Fiery Jaws plus the explosion from the Tank Dispel does one-shot Wexy here. They have the Battle Res, but that's the only one they have left.
Dude, I'm looking at this Junkyard Dog that's at full HP, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh, their Moonkin is really, really scared about getting killed by this Junkyard Dog. Immediately gets targeted by it as the AoE goes off, and he just pops like a zip. That was about to be expected. That's kind of to be expected, dude. This is not a pull. Like, this is just not something that you do. I mean, look at how low their entire group is. Once this Junkyard Dog goes off again, sure, Thaner can dispel it. But if you get ticked by like 1 tick of this, okay, we go for the asphyxiate here. A great play by Holy Method. It's okay. We kill the Junkyard Dog. We're fine.
Are they too close to the box?
The box behind us.
Are they too close? Okay,
we're fine. We're fine. Ooh, sketchy. So sketchy.
Okay.
They were a couple of inches from being hit by the exploding box behind them. But yeah, Holy Method perfectly positioning that one. I would have been terrified of that location. But they are in good shape now to finish off this boss. But they're going to have to play the next 10 minutes perfectly as they are out of B-reses. With that dog dead, at least the dispel pressure is now gone, because the problem with a dog on the boss here is you want to dispel the dog, but you also need to dispel your tank as soon as that debuff goes out on your tank.
Yeah. Zyro, I had a question. So you said that they had, oh my gosh, it was Wildy actually standing out there just tanking
with ice cold
flames?
See, that was ice cold and pain suppression, and from now on, if you see my mage in a workshop and you're a healer, I'm going to be expecting you to keep me alive while I'm doing that as well. That'll be me from now on. Now that I've seen Holy Method do it, that's the strat.
I mean, you need the damage, right? I like the play. You're not going to use the Ice Cold for anything else on this encounter. You know the damage events that are coming out, right? Every single phase, it's tank explosion, leaps, tank explosion. As long as you have the buttons for that, I like the play.
Yeah, literally.
Sorry, what were you going to ask, Tuttles?
Oh, I was going to say, I think Miss Count actually did one pull of like 5 dogs after Cujo. So I think
they did it all right before.
They did it all? Oh.
Yeah. The entire room in one pull. It was crazy. The Cujo kill time for Miss Count, and why I think it was so impressive, their Cujo kill in the 20 was a 12-16. That was 20 seconds ago.
I'm going to
they only had,
goodness gracious.
They only had 2%
depleted.
less count.
This is depleted already.
I
I'm
mean,
so sorry.
Well, it's not depleted, right? So miscount, we're still like 2 minutes under the timer at the end of the key, right? So Holy Method could, in theory, be a minute and a half slower than them and still on pace to time the key, as long as they're able to do the rest of the dungeon as quick as missed count, which it's a big ask, but they should be faster in the rest of the dungeon than the start of the dungeon, since they are doing that Void Elf.
The skip on the Blastotron, that saves you, about a minute 30, let's say, on the conservative side?
So they're probably they're maybe a little bit slower than missed count, but I think I don't think you can say for sure that
that's
they
gotta
are.
be
They're
too
definitely
close,
not depleted
right?
yet.
No. Okay. They had to go to the right side there. The backside was definitely too close. These box baits are so close together, man.
Yeah, this is such a scary fight to play sometimes. It's deceptively simple, but so lethal. All of these mechanics, if you mess them up even a little bit, you're not only going to die, but if you accidentally like blow up the wrong box or something like that, you'll wipe your entire group in the process. So last power infusion of the fight does come out. This is one of those fights where you really want to find a cooldown use at the end of it as well, because otherwise you're going to be running to the next pack with your cooldown up. Like, I think that's going to be Wildy's fate here. That Arcane Surge is going to come off cooldown during this run after the boss, and that's never a great feeling.
It's not a great feeling, but at least the timing's going to work out to where he can surge the pack of 2 Tinkerers right away. He'll have the surge back up probably in the last 50% or so of the triple robot pull, and then it should come back off cooldown as you're running towards the Machinist Garden pull. So the cadence should be okay. Yeah, you'd like it to be, ticking off cooldown while you're running here, but I think it's going to actually work out okay for them. And I think we'll get a better idea of where they actually stand once we get through this gauntlet and see when they pull the boss. To give you another timer to look at here, Miscount actually engaged Head Machinist Sparkflux at about the, about the 16:45 mark. Actually, 17 minutes on the dot is when Miscount engaged the boss. So if Holy Method can get through the next 2 trash packs pretty quickly, I think they're still on to time this key. It's just going to be a lot tighter than what we saw from Miscount.
Yeah, so Miscount pulled Machinist Garden at 17:09, right? So
okay. Yeah, right there.
That's going to be the timer that we're looking for Holy Method to also pull that. I do think it's going to be a little bit slower, but remember that Miscount did time the key with 1 minute and 44 seconds to spare, so Holy Method can afford a little time loss relative to them. This is going to be such a fun dungeon to watch the end of, as is the end of the Miscount 20 Theater. Miscount in their 20 Theater are trying to improve to a 32-26 or faster. I don't think they're on pace for that, because they're still killing Cult of Rock here, and they will need to go and do the last boss. They're only going to have less than 5 minutes now if they actually want to overtake Holy Method on the dungeon timer here, so I don't think they're going to get the triple world records, but they could still go for it here. It's going to be very
really close. Okay, so based off of split timers, this is the exact same split timer Holy Method had, 27:37 with 2 deaths. It is exactly on pace. Miscount's previous run was 27:27, but they had 3 deaths. So we're talking a difference of 0 to 5 seconds between all 3 of the 20 TOP runs we've seen today.
Yargi died on the last boss in the 20 as well.
Yeah, so that just doesn't happen. Miscount could overtake here compared to Holy Method and actually claim a triple world record scorecard at the end of the day. That would be very exciting to see. So both teams here playing for a lot of glory and, morale going into the global finals, which both have qualified for at this point. Holy Method nearly finished with this triple defense bot pull, and then we are going to see the Void Elf Racial in action here. The strategy that they're using, Void Elf,
that was
Human
fast.
Form Wild Charge, couple of life grips, problem solved.
Last time we saw Wexy had some issue getting the Wild Charge off, but no issues there whatsoever.
Yeah. Now they have to make sure that they get... I don't think they can afford any time losses here during this maze section. If anybody ends up getting caught by the Detecto bots, I think that 15 to 20 second time loss is going to be huge. So I think we have to make it through first try. I don't think we can afford any more time losses here.
Ooh, Tanner gets stuck on the wrong side here.
He doesn't have the Void Elf because he just used it, so he has to just wait for the patrol. He has to go for the sliver here, right?
He has to go for this.
Yes.
Here we go.
And go. We're good.
Makes it through. All right, the pull will now begin. We're going to head into Machinist's Garden. So remember that this was pulled at 17:09 by Miscount. So Holy Method are about 20 seconds behind Miscount right now, but they can maybe accelerate on this boss fight as they come in with lust. But Frag instantly taken out by a self-trimming hedge and no B-res for 3 minutes. I think that they are toast. Even just that one death is going to mean that they're now trying to deal with this trash pull and with this boss for 3 minutes without a third of their DPS players here. I think that's going to be too much for... I mean, they could maybe survive, but the timer and the Giga Wallop comes out. That's going to take out Wexy, and that surely is the end here for Holy Method. They'll have to take solace in the fact that they have qualified to global finals, so we will see them again in that. But It is now all about miscount. Can miscount take the triple world record here? The time to beat, 32:26. Their previous best time, 32:34. So they have 2 minutes left in this dungeon to try and make this happen.
It's looking
And here
good.
comes
One
the
big
Lust.
AoE burst as the Echoes of Carnage comes out. Lust is off cooldown,
Yeah,
but they're
well, so we're
waiting
waiting
for
for
the
the
exact
surge.
perfect time, right? We want the Arcane Surge to be there. We want the Ascendants to be there. They're going to be waiting on the Surge to make sure they can get everything perfectly lined up for one final push.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who do you power infuse here then if it's going to be Bloodlust and Arcane Surge versus Ascendants here and it's the last PI of the dungeon? Is it the Mage?
I think it's on the Mage. It's going to
Let me
be an
consult the
Execute Surge
calculator.
as well. So I think that's going to be better, but especially because you might get some AoE value as well. You might be getting some barrages with these ads out. I would say it's got to be the Mage, but here comes that mass barrier. Okay, 14 seconds until Surge is ready. The Sigil chains into that beam. Beautiful work here of just handling those Deathwalkers, meaning they don't have to swap anything to them at all. Let them just get passively cleaved down while increasing Hearthjack's damage to the boss. But here is the Lust. Here's the Power Infusion. It's actually going to go on the Shaman, so I was completely wrong about that one. As Shaman with Ascendance, Doom Winds, all that. Potentially going to be better than Hearthjack's on the Arcane Surge here, especially because he already gets a lot of haste just from the Lust. 20% on the boss now. They have 1 minute to kill this boss. I think they're on track for it.
Oh my
They just
God,
need
they're
to
gonna do
avoid
it.
any deaths here.
They're going to do it. They're going to get the triple world record tag. An absolute dominant performance. Going to be windmill dunking the competition here. This is actually incredible that Miscount showed up. They were the number 3 seed from Time Trials. And if they put up triple world record tags, I think the rest of the field has to be watching them and being like, oh my God, this might be Miscount's MDI to lose.
Wunderbar is
Yeah.
not the only returning juggernaut this competition. Miscount putting a stamp on it to end the day. They will be ending the day on the triple world record tag. It's not even
Jeez.
going to be close.
Oh my gosh. Dude, they're so good.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Look at the top of our leaderboard. 61 points, a point ahead of Holy Method, and with the best times in all 3 of the dungeons, a minute faster in Dark Flame, 30 seconds faster in Theater, and the only team to put up a 20 workshop, a dominating performance from Miscount across the day.
That is such an incredible, incredible performance. You know, Miscount, they steadily put up those keys all day. They got those 19s up, and then they just decided it was time to start smashing world records. They crushed the competition with speed and polished execution. It's amazing to see them here taking first place. And of course, coming in second, Holy Method will also be qualifying ahead to our global finals. And this team of returning veterans who, despite claiming to be old, showed off, you know, a lot of really cool skips, some strong plays today, which they'll be able to test out more, I think, in the global finals as well. But incredible competition from all of our Group B teams. This was such a fantastic group. Zyro, I mean, now that we're through the weekend, how did it all pan out in your opinion?
It was everything I expected it to be and more. We had a fantastic weekend. Insane teams across the board. Super excited for today. All 4 teams had their own merit to potentially be one of our teams that qualifying, but like we're seeing on the screen, unfortunately, many great teams got sent home, and Miscount and Holy Method, outstanding performance. Cannot wait to see what they'll have cooked up for our global finals.
Yeah, oh, I love seeing it. I mean, this is what we were hoping for, just like you said, right? Like, we have this incredible group of teams, and honestly, every single one of them put up a huge fight. I see chat just going wild. And for all of these contenders, of course, there could only be 2. So while those 2 spots have been determined, I mean, honestly, huge congrats to everybody who participated this weekend. Now, if all goes well, we'll have an interview coming up for you, but let's hear everybody else's thoughts as well on the weekend. I mean, Tuttles, it was close. We didn't know exactly who was going to make it, but were there any things that caught you off guard this weekend and how it sort of panned out?
I don't think so. Realistically, you know, this is the 3rd and the 4th seed against the 9th and the 10th seed. You kind of expect this to be the group of death. I think it kind of proved as to why we kind of expected it to be the group of death. I think that there was a world where Physical God comp, if maybe they were playing that Bear Druid and maybe got that into Sunday, they could have actually been really, really close. I think if any team, though, ended up having a bad day today, a different team was going to be very quickly replacing them and making it to global finals in their spot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even like Polish Mountain, towards the end we saw that gap widening a little bit, but there were so many moments where they were setting the pace early on, where we were going, oh, hey, they're putting up these big keys. And I think, yeah, if there had been a stumble from anyone, we might have seen just a totally different outcome. I mean, this has been amazing. But with our two top teams, so Mist Count and Holy Method coming in, Dratnos, from them, what do you think that they sort of had that maybe set them apart today?
Yeah, I mean, I would say Mist Count came into today looking like an MDI winning team. Holy Method definitely did well, right? They qualified to global finals. That's great. They definitely looked, a tier below Mist Count at the end of the day. They were beaten by Mist Count in all 3 dungeons. They looked maybe a tier below that Wunderbar as well. So I would say Holy Method definitely have... They're going to be happy that they qualified to global finals, but also they're going to know that they have some work to do if they want to be able to win the global finals and not just make it there.
Seriously. I mean, especially, too, we have 3 weekends of groups and then the CN region this time, right? So we had 24 teams come through, in case anybody has forgotten that number. So it's more competition than ever. So I keep finding myself having to go back and forth, oh man, yeah, we saw Wunderbar. Oh wait, hold on, Mandatory is coming up. Wait, hold on, it's unbelievable the competition between all of these. And I don't know, Zyro, thinking about what we saw this weekend, thinking about maybe a little Group A, we'll touch on this more, but how do you think the performances today kind of stand up to what we've seen thus far? I
mean, you said it yourself, the teams that we have in this competition look like, and I feel like a broken record saying this because this is something we kind of spout every single season, but it's true, the competition is closer than it's ever been before. Wunderbar in 07 last weekend, these 2 teams, Mist Count and Holy Method this weekend, and then you look next weekend, we've got Mandatory, we've got Perplexed. I mean, those are staple MDI names of the past 6 years now. I don't even know what to expect. The competition today definitely stacked up to what we saw to week 1. Mist Count are right up there with Wunderbar. Holy Method in 07, they're right there as well. The global finals are shaping up to be amazing.
Oh, it's going to be so good. And I mean, the dungeons themselves, right? So the teams are bringing so much to the table, and I think we've been really impressed even just seeing how some of them have stepped up their game this season. I mean, Mist Count alone, they're already an amazing team, but you're right, today it felt like they really, really had that extra edge. And the dungeons themselves, we've seen a lot of interesting strats, tech, we had the spec variety. I mean, Dratnos, you are master of many things, numbers, math, and of course many different dungeon routes, but what did you think about much of the routing that we saw, or some of the tech we even have seen showcased?
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see the teams have different ideas, not just on how to handle the spec variety rule, but coming into today, they had access to that full meta comp, and neither Mist Count nor Holy Method used it in all 3 dungeons. We saw that Theater of Pain, a lot of different stuff getting used. We saw the Hunter, and the Resto Shaman, and the Enhancement Shaman, all getting used in the Theater of Pain. I was surprised to not see more variation in the Workshop, because last weekend we saw a lot of teams using the Prot Warrior in Workshop. This time around, didn't seem like that was something that the teams liked anymore, and they were just back on the VDH in there, so it was very interesting to see. I can't wait to see what the teams next weekend have for us.
I think strategy-wise, the Workshop was actually probably one of the more interesting dungeons, even though it's a little bit weird. We saw something like the Void Elf coming out for Holy Method, and then we saw this really interesting strategy by Mist Count where they were able to do all of the dogs in one singular pull, utilizing Entangling Root to make sure that they, I would say, abused cast syncing, where the dogs just won't leap on you and you kind of leave them on cooldown and just kind of make sure that they don't put all of those metallic jaw casts on you. I think strategy-wise, that dungeon actually has a lot of strategy that's pretty unexplored currently.
Yeah, man, I just can't wait to see what it's going to be like in the end as we see how all of the tech kind of pans out, because I think you're right, there's a lot of potential for more to come. But we already saw a lot, and we saw some amazing, amazing competition today. We have our interview here and ready, so we will be joined here by Hearthjax from Mist Count and Andy from Holy Method. Thank you so much for taking some time out of the end of your day after a lot of intense runs to come chat with us a little bit. Good to see you.
Let's go. What's up, guys?
Hey. I mean, we have a lot of questions for you. And it was so good. Oh man, this weekend was so good, honestly. We loved seeing you play today. But we'll start off here with Hearthjax, I think, at least for me. Mist Count. Man, we were talking about it. It feels like you are a bigger threat than ever. Triple world records here at the end of the day. Just incredible performance. And you had mentioned on your surveys that you've been working on upping your game, right? Kind of having verb on shot calling, practicing comp flex, different consistency sort of things. So I'm curious, Jax, what do you think has made the biggest difference for you this season?
I think we've improved over multiple seasons, like all of us as players, and we built a very good synergy over many years. Like the four of us have, of course, played for a very long time, and Verb has only added like a lot to the team, and relieves a lot of pressure from others.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I mean, you can tell that the cohesion's there, that stuff is coming together, and that you've really been able to take it to that next stage, so we can't wait to see what else you have in store. And, of course, Andy, over with Holy Method, we loved seeing just all of you come together, incredible players on the team, and really some great runs today. You made a lot of the dungeons, honestly, look easy, including some of the cool tech like you showed off in Workshop. But from your perspective, Andy, what do you think was actually the hardest run for you to pull off today?
I think probably Workshop. I think that was the dungeon we practiced the least. And going into that last run, we never did all the dogs together, and we quickly saw kind of what Kira's team was doing. So we tried to adapt it, but it was it was pretty rough, I think. But yeah, I think Workshop in general was definitely a weaker dungeon for us compared to the other two.
All right, cool. Thanks. So I've got a question for Hearthjax here. I didn't know we were going to have you on for an interview, so this is a perfect opportunity to ask this question. So I can't think of anyone more qualified to answer this. I think you are the only mage we have seen across all of the competition so far to pull out the Frostfire Fire Mage. Talk to me a little bit about that pick in the Priory. Why do you think that's so good there?
So, well, it recently got buffed, right? At the same time when Arcane got buffed. It has a very good single target. It is a lot tankier than Sun Fury, because you can play a lot of versatility, and the hero tree is just tankier. It's just better defensive built into it. And you still do very good AoE, because it's kind of uncapped. Like, a lot of your AoE comes from Meteor and Comet Storm, and those are uncapped and very bursty. So it just works pretty well in Priory. Although I'm not even sure if that's the best pick at the moment, and we haven't put a crazy amount of practice time into Priory, and our strategy might eventually change for finals, especially now that some other specs have gotten buffed recently. Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Nice.
Andy, I had a question for you. So who ended up cooking up that Blastatron X80 skip with the Void Elf, and how much time do you actually end up thinking that ends up saving over the course of maybe just playing that mob or playing a potentially different route in that key?
Well, we cooked it up last night randomly because I had some info from someone else that people were doing it, and I mean we just we just tried it on live. And I mean, we figured that playing the last pack in the dungeon would be just infinitely faster than playing another tank. So yeah, that's basically. I mean, there's definitely better ways to do it than how we've done it, though. I would say, which we're gonna work on for finals. But yeah, we kind of just I don't know, randomly. Randomly came up with it on the spot last night, essentially.
Cool strat.
Yeah.
I have a question for Hearthjax. The enhancement shaman in theater, how'd you guys come up with that? Was there other stuff you tried in there that wasn't as good, and what was the thought process behind it?
We did try a bunch of stuff. Eventually the main reason we don't play DK is the cities didn't line up too well. The 130 that DK has. Well, I mean, it was just a trial and error. We've tried different stuff, and this ended up working the best, so we stuck with it.
Awesome. It was great to see, honestly. Loved it, and especially even today, too, getting a little bit of spec variety, even on a day when meta was open, and loved getting to see all the different things that were played. So, we'll ask you one more quick question, and then let you do some shout-outs, but Andy, I'll start with you. Is there anything you'd like to say to Missed Count in anticipation of facing off again in the global finals?
I mean, other than well played for today, I think you guys played really good. Also, 2 days ago as well, I thought you guys cooked up some good fast runs. And yeah, I guess other than that, we will try our best to do better in globals.
Love it, love it. And we'll toss it over, Jack. Same to you. Anything you want to say to Holy Method, aka Andy, thinking ahead to global finals?
Yeah, so thank you very much for being in the group with us again. We've that's been the case. I think the last time I've played TGP, and now we end up both of us end up going out of group. So that's very good. And we've also seen some technology coming from you guys, and the dungeons will try to adapt it, of course. I don't want to point out anything specifically to not maybe give other teams the edge, but we also liked your stuff.
Yeah, I think last time we played both was it season 2 Dragonflight, right? I think is when you and I last played against each other. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh my gosh, that season was crazy.
Yeah. Love it. Well, I'm excited for you all to be reunited here in the group and to be looking ahead to global finals. And, Hearthjacks, it seems like in chat, some of your teammates, they maybe feel like you leaked a little or were close to leaking. So, do you have any more things you want to leak for? No, I'm kidding.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. Hearthjacks, for the viewers at home, can you explain how the root on the dog works in Workshop? That way.
No, don't answer that.
Hypothetically, I could get it more consistent because I can't get it consistent on live.
Don't. You can plead the fifth. Don't worry about it. Listen, we will let you both do final shoutouts. Honestly, we're just so glad to have been able to talk with you a little bit and to celebrate your victories as you look ahead to continue on with global finals. But really fast, Andy, is there anybody you would like to shout out before we let you go?
The shout out. Already you put me on the spot here. In terms of what?
Anything. It could be shout out to your teammates, your org, your
girlfriend, your mom.
Your girlfriend, your mom.
The fans.
Your partner of any variety.
If you don't think anybody's earned any shoutouts as well, you don't have to give any. It's optional. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I have to say shout out to Holy, our sponsor. Oh god, I'm being attacked in DMs right now. Shout out to Holy. Great drink sponsor. Also to Method as well. And that's it.
That's great. Nailed it. Jax, your turn now. Any shoutouts you'd like to do?
Well, probably to the Polish Mountain guys. They're like close friends to many of us, like ex-guildies and such. It's a huge shame we both of us can't get out of group this time. But thanks so much for playing, and thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Go rest. We can't wait to see you back for the global finals. And of course, there'll be a lot of competition that we have yet to see who will be going up against you. But we are wishing you well, and we can't wait to see your runs in the future. Thanks so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah. Bye. It was awesome. I mean, man, what a great end to the day. Great to talk with them, and also to have gotten here through the Group B weekend. Of course, miscount. Our champions of Group B put up some incredible runs and world records, just knocking them out one after another. And as well, Holy Method coming in here and just showing us some incredible play, some wonderful strats, and I can't wait to see what else they can deliver as they move ahead to the global finals as well. But Group C, they're coming up next, and we have some heavy hitters in the group. Tettles, do you want to give us a little foreshadowing of what's to come next weekend?
Yeah, so foreshadowing, I think that Mandatory will probably qualify for global finals, and Stove will come on and shout out his girlfriend for the third consecutive time. But more seriously, honestly, Group C is going to be very, very competitive. We have Mandatory, Perplex, and Ducks Can Fly being the three most highly seeded teams in that group. But I also think a team like Suspicious Activities, they've actually been streaming a lot of their time trials and a lot of their practice, and I think that they can potentially play upset depending on how consistent the teams kind of show up. With Perplexed, it's kind of the same story that we've always seen. Is this going to be a team that is as consistent as we kind of expect them to be? Are they going to maybe potentially have some troubles? It's kind of interesting for Perplexed. It seems like season in and season out, they probably have the widest swings in terms of their skill, where some seasons they get as high as second, but then some seasons they go out in like eighth. How are they going to end up looking next weekend? I think that Group C is going to be just as entertaining as Group B was.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, the talent is just every weekend. We have amazing competitors. We have incredible teams in here and some newcomers that have really showed us some incredible plays. So I can't wait to see it. You all are not going to want to miss it. Group C has some huge teams, and we'll get to see how they perform and how they may even measure up on the global stage. But that's going to be it for us here. Thank you all for watching today. Thanks to our production. Thanks to these wonderful co-casters and those co-casters who aren't here on desk with us. It's been an awesome time so far, but we still have more to come. So while that's it for Group B, Group C is next in line to put their key pushing to the test. And while we found our 4 teams heading to the global finals, 2 more have to be decided by this time next Sunday. So be here on Friday to join us as it all kicks off at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. Until then, everybody, take care.